Boom, boom. Sunday morning, rain is falling. We're here, gathered for some Smash Brothers action. Let's go! It's your boy, Beautiful Crow. I got Killer Miles, and we are gonna see who's one of the last teams going to Texas here.
Yeah, it's University of North Texas versus the University of Texas Dallas here in the Texas qualifiers. And both of them have had pretty good runs through the bracket, but only one of them is going to the Texas finals in May. So it remains to be seen. Oh, ignore that ghost behind me. Who exactly is going to be taking home this crown? From what we saw in the last chance qualifier just on Thursday, University of Texas Dallas is looking pretty good, but University of North Texas is coming from winner's side. They got a point up in this best of five crew battles, so we'll see who takes it.
Yep. That all-important extra point up lead does, factor in the mental when it comes to these types of crew battles and whatnot. So it's, one of the things we see if the squad can overcome it, tie it up and then push on forward. But, that's always something you have to think about.
Yeah, 100%. Only 1 point is going to be needed for North Texas to be at match point, and then you're just on defense for the entire game. Because, if you slip up one time, if one person gets a 3 stock, then this delicate balance you've worked so hard to build starts crumbling. But exact same mentality for the side of Texas Dallas. If they win one, all of a sudden they're on an even scoreline. They're on an even footing, and you're basically just playing a best of 3. So we'll see who gets that initial edge, because if I'm being honest, I don't have a hard prediction here. These two teams have played each other a lot.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I don't, this is one of the few matches that I really do feel could go either way. So it's oh man, it's you want to give oh yeah, definitely this 1 and 3 or this 1 and 3, but because it's these two squads, I really having a hard time of just definitively calling it. So this is going to be super fun to watch.
Yeah, 100%. Looking down the rosters, looking at players to watch, obviously most people in the collegiate scene and just the scene in general know Skinny the Pooh on the Mario, that you got to watch out for on UNT. And I got to say, both Bent on the ZSS and Nico on the Ike were two people who were blowing me out of the water watching them in the LCQ. They gave Winthrop a run for their money. Eventually, Winthrop did end up taking that and requalifying. It was a whole thing. But they definitely have revenge on the mind, and they want to get into Texas.
Oh, yeah. I want to see Nico pulling up the Ike, doing some more work. I mean, that's just... I love good Ike gameplay.
Oh, yeah.
It's just so fun to see, and I mean... That's one thing these collegiate crews really do allow you, is lots of character expression for different matchups that you wouldn't expect to see normally or otherwise if you are, just constantly in the Smash scene like that. But looking on UNT, Nova, I hear, has been kind of crazy lately.
Yeah? I haven't seen... So, the funny thing about doing prep for UNT Green is, you look down... the roster, you're looking them up on Smash Data, PG Stats, and you're oh yeah, they got to grands in this one local, and who are they fighting? Oh, another player. Every single one of them has wins over the other players on their team and on other Texas players' teams in grands. So it's not any one of them is a perennial 2-2er. Not in the grand finals at the very least.
Right. And so that gives more onus to the head-to-head matchups, and honestly, deciding who's going to start, who's anchoring, what's going on in mid-round. It's just oh my god, these players know each other so well, and it's I'm so excited. It's going to be so fun, and I really want to see how well, like you said, Skinny the Boo does, into the rest of UTD. Maybe we get the Mario mirror. Maybe Bandito jumps in this, possibly.
It's very possible. I'm actually surprised. I actually don't know if it's blinds and if we can talk about the opening picks, but spoilers, it's probably not Dorito Bandito. And we are able to talk about it. So yeah, Dorito Bandito was the starter consistently against Winthrop. Right. And in the past, I've seen Dorito Bandito come out at the beginning just forever and ever. So it's actually kind of surprising to me that I don't think we're getting them. Yeah, I I feel like this is going to be when two teams know each other really well, they stray away from their like time and tested strategies of like, we always start with this player, we always close with this player, because they know exactly who has a good matchup player to player against certain other players in this thing. We're not even talking about characters anymore. Like when you're at a see them at the local, like see you 2 times a week, that's where it's getting to the point where it's like, I don't really need to be able to beat your character if I know you jump out of, you jump out of disadvantage every time I, like, spot dodge at the ledge or something.
Exactly. Oh, man. This is going to be fun. But, yeah, we are just waiting to be able to start. This is pretty interesting. Yeah. I mean, if you did have to say who's possibly going to have the edge here. I mean, we see, E01 starting and Clue also starting, so... It's going to be an interesting start here. Like,
I know we just had the whole thing about, like, oh, characters don't really matter. But looking at the characters, I have to feel like Snake has the slight edge simply because, like, Byleth has ways to poke, but no ways to, like, really invalidate it. And let's be real, Byleth's approach is not amazing. Right. Like, you can go in with the Nair, and it's difficult to deal with on shield, but, like, ultimately, if your opponent doesn't want to interact with your tools, they have a lot of good options to just stay away from you, especially as a Snake. Now, the one thing I do worry about is Snake being above Byleth so much, because that's where you get a lot of those up B confirms and whatnot, but we'll see if Clue is able to thread that needle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's... I'm a little bit biased towards Snake plays recently. I mean, had a little conversation back at Battle for BC. I mean, we just think that Snake is just, everybody argues that Snake is super busted still in, like, the grand scheme of things, but, like, I do feel that he does have those matchups he does struggle with, especially, like, when they're constantly on top of you and you're not allowed to breathe, not allowed to, get grenade setups or get C4 setups or anything like that. And, like, Byleth does have a hard time entry getting in. But when you're on top of them, you can do a considerable amount of damage real fast and rack it up. And, I mean, there's so many mid to high percentage kill moves that Byleth can really play off of, especially with Axe. So it's going to be interesting. I'm going to be watching,
One thing I'm going to be watching for my personal curiosity and also for the fate of the match is if Byleth, like, up B out of shield, if that triggers grenade. Because if Byleth can up B out of shield and then Snake gets hit by his own grenade, that's a guaranteed kill for Byleth if you're like consistently ready for that. And that means Clue has to think twice every time they pull out a grenade. And I'll be honest, like, sometimes if you have to think every single time you use a tool that you're going to use about 60 times this game, that's just going to weigh on your mental. You're going to be making mistakes you're not usually making because you're second guessing yourself. You're not going to be able to get into, like, a flow state.
Absolutely. That does, add another layer to that. I mean, I do think Byleth has a decent job dealing with a lot of the explosives that Snake is able to throw out. Because, I mean, well, I don't know. That's interesting to say. I know, like, aerials will be fine, I think, going into it. But, like, and I think we're starting on Battlefield, it looks like.
Yeah, it seems that way. So, like, I feel like Byleth does pretty well on here because, again, the main place I'm always worried about people playing against Byleth is up above. So we're finally into it now. E01 going to be trying to take control of this center stage, but Clue, as we said, it's not easy for E01 to close this distance at all. But
but when they're in, they are, in fact, automatically tying up that damage threshold. And that's one of those things. And also the bow. No one really talks about bow Byleth in a lot of matchups, but in this scenario, will be doing a lot of work, being able to snipe out those grenades in air, snipe out, any projectiles in air should they land. But it's the matter of, like, how quickly can confirm these kills, because, once that damage starts racking up, like you see now from Clue, it gets a little bit scarier for E01.
Yeah, you can see they're giving a lot of respect to this grenade throwing. they're not really using the bow that much. They're actually waiting for Clue to close the distance on them. But eventually Clue will, and at 100, I think they might have gotten caught on a dash in.
Oh, no.
Some bad DI there, and EO1's off the top.
Yup, immediate dash in for the up tilt to confirm it. Done, Dilio. Now it's back to that reset, and now we're going to see here, can E01 actually get in? You know, like, we talked about the approach, and you see they're playing hot potato with the grenades, attempting to get back in and get some damage onto Clue, who has not really been touched for a significant portion after, you know, that initial combo that E01 was able to get. Seems to be controlling the pace of the game a lot here.
Oh! But a great read on a missed tech right there. I don't think Clue was ready to get tumbled like that, but the up smash right off of the Angel platform puts EO1 in a dangerous spot. Yeah.
Ooh, fired up off immediately. Gets caught in the air. Oh my god. Okay, that's two immediately. Clue absolutely dominating right now.
Yeah, it's like when EO1, when they get in, they hit hard. They hit really hard, but it's getting less and less frequent. Like, in that first stock, 65 of that 70% was from the first 10 seconds, and then Clue is just getting damage after damage. And it's not like these big combos, but like, you know, stringing 1 or 2 hits together, some grenades.
Yeah, but like, E01 just not able to, you know, get consistent damage going right now. It's a lot of poking damage and a lot of, like, I mean, lucky dippers for them to, you know, maximize as much damage as they can. But yeah, you got to do a lot more if you're expecting to win this, and trying to counterplay by catching grenades is not really the way to do it.
And like, I feel like Clue as an opener was such a good pick, because Snakes functions best when he's in 3-stock versus 3-stock scenarios, because every single trade kind of goes in Snake's favor, even if it doesn't. And just like that, like, EO1 got good damage when they got in, but for the most part, anytime EO1 got a stray hit, Snake got 2 grenades and a Nikita and a forward air to, like, even that out, and that's just not a good exchange rate. It's not.
It's not. It is not. That was very, very unfortunate. I know I was talking about, I'm like, I mean, if E01 could get in and, like, actually do the damage to take out Snake earlier, that'd be great. But, like, got gate kept, got stonewalled, got barriered, whatever you want to call it. It just was not happening. But, I mean, that's what happens when you go up against a very, very studied and hardened Snake player. So, dims the brakes.
Yeah, you were definitely right in saying that Snake stocks are going up, because in, like, Punish Game is getting more and more important in the meta, like it has been for the last, you know, several years. It happens when a game gets older. So when you have the ability to take your opponent's Punish Game, not only interrupt it, but also get some damage of your own with it, combine that with the fact that you're one of the heaviest characters in the game and you're okay being at high percents, and all of a sudden it's just like, you're taking the opponent's game plan and you're like, okay, can you just revise these parts of it, or pretty please?
Right. Oh man. Now you're waiting on the next one up from North Texas is going to be Nova. All right, I was talking them up earlier. I mean, doing a pretty decent job of a lot of things recently. So going in second, I do like that here. And also Hero into Snake, if they are here doing Hero. I doubt they're going to switch to Inkling here, but I do like the Hero into Snake matchup a lot.
I do too. I think for me, it plays a lot around how unpredictable the, like, Thunder Burst is. Yeah. Like, not even around the spells, because, I mean, they're always an X factor. It can always influence the pace of the match, but ultimately, when you have the ability to just blast them, like, it's not even a projectile. It's just a giant hitbox, that Thunder. And then, like, if Snake is, like, getting a little too comfortable committing, then you can charge it up all the way. Like, there's not a ton of, like, hard character counterplay. Like, you just got to be ready for that.
Absolutely. And we'll see if you are ready indeed. Getting into it, UT Dallas still in the lead here. North Texas, they have the game lead, but currently not so much in the stock lead. Let's see if they can tie it up.
Okay. Chilling, vibing.
Yeah, just had to take a look at the good scenery of PS2. Taunts are there. They're ready. Let's rock. That's, we talked about the spells, being a little overpowered, but yeah, we didn't talk about that specific one.
Yeah, that's kind of a tough one to deal with. I'm not gonna mince words there. That's
The
rough.
fact that he got it on first menu pull is so funny.
I know. Well, so yeah, bounce, if you're not aware, is just a passive reflector that's just going to be on 24/7, which means Clue has to go, okay, well, now I can't use any of these fun little tools. Now I can't edge guard with this fun little rocket. Now I can't use that mortar. And so you just saw Clue just start spamming up tilt there, hoping that Nova would fall down into them. And so far, a pretty even matchup despite bounce being just almost perpetually on with good menu management.
Nova really does have to take the initiative here, though. You know, like, yeah, you get that passive shield, but I mean, Clue is very well versed at playing around it. As you see, oh wow, I thought he landed in the up smash. I'm not even gonna lie, Nova is barely dropping under it to get some more damage off, but still no stock.
Ooh, Clue. Playing careful around this ledge. I think any of those aerials will kill, and there's that Thunder Poke, Psych Up as well. And doesn't actually have the mana for bounce, and so it's actually Nova stuck in that menu a little bit. Clue gets an opening, is scrambled by the ledge there, and Clue actually gets a stock.
The back stack, all right. Oh, great air dodge from Clue. Staying alive here, 155. I mean, this is, you know, danger territory for Snake for sure. And Nova does have a lot of kill move potentials. It's just a matter of can he confirm off of it? And yes, okay, we'll do one. Taking Clue down to the last. See if they can quickly finish this one off. Regain the lead for North Texas.
Running low on mana, so they gotta close the gap, and they do just that with this ledge trap. And you can see they're fishing for bounce. They had some good options there, but ooh, hold on, wait. How did they get a grab off of getting hit by Fireball right there? Clue was some good awareness.
Yeah, great awareness indeed. I didn't even see it until you mentioned it for real. I was like, wait a minute, that actually happened. Okay, bounce still back online for Nova. Clue fighting, trying to get back to stage here. He's down here for zoning. Oh my goodness. Backer's gonna land. I love it. Playing around the side stage, looking for what spell is Nova looking for here? Gonna go for
there it
again
is.
Immediately. And he's been getting a lot of good draws with that one. Just really good menu management, but he's not, you know, going overly aggressive like you feel like he would be, you know, with all the extra buffs onto him. He doesn't want to take Clue lightly.
Yeah, and like I feel like fishing for that means you just don't have mana for fighting when you're actually in there. Trying to go in with a grab, you still got to remember Snake like has A-tier boxing tools, but ultimately you got to send off the top because of that. I think that was Psych Up plus bounce there. So Clue had to deal with a ticking time bomb, couldn't quite defuse it, and Nova manages to take that with only a minimal stock loss. Clue taking 4 is not a bad opener though.
Not at all. Doing a lot of damage on the Snake. I mean, I was really close here because Nova managing to stop momentum was flying towards that left blast zone. Could have been one, but managing to stop right before the game ended. So that's really good on Nova. Getting something back for North Texas. And now he's in a similar position that Clue was in game number 1 here. Seeing on who's coming up next. How much damage can they get done? Like you said, minimal stock damage. Coming in with 2. Room to work with, room to play with. But yeah, I mean, maybe he doesn't have to worry about upkeep on bounce this time around.
Yeah, like I feel like I'll be real, during that entire pre-match talk, bounce flew over my head a little bit, and I'm like, oh yeah, you've got so many good tools.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. But now that you don't have to do that, like Hero is just like a very adaptable character if you have good menu management. Like, you've got to be constantly cycling through that. And if it's a character who can smother them, like I'm looking across UTD's team, like they have Dorito Bandito on the Mario, Venti on the or Ventis on the Joker also would be great on that for just like never letting Nova really, like forcing Nova to scrap with them constantly when like you could see that was not Nova's prerogative.
Right.
But it's Ben.
Okay. Ben gonna come in with the ZSS, I believe.
Oh,
Sonic.
They were playing ZSS the other day, but I guess it's gonna be the Sonic play this time, and that's a new one for me. But I'm not entirely shocked. Like I feel like, well, we talked about someone who's going to smother Nova, and like it's almost like more passive smothering because you know if you ever open the menu, you have approximately half a second to pick an option before
you got 3 frames to get that option in.
Yep. Like if you're top decking, yeah, you have a ton of burst options. Yep. Problem is you're not going to be picking specific spells against or Ben.
Yeah, absolutely. So now we're really going to test them reactions, see if they got them. Potentially, Nova could go up here, could stalwart this. I mean, Ben, I haven't seen Ben on the Sonic. Like I said, I saw him in the ZSS last time as well. So it's very interesting to see. I mean, similar aggressive game plan. I feel work a lot with spin dash in. But yeah, I mean, it really will be like the Nova top deck show, or is he going to be more aggressive, with the tilts and aerials this time around?
Yeah, I'm a big advocate of, like, barely using the menu at all. Or not barely, but, like, matchup dependent. Okay. And, like, I feel like, again, consistently, you were seeing how Nova was using that fireball, fully charged fireball, to try to confirm into grabs, even if it didn't always go their way. Yep. Like, anyone with slow-moving projectiles is who I think can give Sonics trouble, because you can just take away an avenue of movement for, like, a period of time. You throw a fireball up top, Sonic's coming on the ground. You throw it on the ground, he's got to jump up. Like, and you can't react to everything Sonic does if he has unlimited options. But if you take away those options, then you can, have some mileage.
Right. Okay. There goes the taunt. They are off to the races. Immediate bank. Ooh, got the accelerator.
Oh, Accelerado.
I'm gonna match speed for speed. Okay, let's go. Perfect menu placement again. Nova doing a good job on that. Accelerate. Flame. What can you get? Nothing. Open up that menu in your faces. I dare you to try it. I'm gonna wall you out with these aerials. Keep it down. Oh my god, the spring. I love it.
Oh my god, and they just almost finished them with that forward smash. Ben definitely knows how to capitalize on an offstage opponent right there, demonstrating that Nova cannot get caught lacking like that.
Absolutely, and I mean, look, already at 65 here, and like, that was just, the beginning of the match. Nova barely able to get anything back onto Bent here. He's taking a small moment to assess the situation before going back in. Forward air. He got a lot of forward momentum with that, too. Ooh, answering back now, tying up and exceeding. Oh, just a tiny bit late on that slash.
Ooh, I like that.
Okay. Using the underside of that upbeat to actually get some damage off. I love it.
I mean, it's basically just a wall, and Sonic's definitely not clanking with that one. Bent off stage. Maybe trying to get back on. Doesn't go for the kaboom. I feel like that was like early Heroes like bread and butter, but at this point, Nova is just going for some consistent damage. Knowing kaboom, it'll just be dodged anyway for the most part.
Yeah. Time to adapt to that. I mean, Bent gets caught immediately. Okay. A little bit of oomph onto that? No, not at all. I had to hold my breath there for a moment. I saw the load and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, that's a hard stopper right there. But with that spin dash forward air, Bent is going to clean up the stock. And we're left in the position. How does Nova get this kill? They were winning neutral a lot, so I'm not like in the early stages of this game, but Bent has definitely gotten more of a lock on their rhythm. It's been more... There's
always
I was like, you can dodge it. And just because you can doesn't mean you're going to every time, especially when you're not ready for it on the platform.
Right. Okay. Let's see if Nova can, try and take one more. Is Bent going to be able to secure this last one pretty handedly? UT Dallas up a tiny bit currently.
That uppie is like a shockingly good way to deter Bent from coming in, because it looks like you're about to land in front of them, and then nope, just a little pop up, and you leave a wall behind to block them. As I mean, pretty even score lines right now. Nova has just had more consistent stage control, but it doesn't really matter when Bent just has the ability to passively threaten this entire stage the whole time.
Oof. Nice sizzle on that. Gets the heal too. Oh man, that's coming up lucky. Fat damage off and take a little bit of a breath back. But once again, this right side stage has been not a good place for Nova to be, as Bent has been able to take stocks multiple times off that alone. We're going to finish off this last one here. Gets him a little bit of a loop. Catch them in the air again.
Nope. No jump.
Option.
Ooh.
He might be stuck. He might be stuck.
Some good extra damage, but I like going on to stage there because you would have gotten caught. The forward smash from behind, Nova's got a little bit of whiplash from that, but they're off the side of the stage, and Bent from UT Dallas is giving them a substantial lead. Even though they came from the loser side, they are looking poised to try to tie this up.
Oh yeah, they fighting hard. They scrapping, and Bent really showed them. Like I said, stand on that right side of the stage majority of the game. It showed Nova trying to get over multiple times, trying to jump over, try to up B out, spring out, bounce, zoom out. It just was not happening. And great job to Bent for walling him off and making sure he secures those last 2 stocks.
Yeah, Bent is going to be a weird person to try to counterpick into. I'm looking down this roster now, because I feel like Nova was one of the stronger members on the side of North Texas, and now they're down and out. I think Bent was like a perfect counterpick to them, and that kind of speaks to just the awareness these two teams have to each other. They know who to hold in reserve, who to send up to the forefront. Like Nova, I think against most other players on the side of UT Dallas would have maybe gone on a run, but against Bent, it was kind of a wall. So,
yeah.
In matchups like this, it sometimes feels like whoever wins the first game ends up winning just because they have the counterpick advantage for the rest of the set. But all you need is one person to clutch out, and all of a sudden it's back to even.
Yep. And Bent seems to be that player currently. I mean, it's ahead by 2 stocks. Not a whole lot, but still making it work here. But I mean, you're right about the counterpick potential for UNT for North Texas here. You know what? Send them out. Get Burr out here. Get the Kazuya going. Let's do it. Run it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if you are not laying a finger on Bent for 70% of that match, you got to make that finger really strong. Like you got to be doing those things that rock climbers do with the squeeze.
Little test squeeze.
Yeah.
You gotta just full force just.
A finger that's gonna get arthritis at 30,
Lord. Yeah, a bunch of my climbing friends are already complaining. It's like, oh yeah, man. I mean, it hurts, but it's so fun. I'm like, no, I'm not putting my body through that. Y'all can have.
And also, you don't have to go that hard that fast. You don't have to be yeah, this is the extreme 100-pound PSI grip strength, and it's okay, but are you really doing climbs that need that?
Right. What's constituting this?
So yeah, talking about Burr's finger, that Kazuya, it is going to do work every single time it touches you. And there's so many moves that have ridiculous hitboxes or just armor that if you convince Ben to overcommit, all of a sudden you have a full combo. If you get a tech chase on a platform, all of a sudden you might have a kill. And by taking away Bent's speed, by taking away their agency, which Kazuya can do if you end up in a scrap situation with them. But it's going to be iceless on the ice climbers coming in here.
Interesting. Okay.
So I don't hate it on paper because you get a good desync going, and you have a way to always have a hitbox out as you're approaching and taking away space from your opponent, and I think that's good. And we're talking about taking away agency. You got some good confirms at the ledge there with the blizzard into grab into forward smash. That's doesn't matter what character you're doing that on. If you're hitting it well, it doesn't matter how fast Bent is. If they get hit by it once, they're done.
Literally, just cooked. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is gonna be fun. All right.
This is I feel like Isis is gonna set up their own little castle and center stage, especially on Hollow Bastion, and it's gonna be up to Bent to try to break in. And we'll see if they can do just that as we're getting into the match.
All right, getting right into it. Let's see how Iceless does. If they can, take these 2 stocks real quick off the quick boy.
3, 2, 1, go!
Hollow Bastion. Like I said, I like the stage. Decent selection.
Yeah, I'd never seen Sonic's walk animation like that before. He's so
Really?
casual. No,
You've never seen the Sonic pimp walk?
he's going fast. He says it. He's got to go fast.
I mean, yeah, that's fair. You got me there. I will give you that.
But this is the kind of desync pressure that I'm talking about. When do you let that spin dash go? Bent tries to go up top, and then you get caught by the up air chains. This does not seem like an amazing thing while Iceless is in a stable position. If you get him off the rhythm, you separate the climbers, then it might be a different story.
now walled out. That's so funny. Who's strong?
Oh my gosh.
The world's fastest hedgehog or 2 icy homies.
Oh my gosh! Bent managed to slip through and gets only damage onto Nana. The climbers are separated, but Bent loses stage control because of it, and now they're in the corner. They just have to zip over to the other side.
Keeping them in that center stage spot. I really like that. Making sure, Isis is making sure, they keep that center positioning, making sure that Bent has to come to them and countering the approach in multiple ways. Nana getting that overtime money right now.
You bait Bent into going in high, and then the up tilt is there waiting for him. But then they go low, and they're right into the blizzard. They get frozen and forward smash. Like, this seems like a terrible matchup. It's not one I've seen very often. I don't think it's... But, like, oh my gosh. Like, what do you do right now?
You do your best.
Uh-oh.
Oh, reopening. Charging dash, reposition, jump over. Caught a little bit by the blizzard. Oh my goodness. The hammer goes swinging and the hammer brings judgment. Isis is only taking 24 damage.
Only 24. And like, to be fair, I think Nana's taken a lot of damage, but like every time Bent has gotten an opening, it's been Nana to get the confirm. But then Bent just goes straight in. They don't eat a lot of damage, but they get nothing for it.
That's insane.
They're on the platform, they get up aired. Look at this pressure! They get the footstool! They confirm! Oh my gosh, Iceless!
This is so funny to watch. Oh man. Bent literally in the prison realm right now. Not having a fun time.
I mean, we're talking about like this could be Bent going on a run. How is Bent possibly going to get away from this? Oh,
that's such a good reset! Yes!
Oh my gosh!
Yes!
Iceless at like 50% goes down, and they might have gone down regardless on the Sopo, but Bent at the very least has a win condition. Get them off stage somehow.
Well, I mean, so like the big thing there was the fact that Bent was able to get them off stage because he was focusing out Nana, but Iceless using the up B to reset and, throw Nana up, so he used, the up B to get back to stage, put them in that position for Bent to just double drop the spring on them. When initially he's only looking for one, but it's a buy one get one free special in that regard, and he gets the stock for it.
Ooh, and like Bent or Iceless is kind of not doing the game plan that got them there. There they go. They get the desyncs going. They confirm into freeze, and they get Bent off the stage. And it's only a minor lead now for UT Dallas. They still have the counter pick advantage. They still haven't lost 2 in a row. But Iceless is now the name of the game. But like that's the problem. We've gone, now it's Nova, now it's Bent, now it's Iceless. Both of the teams have had an answer to everyone so far. And then that answer has been answered. And the answer has been answered. And Bermuda getting picked almost instantly has me a little bit worried that Bermuda might be the answer. So we'll see how this ends up going for them.
What is the Yoshi Ice Climber matchup? Because I'm genuinely dead ass when I say I've never seen these two characters play against each other before.
So, oh my gosh, tongue, egg lay. You can separate you have a separate climbers button.
Oh my god, yeah.
Because Nana doesn't mash.
Yeah, right. Okay, interesting.
Ooh. Okay. We're theory crafting here, right here live, folks. Because, again, I feel like Iceless watching VODs must be so frustrated with, like, oh my god, they don't know this? They don't know that Yoshi has a, 55-45 matchup? And it's like, okay, whatever. But,
that's so good.
I feel like Egglay... I know an Egglay in Melee is one of the main tools that makes it really difficult for them. Like, Yoshi is a hard winning matchup in Melee. I don't know the AI differences for Nana in this.
Right.
I feel like the shield pressure is worse in Ultimate than in Melee.
Mm-hmm. This is interesting. But now that we like really do think about it, Egglay separating them, reducing it to the 1v1, in which Bermuda should be, the answer to that. But I mean, we saw how much pressure that Iceless was exerting over Bent. May not even allow Bermuda to even get the separation or go for the side Bs into just jumping neutral air or whatever have you.
You know what tool I feel like could be crazy for Bermuda in this matchup? Down air.
Down air? Okay.
I feel like Nana would not know how to deal with that, would get poked by it, would get separated
down
by
air,
it,
etc.,
and
yeah.
like it sends in different directions depending on what side you're on. So
Right.
land in the middle of them and they're off to the races.
Okay.
But we just saw Iceless put on a clinic, so Iceless probably has some awareness of how this is gonna go. So let's find out together.
Okay, getting into it here. Let's see if this is the answer we was looking for. Bermuda. Nice, out of shield.
Poking
Egg
with eggs
tosses.
is also a good
Egg toss is a good
option.
poke. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, Iceless kind of has to approach right here. Yeah, to me, it depends on what your punish game is like on these Yoshi. Because, like, if you're getting those footstool confirms that we saw against Sonic right there, I mean, this is definitely feasible. But Bermuda has only gotten hit by stray hits so far.
Okay. No, hard committal. I do like going to small battlefield because removing that top platform actually does a lot of wonders here for the defense game for both for Iceless. See how well it can do. Keeping up now. This is, you know, honestly the most damage they've taken is. Oh my god, there it is.
And
Oh
Iceless
my
went down for
God.
Nana at 50%. And, like, realistically, what can Sopo do there? But in that scenario, Nana was definitely dead. Both times we've seen Iceless lose a stock, it's been going off stage for Nana at 50%.
Yep.
I mean,
Man.
I trust them to make that call, but, like, it is definitely a weakness of the character if that really is the right choice there.
No, this is poses an interesting position for Iceless here. Under the last stock, needing to get as much done here in this very interesting matchup. That Bermuda and Dallas apparently had scouted. Like you said, the quickness at which they insta-locked sitting in Bermuda for the next character. And it's paying off. There's that up there. Actually dreadful. Okay.
And without Nana there, you can't confirm into anything.
Yep.
We'll see. Playing this very carefully towards the ledge. I mean, Iceless isn't at kill percent until you look at what percent they've lost every other stock.
Yep. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Uniting off stage. An up air off a ledge is nice. Up air, it's such a meaty move. It's got to break super armor so early on Yoshi.
Yeah, but unfortunately, this dinosaur still living at 150. What I thought it would have been at least one stock gone by now, but it's not such the case. Is okay, dashes in,
And they're
Still
out of a lot of the
out.
confirm ranges. Uh-oh.
Dead.
They're dead.
Oh, okay,
no.
Bermuda. Okay, Bermuda.
Okay, Bermuda.
I guess
reckon
the matchup
that's the
carries.
game.
I guess the matchup carries over.
Yeah. So it wasn't necessarily due to egg lay either.
Right.
Bermuda had really good awareness of like how to pressure them off stage. I mean, forward air at ledge ended them. Just full stop. They weren't really down airing either. It was the forward air show and the back air show. Back air was a tool that I didn't really think would have as much impact, but the way it lingers, it was catching them off guard. It was separating them in different ways every single time. But even when the Iceless had the climbers together, it didn't feel like they had like as strong of control over the stage.
At all. And I mean, just pure actual domination by Bermuda on the Yoshi. Didn't lose a single stock. And now we talked about it earlier. It's all on Skinny the Pooh to try and right this for North Texas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like it kind of like Yoshi doesn't feel like the best matchup for Mario. Like he's got a lot of like tippy tappy moves. Like he does a lot of damage to you, but not in one hit. The moves that do it in one hit are like not amazing. I feel like Skinny can put on a lot of pressure at ledge, especially with. I feel like Flood will play a big role in this matchup. Because Yoshi's options are just so limited off stage.
Yeah.
Like, in the same way Skinny the Pooh was, like, Iceless was getting pressure put on them off stage. I feel like Skinny the Pooh will do exactly that against Yoshi, but then there's one more counter pick who can be designed to take you down. I don't think UT Dallas have, like, anyone who's like, yeah, this is the clear answer for Skinny the Pooh, but, like, Bermuda just showed that they are very capable.
Extremely capable. And now he has to do it in 3. It's a full match. Just a little best of 1 to survive through this now. You can see if Pooh can get it done as fast as possible. Got to speed run through fighting his man's best friend, you know?
I like how both Skinny the Pooh and Mario's in general have been so much more comfortable using that up B just like as a burst option. It's just so fast on stage. It's the fastest up B out of shield with Game & Watch. Like, and sometimes it's just a great scoop option as Skinny has an initial lead right here as they're able to put Bermuda off stage. Pressure on there with the Nair, but ultimately Bermuda has gotten some chips in.
Already at that high 130. Oh my god, lets it rip. Send the smash out. Get the stretcher for him. Bermuda finally losing that stock. I mean, Pooh getting up to 71% on that though. Nothing to scoff at, but definitely feels more in control of his matchup. Oh, he's setting it up. He's setting it up. Falls out of the second hit of the ladder. But there's that flood option that you were talking about.
Oh my gosh, there was no jump available there. Barely landed outside the burst range. As you can see, Bermuda cannot go off stage the same way they could against Ices 2, which was their main win condition in that matchup. Oh my gosh!
No way, no way. Ooh. Controlling the space here. Got to fight for that right side again. Nice. You get the drop kick to your chest, catch an air. Nothing down air, not going to connect.
Down air can be a little scary, but again, an up smash. Forehead catches you, and now Iceless, or Skinny the Pooh, at 130, at kill percent, but this is a very real opportunity to take a stock, and they're still not down.
That should do it.
But I do think the high up B was the right call, but Bermuda was just ready for it.
Yeah, very ready to counter it. Had to punish it because they didn't. Could have feel another storm coming, but now see how fast Pooh can finish off this last stock for Bermuda here.
Okay.
Wants to start it off here.
Jump used, but they get back down to the ground. Forward smash just sends them
be
way far off stage.
Oh. Not able to counter off stage either. Good job. The egg toss to push him there, but now he's in
these
scary
like
territory.
soft hit nairs.
Oh
my gosh!
This up B.
They commit really hard.
There's gonna be a lot of damage. Oh, dash dragon. Tornado. Connects
Oh
with
my gosh!
What? That hit? Okay.
I mean, with Rage, definitely killed. But unfortunately, Skinny's at very low percent right now. Down air is such a good way to stack up damage, and you don't want to be above Yoshi right now at this percent. Ooh. Yeah, like, even pressuring shield like that has me terrified for an up air out of shield.
Oh, dear.
Egglay as well. Mashes out of down air with an... or out of the instant down air. Bermuda's down.
What? That's actually insane. Oh my god. It's one of those few situations where where you're actually just mashing for your life and it actually works out. It's cinema.
Yeah, like... See, like, again... A weird thing where I know a lot more about Melee Yoshi than I do about Ultimate Yoshi. Like, there's not many characters that I can say that about. But, like, in Melee, there's, like, a very specific amount you have to mash every single time that lets you get out with an instant down air. And I wonder if that mashing method is what has translated over, because on Mario especially, it's such a good way to just, like, oh, you're trying to hit me with a smash attack? Well, if you're one frame off, you're dead.
You're dead. Immediately. Good job. Skinny the Pooh getting out. I think on 2 stocks still?
Yeah, on 2 stocks. So, that means... I mean, can I be real? 2 stocks on Skinny the Pooh looks really hard to deal with. But the way this match has gone... Everyone has been an answer to someone. Clue answered EO1. Nova answered Clue. Ben answered Nova. Iceless answered Ben. Like, it just has been a back and forth swing. And now you're up against the anchor. And Skinny the Pooh is a renowned player. So, where do you go from here? Like, I'm thinking maybe Nico. Mario doesn't love fighting into those swords. But,
yeah. I would love to see the Nico Ike pop out here. Also, I mean, Ventus on Joker would be real fun as well, but they're actually going to go Stealth Pilot.
I was just thinking that. Like,
okay.
So this is a fun little matchup where both characters sit across stage from each other, and they poke with Flame Breath, with Fireball, and whoever goes in first will take 80% or die. Like,
Yeah, that's a big
Like, I
gamble.
feel like-
That's the big gamble with it.
I remember watching a lot of Leon Dark Wizzy in like the early stages of Ultimate, and like that's what it was. They sat across from each other, knowing that whoever went in would just get punished. Like I feel like both of these characters' defense is just so much better than their offense against them specifically, canon matchup. But like, we'll have to see.
This is so interesting.
And like,
Okay.
I feel like Stealth Pilot definitely has the advantage in the counter hit, the reversal game.
Yeah.
Like Skinny the Pooh doesn't seem like the type of person to drop a combo, but against Bowser, tough guy, heavy character, it happens. And when it does, that back air comes out so fast.
So fast. And I mean, this is also, you do have to consider the fact that, you know, Stealth Pilot is coming into this with at least one stock up over Skinny the Pooh. So that's one of the big things that's going to influence how Pooh does wind up playing this, because you literally can't afford a single mistake, especially
No.
against this big Bowser.
Yeah, and I like that up B out of shield as well. Like, all you need is one good combo, one good
Yep.
conversion, and it's an even game. And then in an even game, I do think Skinny the Pooh can win it. But if Stealth Pilot can hold on to this lead, like bait Skinny the Pooh in, looking for a combo, and then you get up B out of shield. Then you get a Nair conversion, and that's doing, like, you know, 80%. Like, there are some definite options here for Stealth Pilot. I think they're the anchor for against Winthrop as well.
Okay.
They had a good performance. Couldn't quite close there against CJ Frozen Snake, but against Skinny, I think it's definitely possible.
100%. So it does look like we're going to Smashville, yeah?
I like it. Like,
Okay.
it means that in the, you know, quote-unquote runaway game, which is not what we're going to be seeing, like, it's going to force a lot more scrambles, a lot more scraps, a lot more encounters that wouldn't be present on other stages where Skinny can pick and choose where each and every fight happens.
Let's see. I want to see it. I want to see it. Show me. Show me you're ready. Get into the fight. Let's do it. It's the last player for both. Seeing if
And
UT
we
Dallas
should-
can tie this up, or North Texas clutch it out and push ahead and put it on series point.
And, like, we should, like, reassess those stakes, because if North Texas does win this, if Skinny the Pooh does take down Stealth Pilot, then we are seeing North Texas at match point. And UT Dallas, who played a very good game of Smash Bros. Ultimate, will all of a sudden be forced into a very painful situation as Skinny the Pooh immediately with a lot more pressure than Stealth Pilot has, but the uppy out of shield is the ultimate deterrent. I feel like Mario doesn't have a lot of ways to space around that.
Ooh, that was almost a nightmare right there. Staying up, though.
Okay,
Getting that
converts.
blessed combo. 113 already on this first stock. Wants to finish it off here. Clash in the air. Oh, no way.
Okay.
That's just such a beautiful moment from Stealth Pilot here. He says, I'm going to take it. I know I have the stock advantage, so I can afford to do so here. Now.
You know, against the Snake, that was never really a thing we had to worry about, but oh
Right.
my gosh, I forgot how lethal Bowser with a stock advantage can be.
Yeah, that's like one of the big things. And now you see that Pooh has to work overtime to try and, you know, get back to this 1-to-1, and Stealth Pilot is not going to let him do it.
Ooh, gets a nice conversion here, but air dodges through that forward air, and Skinny the Pooh can't follow up on it either, and overcommits on that up B, but they get nothing for it.
No, gets away with literal murder here.
You can see they're just spamming that Bowser bomb. They want it so bad. Ooh.
Maybe confirm here, no. Okay.
Just one mistake.
Staying up here. Oh, he's done. He's cooked. He's cooked. The parry
Ooh.
on the up B. Okay, nothing after though. Just throwing out those forward smashes. Think he's gonna run into it. Did he save his life? No, he took
No!
it. Just a little bit different. Tiny little
Oh my
window of
gosh.
error. Okay. Stealth Pilot tying it up now 1-to-1 in the series. We got ourselves an actual grand final series here.
I like how Stealth Pilot seemed to have some awareness of the fact that in the 1-to-1 player-to-player matchup, Skinny the Pooh might have had the edge. And so just take away all those advantages. Take away that stock. Take away anything where you're like... where it's a little iffy who's going to be bringing it home. Like, that was really just off of a lot of reversals.
Yeah.
Off of a lot of catching Skinny the Pooh, trying to overextend on combos. But they had to try to close there. Like, if they didn't go for those up Bs, then they would have just been playing more neutral with Stealth Pilot. And that's not that fun.
Not at all. Not at all. I mean, going into that match, I knew, like, in the back of my mind, I'm like, okay, side B, yeah, for Bowser is going to be good, especially on Smashville. But I was like, surely he doesn't just go for the full gambit in the first stock, right? And I'm like, why wouldn't I do that in
There's
the final
no reason.
game? Right. The fact that I have a stock up over my opponent, and I'm confident we can match as equals. So if we match as equals normally, but I have a little bit of a lead, I'm going to take it. And that's exactly what Stealth Pilot needed to do, and that's exactly what allowed them to get this win here.
Yeah, I'm down for that every time, and it's Skinny the Pooh opening this time, and they instantly pick Bermuda on the Yoshi. Now, last time, Skinny the Pooh dealt with Bermuda on the Yoshi pretty handedly, but in a 3-stock to 3-stock match, not going to be quite as easy. Bermuda definitely had some good damage, was able to avoid a lot of the up air combos, and when Bermuda would double jump out of an up air combo, Skinny the Pooh wasn't really catching Bermuda on the landing, which is how you really deconstruct Yoshi as a character. Once you force out that armor, you have to catch them when they land without a jump. But
I'm in big favor here of Skinny starting, just because, I mean, he's hot off of that loss, but he's looking for that, revenge. And I mean, we talk him up, because Skinny the Pooh is a damn great player, so it makes sense for him to start. I actually assumed that he was going to be starting earlier on in game number 1, and that was not the case. But so having him open, it's going to be really, really nice. Let's see how well he can tackle this indomitable Bermuda, because it actually was a very close game the last time these two touched gloves.
It really was, and I feel like Bermuda definitely has the I lost to you, and now I'm like, I had someone over my shoulder being like, okay, this is why you lost. Like, they've had time to think about their loss, whereas Skinny the Pooh hasn't really thought about how they won as much, in my opinion, because they've been fighting other people. And so we'll see if that time to rest your head has done anything.
Let's see, off to the races. Immediate aggression, though. I mean, you do see Bermuda a little bit in the lead here.
Yeah, nice back air, pressuring at ledge, but very even score lines so far. I feel like Stealth Pilot is playing a lot more grounded than they did initially, but a good air dodge out of that up air string.
Yep. I mean, it's a very common Mario string. I don't think Pooh has gotten it the multiple times he's gone for it. Oh my god, the setup is great for Bermuda. Looking far off since we're flying again. 127 now for Pooh on his first.
Ooh, gets caught out there. Just such pressure on the ledge. And they can't even get back.
Yep.
That's Bermuda down, and Skinny the Pooh is up a stock, but maybe not for long as they're getting pressured.
Man.
I feel like Stealth Pilot wasn't getting anything out of shield last time, but Skinny is just not spacing as well this time. I feel like they're committing to a lot of forward airs on shield when previously it was all the back air all day, which Yoshi can't really touch out of shield.
Yeah, I definitely have noticed that too. I mean, like I said, they're playing more aggressive. They're playing pretty hot. Now they're looking, maybe revisiting the game plan, using Cape and Flood a bit more, slowing down the pace, trying not to be too aggressive. Does land up our string. I'm not going to do it into the up B though. Tries to go for a raw forward smash. I mean, I like the idea, but you ain't getting that. Does it save their jump? I didn't even realize he saved the second jump. Okay.
Oh my gosh, that was so good. And they get the grab too at 70. Can't quite convert, but I love that they went for that.
Gotta watch where you're jumping. Yoshi's above you. It's gonna be a bad time.
Not terrible. Nice parry off of that. Doesn't really chase that double jump either, but it's still Bermuda who's getting a little bit of an edge there.
Nice catching them on these, jumping attempts from below ledge. below platform. He's doing a good job holding onto it. Doesn't want to give him the back. Back air. Catches him with another. Oh my god, that was close. Oh, that was very close. Could have just felt this damage to stock, but runs into a forward smash. Very nice job from who.
Right.
We can finish this off here.
Okay, so Skinny the Pooh playing careful around this ledge, and it's gonna be tough when Yoshi can just trade on you so heavily, and that trade might just kill as well. Landing on top of them is gonna be tough. This is a very winnable game for Bermuda.
It is, it is. Pooh down to their last stock here as well. Not really the outcome they would have wanted, but I said these two squads are so even when they're on. Game number 1 showed us that. Game number 2 is looking to do the same. Just off his opening minutes.
Caught him with no jump. That's the kind of pressure you want to be putting on a Yoshi with no jump. They got like 80% just for catching Bermuda in the air. Ooh. Bermuda answers back. Some nice damage off of that up tilt. I feel like in the latter half of this game, Skinny has been better about not getting over aggressive on the shield, but the jab, forward smash on the mistech will be doing just enough work to take the stock, and bit of a role reversal this time. It is the University of North Texas who gets the opening pick, and we talked about how when teams are this evenly matched, usually the one who wins the opening or the winning opening match does end up taking it home. But they put Skinny the Pooh out so early.
Yeah, so early against a very, very even matchup. Once again, gonna put him on his last stock just going into this next member coming out from UTD. That's very, very scary considering on how much work Skinny the Pooh was supposed to be, getting done for this squad.
100%. As, I mean, even one stock on Skinny the Pooh might give them an initial lead. You can see they're thinking hard about who to send out. I wouldn't be shocked to see Stealth Pilot come out again. Like a proven winner in this matchup, especially when you have stock advantage. And just getting Skinny the Pooh off the plate, because, like, realistically, who would be the hard counter for Stealth Pilot anyways?
Yeah, that's the question.
We never got to see.
I mean, yeah, go send him out. Also, Clue could just jump in and just blow him up real quick. I mean, the Snake and Mario matchup is very fun to deal with. But it could be either, so.
UT Dallas. I have a feeling that we're right on the money with either Clue or Stealth Pilot, because you want someone, because Stealth Pilot has the Bowser Bomb, can send Mario off the edge. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, Clue has the grenades, can trade off of every single combo that Skinny the Pooh tries to do on him. And it's gonna be Stealth Pilot who answers.
Yep.
Seems to be the prepared matchup.
Over and under in the run-up side B. First 10 seconds or no? It's potential, but no, very good job, I think, sending them in. It's the smart play. Getting them in early. Allowing them to just do work.
Yeah, like, in the, one-on-one matchup, they were catching them on the approach a lot of the time. Stealth Pilot was really good at punishing Skinny the Pooh when they went for those aggressive up Bs off the top that didn't connect. And of course, just the up B out of shield is such a deterrent for any sort of play. Like, you have to be very careful about trying to confirm into grab with Fireball, which doesn't even really work with Tough Guy. It's a rough situation to be in for Skinny the Pooh, where if you play this literally perfectly, you're winning the matchup. Problem is, Stealth Pilot, they are doing everything in their power to make sure you can't play it perfectly.
Okay. Let's see how much work Skinny can get done, because there is still a world where on this Mario he is able to, secure stock, secure something.
And on Smashville again.
Back to Smashville too. So this is gonna get real spicy. We're going into it. Okay, Skinny the Pooh on one stock. Stealth Pilot coming in fresh with 3. Let's see how it goes. Loading into it. Right.
Skinny the Poo off the edge. Like, okay, so like, we could make a full bulleted list of everything Skinny the Poo has to watch out for from Stealth Pilot. But Stealth Pilot definitely has to be aware that Mario can gimp them at low percents.
Yep.
Can combo the heck out of them, but they're definitely putting on the pressure. This is a much more aggressive Stealth Pilot than we saw last time. But
Jesus
that
Christ.
up air, forward air will give an initial stock lead no matter what.
Oh
Skinny.
my god. I was talking about the over and under in which Stealth Pilot does, side B off just to get a stock, but here
my
we go.
gosh.
No, that was actually scary. Wait,
Can
we
I say
up
this
there?
is Skinny the
Up
Poo
B? Up
playing
B?
angry?
Jesus.
Oh my gosh.
Almost taking the second one now, but 114. Forward air could just ruin his day immediately. As we caught up in the air to the side. Oh my god. Miles,
Versus an air dodge too, and
he's kinda
so
doing
good
it.
at two framing with that.
judging the
I
distance.
feel like, ooh, just fishing for that up air, can't quite confirm off of it. They hate them going so low, and now you have stage control. Forward tilt will
Oh my
connect.
God!
A reverse up smash too. Skinny can definitely do this. We talked about the advantage of losing to someone, and Stealth Pilot is experiencing it firsthand.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh
They're
no.
going deep.
Little
Oh, they
too
can't
deep.
get the reversal.
Down here. No, not for
Even
the up B.
percents.
Okay. This is crazy. This should not have happened. This is not in the cards. This is not in the plans. Very strong on the forward air. He's super far away. Still able to get back on the up B. Gets caught with the claw.
They
He's flying
fight
even
through it.
farther. He should be able to connect to the up B. Yes, does manage to
Oh my
connect
gosh, they
there.
push him away.
Oh my goodness. This is
It's just one thing you need.
Scary
Confirms the
scramble.
grab at over 100, but just the roll down air?
What?
Okay, so Stealth Pilot stops the bleeding, but not before you need, like, at least a transfusion somewhere. Like,
Not the outcome I expected, but a welcome outcome for UT Dallas. Wow, that was a nightmare scenario. Just narrowly avoided. Skinny the Poo, though, managing to take 2 stocks before they fall.
5 stocks there from Skinny the Poo. Exactly the same amount I think they took last time, too. No, only took 4, only took 1 against Stealth Pilot, but still, a great way to open. And can I be real? I have faith in the strength of the rest of this roster. They can definitely hold on to this lead, even if it won't be easy.
Yeah. I mean, this sets them up for, the potential to finish it off. Even if they send in Iceless or, Nova could come in, honestly, on Hero and just finish this off, too. But, man, I love it when we're expecting a match to go one way and it goes a complete other. It's just...
And not a single Bowser bomb there. You notice that?
Yeah. I didn't even see him, he didn't even, fish for it. There were no attempts on it. Because, I just don't think that. Pooh was not allowing him to breathe. It was holding his breath the entire match. Absolutely insane.
Yeah, now North Texas has to counterpick not just against... Well, this is their first time they've really gotten to counterpick in a way that is substantial, in a way that could extend their lead even further. And against Stealth Pilot on the Bowser, would not hate to see Nova come in.
Okay.
I feel like Nova can really, maybe will drop a stock, but will extend that lead. You definitely want to save Iceless for dealing with Bent on the Sonic, because that was just
That was so nasty. That was real.
That was Can I be real? We're in college esports. We see Sonics on this stream a decent amount.
Yeah.
And, oh man,
That was brutal.
I'm not used to seeing Sonic lose. Hard. Truly lose a matchup.
Yeah.
It's going to be EO1 coming in here, the opener
Okay.
from last time. Feel like they've got some good confirms there. They've got the range to, scrap without really scrapping with Bowser. When they, clank with the forward air, as we saw Skinny the Poo doing, they're not going to get, hit by the forward air. And I feel like they can just zip right through the Flame Breath before it even comes out as well with their recovery. So overall, I feel like this is a good pick that can both take this lead and then extend it further into the latter half of this match.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Like I said, I was either thinking to see Nova or E01 come in. It's both big power plays. Like I said, only need to take 1 stock off of the Bowser. And both have a lot of tools under their belt to get them done. But sitting in E01, I'm very much okay with it. Like, Byleth has a lot of high impact early, moves. So yeah, we could see it happen here. There's that potential. E01 getting out with a full 3 stocks. But Stealth Pilot is no slouch at all. So, load into it. Small battlefield is the choice.
Yeah, Stealth Pilot going down. Only 1 stock. And, like, Bowser can live for a while, but I don't think Byleth really cares as much. But, same problem as we saw last time. That up B out of shield is just such a good option for punishing any bits of over-aggression. Let's confirm off of the uppy though. Nair pressuring the ledge.
Okay. So far playing it a little bit slower than I expected. I mean, on the side of E01 at least. Stealth Pilot, however.
Oh my gosh.
Doing what they can. Yeah, gets caught into the Nair. There it is. Not quite actually. Okay, staying alive for just a moment. He is a big boy. Can take a lot of hits.
Very big. But even then, 1 more of those and you're done. But a great, just constant application of pressure. It's so long. The tether is ridiculous.
Ridiculous.
But
oh, punish. No follow-up. What? Okay. Ooh, E01 allowing Stealth Pilot to get away with just a little bit more than I expected him to. I'm going to finish it off here. Goes for the offstage. Not going to happen.
yeah, you want that solid 3-stock lead that was slightly building, but at 114, I feel like Bowser has a lot more stray hit kill power than you do. But that'll do it.
All right. Fine.
Problem is when someone like has a lot of like reversal kill power, you can catch them throwing out those reversal moves a lot. Throwing out forward tilt, throwing out forward air, and if you've got the range, you can punish them hard.
Yeah, not enough coffee in the world. All right. Yep, managing to catch him. And sticking with the 3. Exactly what we needed to see. Sounds good. North Texas on the board, still holding strong.
You can definitely see how they won from how they're here from winner's side. And remember, whoever wins this crew battle goes to match point, and then they win 1 more crew battle. They're going to CECC Texas, like, right down the road from them. But, the road in Texas is, 3 hours long. So, it's not the easiest trip. Yeah. But, right down the road.
Yeah, tiny little supermarket trip turns into a 5-hour trip. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. But, they never really had to counterpick E01. Because they went down against, wasn't it Clue in the opening? I wouldn't be shocked to see Clue come out again for that exact same reasons that Clue won to begin with.
Give him the good old remember me, big boy.
But even if E01 only takes a stock from Clue, they're still holding on to this lead.
Yeah, right. They have a decent chunk of this lead.
Yeah. Might be nice, and it's going to be Clue coming out again on the Snake. So, a little refresh. The reason this matchup didn't go well for them is just because E01 does not have the approach tools to close the distance. When they did close the distance, they were getting 60%.
Immediately.
If E01 is... There are 2 options. You either find a way to approach more consistently against Snake, or when you do get in, you kill them.
Yeah. And immediately going back to Pokemon Stadium 2, I love that choice. Just making sure it's, one of the more even grounds for this matchup to flourish. Definitely going to play a lot around platforms. You got to watch them grenades, watch them mines, as they will sneak up on you. And I really do need to see E01 play more aggressive up in the face of Clue. Take the Gamba, take the 60. A lot more kill moves from Byleth on the Snake at those, 80 to 100%, I think I can safely say. The 120 range, of course, is safest, but, so many heavy-hitting moves from Byleth. It's just a matter of you actually got to go for it.
And right here at the opening stages, definitely more liberal use of that bow and arrow that we saw previously. A little bit of hot potato. But, yeah, for the moment, Clue is actually the one on the approach against E01.
Man. you can see the plans formulating in the mind of E01.
Clue playing very grounded, but I like the use of that landing side B. It was like similar to like the landing up B we saw from Nova's hero. Like it's just like a little bit of a tempo interrupt that also has a hitbox.
Right. I mean, it's like that's what I said. It's like it's one of those things of knowing all your options and ooh, up B snag out of the air. That's actually one of the things you had brought up to mention the fact that up B is actually going to be a really nice tool in this matchup. I mean, snatching Clue out of the air a lot of times, preventing him from getting around and maneuvering around. As it is damn near, it's dead even. Let's be honest here. 3 apiece, 96-97. Just jockeying for positioning, dropping for that next hit. Gonna be connected here.
Oh my gosh, they went for it all.
Very bold. Ooh, jumping neutral air. No, forward air. Off. What are we looking for?
Okay,
that's
slap him in. All right, they're holding on to this lead and they're holding it well. This is not the exact same E01 we saw previously. Already taken 2 stocks.
Yeah. Locked in. Wants to finish off these last remaining ones. Could potentially do so. Using his own grenades against them. What you know about that technology anyway, Professor?
Yeah, they've definitely advanced a couple tiers since we last saw them. Like, both in using the bow and arrow, pressuring Snake off stage, like that, you saw them go down for it.
Yep.
But the spike!
Oh my god!
The perfect angle!
That was the golden angle for that to actually work. Drags them down to hell. Oh, wow. Oh,
and
wow.
with how perfectly they snap to the ledge, they're not going to get caught. I thought a down throw up tilt was like a guaranteed kill right there. You know, I respect it, like, but also any game but Ultimate that would have lived you. But
exactly, yeah.
Unteckables are a thing, so a force stealth pilot high up into the air. They're not really going for the up B to snipe them off of there, but it's still like just a really good interrupt.
Formulate the final plan to take this stock, right the wrongs with game number 1.
Oh my gosh.
Adamant, trying to keep him in this. Looks for another smash lead, but not quite there. E01, looking to close it out. So a bit more. They've been playing significantly better, like you said, compared to their first meeting here. It's almost like a man possessed, a different player, just locked in.
Yeah. The amount of grenades thrown back is ridiculous. Like, the return rate is insane. Like, they're gonna go out of business. Like, oh, and the forward tilt too? Catches the landing, closes it out. 2 stocks on E01. Bit of a redemption arc for them, taking 4 stocks when they only took 1 in the initial crew battle. That combined with Skinny the Pooh taking 5, and if my math is right, there is only 1 player left.
They got 3 left. 3 stocks left. And it's going to be Ventus actually jumping in here. Okay. Someone new stepping onto the battlefield.
Yeah, this is I think this is kind of a twofold issue where, like, Clue was the answer to E01 initially.
Right.
No longer seems to be the case. And I think Clue is a answer, but they want to see if Ventus is going to provide a little more, even if it doesn't pay dividends here in this crew battle. In the next one, at the very least, they'll know instantly E01 comes out, we send Ventus in if Ventus does well here.
Yep. All right. Cue up the music. Give me the I need a hero. Ventus is the one for the job. Very large mountain to climb. I mean, not out of the realm of impossibility, but it is just such a tall task,
Yeah.
to get this done.
Especially when, if you want to get hit to use Arsene, well, like, I feel like Joker, people have said that Joker has fallen off in the modern meta because he doesn't have, like, the same, like, I don't want to call it cheese, but, like, stray hit kill power. Like, he doesn't just, like, hit you at 30 and you might just be dead, like, say, Byleth would, like, say, Steve does. But the problem is he will hit you and put you off stage, and then the guns might kill you, and then if you get back to stage, the Arsene back air might kill you, or you might run into the counter, Like, a lot of good tools here, but in order to use them, Ventis is going to have to take more damage than they would like.
Yeah, they got to get down and dirty. Literal nitty-gritty time. And we're actually going to Smashville. Okay, I do like the stage selection here for both characters, actually. One thing I really will need to see is Ventus playing around, the Rebels Guard / Arson.
For
the
sure.
defense, the counter can help him out a lot here, I feel. But yeah, you're like you said, you're gonna have to take a lot of damage, eat a lot of damage to make up for some sort of prize, some sort of winning, because you got 3 whole bodies to get through. This is the potential start of that, as we are getting into things. It's the slow walk towards death, the slow acceptance of the fate.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is not exactly where I think UT Dallas saw this going after how well they played that initial crew battle, but North Texas maybe needed a bit of a wake-up call. Ventis, with the initial play here, is looking good. We're going to get into the game soon enough now that the players have gotten started. Yeah, this is looking a little bit tricky for them, for E01 to connect hits, but when they do, they get like a lot of damage for it, a lot more than Ventis is getting from their stray hits.
Yep. Okay.
Back air sends them off.
Up. Ooh, what?
Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. Yo, E01 might actually be the GOAT here, because I never would have thought.
Already taken as many as Skinny the Pooh.
Instead of 2-man squad to do a 4-man job, we got this easy. No problem. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it's game 1 is starting to look a little bit more like a scouting mission, but I mean, I don't know. Ventis is starting to rack up the percentage here, even though they're taking some of their own. And 96 here, Arsene can definitely finish the job. Ventis just needs to find a way to connect.
Yeah. But, I mean, God, it's so difficult. Like, you see them going and, completely skipping neutral game, just going straight for the kill. Arsene does fall now. Opens up a lot squishier of a target. You can tell A01 is on that game plan to finish this off here. I mean, sitting at 96, but it hasn't really, taken a lot of offense in a hot minute.
Certainly not. Yeah, I mean, they've taken
Great shield.
maybe 10% this last minute, and they're out of the kill confirms. Unless they, tech on platform and they get raindrop, that's basically all that you have until you have Arsene back online. And with that Nair, too, they're going to get back on stage, but you're in a scramble. And against Byleth, with the Nair and up B on the table, you do not want to be making eggs with them.
I was expecting another tether grab war here going on off that stage, but not going to be it. Oh, whoa.
Just the tippy-tap of that up air.
It's so rough, man. It's so rough.
It's difficult out here for jokers. Fighter Pass 1 versus Fighter Pass 2, it's unwinnable. But, Ventis is definitely making an argument that that's some biased thinking right there. Is they're trying to fight their way back into this, and they've got some good answers initially.
Okay, I'm with it. Down to the last. Now you can see the tempo has picked up a lot. We'll see if E01 just go ahead and finish this off, jumping in with the neutral air. Immediate return, back throw. Once that left stage finish, pulls him down, sends him down.
The golden angle again.
Arsene popping right in time, though, stopping that momentum, allowing him to stay alive. He gets back on the stage.
Perfect for them. Yeah. Ooh, he gets popped up with that. Popped up doesn't even go for that. The down air as the finisher drops the hammer. Ear01 with a clinical deconstruction of UT Dallas. Skinny the Pooh takes 5, E01 takes 7, and North Texas is on match point now after dispatching Ventis right there. Great stuff. E01 only took 1 stock in the first crew battle. You'd never believe it looking at this. Great stuff.
Never would have believed it. Honestly, the upbeat to down air combo is sorely missed because it doesn't land often. And that was a perfect opportunity for it, too. When it does, it looks so cool. Byleth is
now we are going to go for the quickest little break, just setting up for this last crew battle, but when we're back, it could be 2 more crew battles, could be 1 more crew battle, but either way, North Texas is on match point, and The game's just heating up, and I'm excited to see who is going to CECC May Madness later this month. So stick around. We will be right back with more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate.
Okay, UNT Green. Here we are, series point. Coming back fierce with the business. Only took 2 to get done in 4, which is brutal. See if UTD can bring it back, tie it up for all important final game. Or are the green ones going to run away with it all? I'm Beautiful Crow. I got Killer Miles with you. And we are going to take you through all this action. Potentially last game here. Who's to say, though?
Yeah, if you're somehow just tuning in now, UTD were put through the ringer and the washing machine and the dryer in the last game. It was Skinny the Pooh, and it was E01 who came in and just took all 12 stocks. E01 in particular put on a clinic towards the end of that. And there are other very talented players like Iceless.
Yeah.
Didn't even get some screen time. But I feel like now, like, University of Texas Dallas, they need to have an answer on lock for E01. Because it wasn't Clue this time. Clue was taken down, and it did not prove to be Ventis either. So with that established, you've got to sit down and be real with yourself and say, who is going to be the opener? And Dorito Bandito with the opening pick. Like I said, they were the opener in previous matches. There they are on the Mario.
They really got everybody in the bus in the room right now. It's like, all right, swap them in. Go, swap. Go. Oh, man, okay. We had talked about it. It was like, yeah, where's Dorito at? Like, hadn't seen play the previous 2 matches here. We'll be coming in for this 3rd one. Nova actually to start. So this is a big different look here for North Texas, is they're going to shake things up as well. I like it.
Yeah, the pros for Dorito Bandito, Nova doesn't really have a lot of strong combo breaks. Like, you have the up B, and that's kind of it, and it puts them in a very precarious situation. And even that's not that fast. However, I feel like Nova, balance I feel like could be particularly powerful here simply because Mario's love to open with Fireball. Every single approach is full hop Fireball. Full hop Fireball. Full hop B reverse Fireball. Like, it's just their way of saying hello. You know, it means a lot in their culture. So, like, we gotta... Nova's definitely gotta have respect for that, some answers for that, and I feel like Bounce could really disrupt that momentum and make sure that Dorito is just kind of drifting in with a different pace than they're used to.
For sure. Okay. Let's see how Nova gets things done here. There's that potential, you know. They could keep going on that tear. I mean, you know, Nova, damn good player on this hero, but Dorito ain't no slouch, you know what I mean?
Certainly not. It is Dorito's first time playing. I hope he's all warmed up, because Nova definitely had a lot of stuff. They were the answer to Clue last time, but I guess after seeing E01's performance, they're like, oh, maybe we don't need a dedicated Clue counter.
Right. All right. Maybe we could try a little different approaches. All even Stevens here. Early on, a little bit of poke, a little bit of chip from both. Nice shield. Down here though, falling fast and can double up air, triple into the up B. The flood at the end.
Yeah, looking for Zoom, I'm thinking, but they're forced into using this full recovery. They get Zoom in the end, though, and they land right in front of them. They get some good damage right off the bat, send them off stage. Don't catch a recovery high with that flame slash, and instead it's just Nova fighting to stabilize on stage right here. I know it looks like they're in neutral, but Dorito Bandito definitely has the advantage up until Nova gets some sort of buff online.
Oh, great shield. Great timing on that shield. Negate all of that.
There we go. Now Psych Up's online, and this 66% might as well be gone. Yeah. Oh, they're out of mana.
No.
They literally just drifted away.
Oh my god. The cape, I always say this, Mario cape is one of my favorite abilities in this entire series.
Oh my gosh, how did they...
How do you... How?
Houdini
What? Okay.
And they fight right through the snooze, too. Okay.
Hey, Dorito Bandito.
Dorito Bandito's tapped into some matrix we're not.
Absolutely
They're dodging bullets. They don't need to dodge bullets.
Colton, I'm so sorry, brother. We're getting game 5. We're going all the way through because Doritos
But my rate.
actually playing insane.
But with this ladder combo, Dorito is trying to make it come even faster. Throughout this match, whoever's won the initial match has been the overall winner just because of counterpick advantage, even if that's what you can call what happened last game. So we'll see if that pattern holds true here, but Nova is trying to, well, disrupt that narrative significantly. Accelerado is a really good way to approach, but I feel like Nova is so intensive on the mana usage, and they're really not getting any regeneration. I mean, you saw just the last match, they, or the last stock, they got taken down because they ran out of mana.
Right. Keep that pressure up.
Oh, I like that. You just drop it and run in with Accelerado, but catching the air dodge in, too. Dorito Bandito on some pressure. Zuma back in. Bounce as well. Like I said, it disrupts that fireball approach. You see Dorito Bandito not approaching nearly as much, they're just drifting in with back airs.
Queuing up that thwack. I see you. You're not slick, Nova. Essentially, he's going to end it there. Tracking from Zoom. Nice job.
Ooh, and with Accelerator online, it's going to be a lot more difficult. I wouldn't hate just seeing some random smash attack. Oh my gosh. Jab, run in. I see the world you were seeing, Dorito. But unfortunately, it does not come to pass. As it... Okay.
Alright.
You know what? Yeah, sure. Nova just runs straight into Dorito Benito's shield. The pressure on them, like, I feel like so often Nova's gone for the jab on shield, so just the raw up tilt was powerful as a way to find a kill, and Nova is in the lead and holding on to it, building a percentage lead as well.
Potentially gonna end Dorito's appearance here. Just gotta lock in, gotta focus up, brother. Hit the zoom. Perfect on the other side of the stage. Oh! Okay, side up. Do some tough up.
They went for it.
Okay.
See, that was a bad situation because if Zoom was in the previous menu, it can't be in the next one.
Yep.
And so if you're caught right out after a Zoom, you are in a bit of a pickle. Psych up. The whack as well. But it's just going to be a raw forward air with Psych up to take the home. Nova with an opening advantage for North Texas.
North Texas striking back, solidifying the flag in the ground, saying, you want to win this, you got to come to us, baby. Very nice job. I mean, Nova, I believe, getting down to what? Was it 2 stocks or 1? I want to say 2.
One.
Right? It was just down to the last? Okay. Yeah, it was, yeah, because of the off right stage fiasco.
Yep, Zoom. Yep.
Yup. The menu madness that is playing as a Euro player. Okay.
Yeah, Nova has to... or UTD has to figure out not who can take one stock from Nova, but who can take a stock and then extend a lead. Because you need a lead when you know E01 and Skinny the Pooh are waiting in the wings.
You are right on that end. Okay.
Looking across the roster, I would not... Oh, it was Bent who came out last time, right, on the Sonic, but it's going to be Bermuda on the Yoshi. One of the stronger players UT Dallas has showcased with the ability to, well, obliterate Iceless and then, take a lot of stocks from Skinny the Pooh as well.
Yeah.
The problem is when you have one player doing so many different jobs on the team, they can only do one. Ultimately, like, unless they go on a really big run. And Bermuda, I feel like, has had the potential of going on a run, but they've always been stopped in their tracks by someone.
Yeah, I mean, like, the first time they had gotten Bermuda in, we were really, up on high on their stock about, like, yeah, dude, they can really do some damage. But then in game number 2, they just didn't really do much. I mean, that's because, the unstoppable force that is E01 and Skinny the Pooh, but... could potentially be a different look out here. I mean, Bermuda.
Certainly.
The Yoshi versus Hero matchup.
Yeah.
Unless
I feel like
Nova
Yoshi is like... Maybe. I don't think Nova can, but
Oh, real.
yeah, crew battle. But
Battle, yeah.
Nova, I feel like it is going to be annoying to deal with the fact that Bermuda is just an aerial rushdown, the aerial rushdown character.
Yep.
Like, we talked about how when they were up against Bent on the Sonic, they just could not find any stability to pull out their menu.
Yep.
Similar situation here, not quite as fast, but it's more unrelenting. Went on Kalos as well, a lot of distance to cover.
Okay.
I feel like Bermuda won't smother Nova as much here, but the chase down will be much more severe. Accelerado might even that scale a little bit. I feel like having the speed to navigate in and around Yoshi will be beneficial, to say the least. But again, the thing that always comes up, it's not perfect. It does not always happen. And when it doesn't happen, you've got to find ways to deal with it.
All right. We got to pay the toll before we start things off. But yeah, I mean, going over to Kalos is going to be interesting. Distance will play a little bit of a factor. And, you know, allowing Nova a little bit more time, I guess, to try to get away from Bermuda on this Yoshi. He's opted to actually go. Get a few chips in. Accelerate. Okay, there it is. Gets the freeze off too. Perfect.
I feel like Flame Slash and Crackle Slash are just two great options to just interrupt Yoshi's approach, especially because you can't armor through the ice.
Right.
Ooh, wait, that's actually way better than I thought. If only it was a consistent move.
Before a little bit of offense, landing on the platform, staying alive. Accelerado online as well. Saw the psych up, wanted to go for it too, but good job from Bermuda to pause that effort. Double buffed up here.
Paralysis a little bit. Yeah, playing this very carefully here. Trying to consistently have Accelerado online on Kalos. Just if you cannot escape Yoshi at any point, it's bad news for you. Ooh, just hold shield right there. Do not want to risk that. But I'm worried about this off-stage game here.
Bounce call was actually nice there because you knew he was going to try, pepper with some egg tosses. Ooh, off the top though. Not quite enough.
One more of those and you're done.
Oh, absolutely.
But Psych Up, I mean, we've seen some miracles happen.
Give this man a hatchet right now.
Ooh, that shield got gray.
Catches him right before.
Jumps out. Ooh, this is a dangerous scramble to be in, especially because Nova really hasn't been able to land a blow on them. Just looking for buffs, looking for anything.
Yeah. So just a matter of if, not when at that point. I mean, we're focusing so much more on menu and getting buffed up, but like you said, not able to land any damage really at all on the Bermuda aside from those initial hits, and that's just going to cause them to lose. So we do have the hero falling by the wayside. Dinosaurs on top.
Yeah. Really good play from Bermuda. Instant Skinny the Pooh pick. Did you see that? Instant. Because Skinny the Pooh has taken down Bermuda every single time, even at 3-stock to 3-stock. Bermuda previously took 2 from Skinny the Pooh. Like, it was not a sweep by any means, but Skinny has been the consistent counter. However, this game has all been about countering your counters. And if UT Dallas finds an answer to Skinny the Pooh here and now in Bermuda, all of a sudden this is looking like a very winnable game and possibly even a winnable qualifier overall for UT Dallas.
Okay. Fresh blood, 3v3 coming into this. Like you said, Pooh has been the answer to Bermuda previous games. I mean, Bermuda when they're locked in, though, is so scary. But Pooh also is absolutely terrifying in general. So it's another one of those super even matchups to really tie things up and see. As we are
Pooh's ability to just destabilize players is like the main thing. Yeah, like that performance against who was it? Stealth Bomber?
Yes. When he had the one stock and brought him down to
Stealth
one.
Pilot. Yeah, like it wasn't even necessarily that they were just comboing them to death, but even when you went for an out of shield option, they would just drift back and then come back in. The main issue that I feel like Bermuda had is they had no way to punish Skinny the Pooh on shield. When they were playing correctly with like back airs and stuff. So if that remains the case, it'll be difficult for Bermuda to close any stocks, but we'll see. We'll see.
We shall indeed.
One, go!
Jumping into it, off to the races immediately. See, Pooh just aggressive as all hell in this Mario. But now we know. I mean, Bermuda has to play just as aggressive to keep up.
And they're doing just that. But a great mash out of the egg. We talked about that previously. It punishes them for getting the egg lay. And, ooh, they interrupted there. Double jump armor gets them out of the initial combo. No huge damage there, but in the neutral, Skinny the Pooh is still getting huge damage.
Oh.
And they get all the way up, all the way to the top?
No, just close, just shy of it. We do see Bermuda getting to live just a little bit while longer, but ate so much damage off of that.
They had no jump.
Wait, when did they use the second jump? Oh
No one knows. It's been gone for ages.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, with a forward air right there, Bermuda is putting on a clinic. We talked about countering your counter. Is Bermuda figuring it out?
It's looking to be that way right now.
Interrupts the egg lay with that fireball, and then instant turnaround up smash there. Good answer to that.
Okay, see. No, whoa, that was actually scary. Oh,
This pressure on the ledge is so lethal right now. Skinny the Pooh can barely get off. Ooh, little tip traps here or there.
forward air. Yep. Threatening with those forward airs is so nice. They're so heavy, so meaty. You can set up a lot.
But playing conservatively, saving their jump in all of these approaches. At this mid percent on Yoshi, it's just so hard to get anything. But converts off of their own egg. Tried to extend with a forward air, couldn't quite do it. But approaching with a down air is going to be answered with a back air from Bermuda. And so Skinny the Pooh on their last stock right here. This could be big for UT Dallas.
It'd be huge if it lands. Goes for the forward air, attempting to spike Bermuda on their head. So, it took a minute, but the adaptation has been made. Kind of has Pooh frazzled a little bit here. Uh-oh. Back air, though. Doesn't cape it in time. He's usually been on point with those. Connects the one-up air. Goes for a second.
Ooh, the up airs, too. Yeah. Bermuda's finding a lot of opportunities to stack on percentage there. They're not getting hit by any of these smash attacks. Skinny the Pooh's getting a little desperate with all these, but I don't blame him, because it's been nearly impossible to lay a finger on this dinosaur.
Oh, my goodness. Finish it off here. Let's go for up smash and knock it a hand. Again, that's two. Might spell doom here. Yes, it will. Off the stage. Put him down in the ground. Bermuda finally gets his man.
Yeah, Bermuda with the run back, and now UT Dallas has a significant advantage in this crew battle. It's looking like the first crew battle. It's looking like the second one was an anomaly.
That was insane.
It really was. And EO1, instant lock. I don't think EO1 and Bermuda have played at all, and that's a little bit curious to me. I mean, EO1, from a, 7 stocks taken last game angle, is a great pick. However, with how hot Bermuda is playing, throwing them in there, and EO1 might lose 1, 2, maybe 3 stocks, at that point, you're just saying go next. You either stop the bleeding now or you don't,
Right. Okay, here. E01, this absolutely crazy Byleth, just has to get through 2 stocks now. I mean, definitely doable. Definitely, especially from what we've seen from them. Especially last game, I mean, that was kind of crazy. But in this, going into this Yoshi matchup, I mean, we see how well Bermuda is playing, especially in the air as the Yoshi. how do they convert this into a victory, getting over to 0-1?
Yeah, because again,
Because it's gonna be hard.
if Bermuda does take down E01 though, then Bermuda is the answer to Skinny the Pooh, is the answer to E01, is the answer to a lot of different people, which is great, but it kind of centralizes your counterpick potential in a way that is a little bit uncomfortable. But if Bermuda just clears the team, does it even matter? It's yeah. Yeah, this is it's going to be a difficult one to claw back for North Texas. Like, we're talking as if this is game over. It's not, but this is the pivotal moment. If E01 loses too many stocks, it could be over. Because you've still got to deal with Stealth Pilot. You've still got Bent in the wings. You just don't have enough players to counterpick with. Meanwhile, E01, if they just handedly beat Bermuda, then it's back to an even scoreline. Like, two stocks does not make a match. It's only that.
This is interesting. I mean, I don't know. I don't know why. Like, I'm like low key expecting E01 just to step in and just like, all right, cool. We'll stop playing. Just complete sweep it. But no, this Bermuda's just so strong to get through. And I mean, in the perfect position to play spoiler at this point. So we are getting into it here. Two stocks, two indomitable stocks. We're playing with the biggest Yoshi. You're playing with that big dinosaur. Going into back to small battlefield. Let's get it popping.
Let the lesson begin.
They got the fireman
Okay.
going too.
Alright, yeah. As they try to close the distance here, I feel like against Skinny the Pooh, the way that Bermuda was making it difficult was remaining above Skinny the Pooh, where Skinny the Pooh couldn't really burst them or drift in with those soft hit nairs. Against E01, that's not going to be as beneficial, given that up smash, up tilt, up B are all options to just stuff out any aerial approaches.
I love the respect they're giving to each other right now. A lot of patience being played. Not being too crazy with the entry here. It's going in the air. You can't... If that was like maybe 15% more, I think that would have been the stock, but...
Not to be. As Nova at oh my gosh, E01 at a percent deficit. Down air pops him up.
Trying for the magic angle, not quite there. Hard to do with
No.
Yoshi as well.
Yeah. Playing careful, playing quick. Off of that nair, they try to convert, but this is a problem. They're getting sent at weird angles, but okay,
What?
that's what you need. Drag down nair into dash attack, just tippering right at the end there is going to be enough to take the stock. It's so lethal when it happens, and now all of a sudden you can see E01's got some momentum. They've got some rage on their back. What can they do with it here, though? Besides just win neutral again and again and again. This could be the stabilization that North Texas needed, especially as they catch that jab. Again, just not letting them get anything. Knocks them out of the double jump armor. They have no jump. They have no jump, Crow. But they're not even keeping
done.
from getting the stage.
up.
But the down air off of the up B is brutal. And E01 takes two stocks. North Texas and UT Dallas are on even score lines here.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh, man. So Bermuda is not the answer to E01. Clue was not the answer to E01. They're running out of picks. They're running out of time. 6 stocks remain for UT Dallas to not only stop E01's run, but deal with whoever's waiting in the wings. Now, they do have 2 counter picks at the very least, but you've got to be wise with this first one. You want to be able to take down E01 here and put North Texas on the back foot.
Remember how I said there's a world in which E01 just comes in this and completely dominates on Bermuda? Apparently we're in
Well-
that world. Apparently we're in that world. Oh my goodness.
We shifted dimensions. We're in it. I mean, I think we've been shifted into the E01 dimension for a while.
Oh my goodness. This is insane. Now Stealth Pilot coming in. I don't think we've seen this matchup today either between E01 and Stealth Pilot. So it's going to be another real spicy one.
Yeah, I feel like we've only seen it in like bits and pieces, like maybe a stock in the second crew battle. But regardless, Stealth Pilot, I feel like we'll have a difficult time closing the gap, but they hit hard. Like by default, they hit hard, even if they only get one stray hit. Additionally, it'll be a little bit harder because I think the tether, its behavior off of the up B is pure percent based. It's not weight based at all, if I'm remembering correctly, which means you're going to be hitting Bowser with the spike when you want them to just be popped up for a side B instead. And there's not going to be as many big conversions off of the up B, if I'm remembering correctly. But E01, there is still counterplay, even if they don't go exactly where you want them to go, even if it's not a true combo.
Okay. This is so interesting because like I didn't really think we didn't know who UT Dallas was going to throw out in general because they keep shuffling the roster like they're the Lakers, but it's just in this scenario here, like I don't know, Stealth Pilot is just very scary. I'll put it very bluntly. And I mean, how they've been playing today, like this could be the pain train is about to dock into station E01 because let's see where we go in. It looks like Battlefield, a small Battlefield.
And if they get a lead, I would like them to push their advantage. I would
100%.
like them. Yeah, Bowser bomb it. Take him off the stage. This is Operation Assassinate E01. And if you can't do that, then at the very least do enough damage that whoever comes next can.
Yep. Okay. We're jumping into it now.
Small Battlefield. Let's see what they can. Yeah. They're definitely trying to close this distance as quick as they can. I like the Flame Breath as an option. E01 doesn't have a lot of ways to answer for that poke besides just, all of their poking aerials. I mean, they got a spear, but like...
Yeah. Hey, look, back air is absolutely potent in so many variations in this match.
I don't think they have a jump. They've got to drift back, but again, the tether is brutal. Forward smash, I mean, that's the Gimmer tech. It covers every option.
It does. Violent forward smash, baby.
Yep.
There it is.
I mean, you love to see it. Bowser Bomb stacks up some percentage.
Yeah, I love the fact that Stealth Pilot actually side B and change momentum to make sure they go into center stage, not the platform. If you can reset and control the neutral, control the interaction after neutral from that. Now go to platform. Should be the kill. No, just barely getting back. Okay, all right. No blast zone for you. That's fine. Immediate shield upon landing too. Stealth Pilot actually playing nasty. Goes for it again. When it doesn't work the first time, Miles, what do? Rip it again.
We try again. And this time, Stealth Pilot in the lead. E01, we haven't really seen them move down at a deficit like that. They're struggling to find a kill on Stealth Pilot, which has not historically been a problem for them. Answering the down air there with an up smash was great, but it won't take the stock. And that's the problem. The percents keep rising, but the stock won't fall.
Yeah. Unlike the... but look,
no, I went there too.
153 right now. Oh yeah, chain him down, throw him in the bin, tying it up. It took a long time to get that first stock, but E01 has managed to do so. Only at about 59, almost out 60 at the moment. So this is still doable for the Byleth baddie. Ooh, silence all the haters right now. Stealth Pilot needs to get some momentum back in their corner because that first stock was so theirs.
It's even across the board, too, as they put on a lot of pressure. Just, flame right on there. They didn't take that invincible roll either through that That flame, unfortunately, might have just been just under 11 hits, but regardless, E01 back onto stage. They had a great start to this stock. It's looking a lot more even than it was in game 1, and they convert off of that. At center stage, though, Bowser is just going to keep on ticking. They drop low. They look for the spike again, but this time Stealth Pilot is a little too quick on the recovery.
And I think, yeah, E01 baiting, daring them to try to go some off stage, knowing that they can counter him immediately. The big meaty claws do land, not quite enough to take him down. Oh my god! Oh, I thought I was going to go for that down B gambit. Not going to connect either. Scary scenario for both characters.
I like E01 not overcommitting on a punish on that up tilt. Again, not overcommitting in general, but it doesn't really matter if you overcommit.
Back here.
If Stealth Pilot yes! Okay, E01 is down. Or, well, takes them down, and now they are really good at racking up these percents at early percent. It's very even, though, Crow.
What? Oh my god, an absolute bloodbath. I want to see a best of 5 between these two. I don't know why. Oh my god. This is so good. This is so good. Okay. Come on forward, though. Ooh.
Ooh, good damage right there, 86%. And at the ledge, Byleth can definitely kill here. Stealth Pilot trying to go back in with that Nair. It does meaty damage if that spin connects. The up out of shield just isn't a factor in this matchup for Stealth Pilot. Like, nothing triggers it. But down airing right in front of them, still not going to kill. Again, Bowser is immune to the first kill screen no matter what. And unfortunate spacing to get caught there. Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, death by spear is what it's looking to be, but it's a matter of which variation you're going to do. Force smash not going to land back here, though. Guess what? It lands.
We'll do it.
Immune to the first death screen. Unfortunately, can't save off the second one. E01 just barely scraping by, surviving the Stealth Pilot.
And by winning this, E01 is, first of all, definitely like the most impactful player on North Texas.
Oh, yeah.
But second of all, it means that it is up to North Texas to decide who's going to counterpick if E01 goes down. Now, granted, E01 with the momentum they have could just take down Clue. However, after Clue, how they played initially, I think they can beat them.
Yeah. Like, I mean, E01 is a damn great player, but snatching 3 stocks away from Clue at this juncture, that is a very, 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 very tall order, and I don't think they can rise to that challenge. Or they could prove me wrong. Totally up to them.
All about giving their team as much as they can, because you don't want to go to that 5th crew, like or 4th crew battle here. Like, you don't want to give them a chance to clutch. You want to end it here. Drop the hammer.
Yep. North Texas barely with the lead right now. 4 stocks to 3. It's still doable for UT Dallas. It is 100% doable.
I feel like E01 found their win against Clue by pressing their advantage more. Like we talked, they first of all, impeccable grenade management. E01 was juggling those things, just tossing them back consistently, popping them up, and then E01 was also pressuring off stage more from the first match. They were finding a lot of opportunities to knock Snake off of the Cypher, to just stage spike Clue in general. So we'll see if they're able to do that with this one stock here. Clue going to find a way to keep them away.
All right. 1 stock on E01. It's a lot of blasting to get through. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they do fall here, but at least taking 1 stock away before doing so. But it's just Clue. We've seen them, just be very consistent with their game plan. Nothing too super aggressive, super flashy, but they got to be a little bit more aggressive in this one.
Ooh. Misreads which way Clue's going to be popping out, but 62% already. E01 smells blood in the water. They're looking to finish this stock. Clue has really only landed 2 dash attacks. Did their own C4 just detonate on them?
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Got the grenades here, though. keeping E01 in a state of constant distress. I feel like he's on the beaches of Normandy all over again.
All over again.
Miles was there, don't you remember?
Oh yeah, my bad. As Clue gets caught on the neutral getup, they're off the side. 2 stocks between UT Dallas and elimination from the CECC Texas qualifiers. Clue trying to clutch up here, but E01 has been the name of the game this entire qualifier.
Okay.
And it's kind of poetic that this is how it ends. This was our first match. These were
Yeah,
the
it
openers
was.
in the
This
first
was the
game.
openers, right.
And
long road since then.
yeah. Definitely some evolution. A single up tilt will finish the job here, and E01 knows it, but they also know there's potential to get another stock, or maybe 2, so they're holding on to it. Air dodge off stage. There's an opportunity
dear.
here.
Oh,
Just
dear.
a spike! 18% Crow!
Oh my god, E01 is gaming, Miles.
Oh, they're gaming!
Oh my god.
Oh, just
put
one
that one in the
mistake.
reels. Because, baby, you deserve it.
What other character would be able to capitalize like that? I mean, that was like them serving underhand to you in the playoffs. But finally,
Forgot about the C4.
everyone forgets about the C4. Clue
Jesus.
stops that run in the end, but not before E01 cements themselves as the MVP, unless Clue can clutch out 1 stock to 3 against North Texas here. This is a very difficult match, but it's much more doable than some other comebacks we've seen.
I only expected him to get 1 stock before falling, not 2.
The 18% spike. No one expects it.
18% spike. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, I don't even think E01 expected it. Like, that's gotta happen. It's like, okay, I guess I'm gifted this opportunity. Let's, make the most of it. And
Yeah,
they
brutal
did
for
indeed.
them. Oh my gosh. Well. And it's Burr coming out on the Kazuya for the first time. So, how do I feel about this? Do I feel good? Do I feel bad? I feel okay about it. For one, Kazuya can just kind of approach with crouch dash. What is Snake realistically going to do about that?
Nothing.
And then once you're in there, some good options. I'm worried about sending in someone new, but like, who else are you really going to send in at this point of the game? Nova's already been out. Skin of the Pooh's already been out. I feel like of the people remaining, Burr is a great pick.
I was wanting to see Burr like all day when I saw. I was like, okay, this is the lineup they're running with. Bet I'm with it. And here he comes.
get
in
3
the
stocks.
Final hour. Kazuya Mishima.
Kazuya Mishima.
It's like you're on death's door. You're seeing the angel coming to take you away. It's actually Kazuya.
Oh my gosh. Well, he might get tossed off a cliff. We'll see.
No.
As Burr with some initial stuff, and he gets a grab right off the bat. Tech chase as well.
Oh no.
Parry
oh my God.
on that.
Oh my
He
God.
just falls into the blast zone. Why not? 94% already on the side of Clue. Oh my God, I forgot about the laser.
No,
I
he
forgot
did
about
not.
the laser. And just runs right in. And with that uppercut, it's going to be University of North Texas who qualify for CECC May Madness 2025 here in the CECC Texas qualifiers. And what a run they've had to do it, winning from winner's side. And even though UTD gave them a run for their money, it's ultimately going to be North Texas closing out.
In the most hilarious way possible. Just dash up.
Yeah.
God.
Kazuya Mishima. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they I am glad that UTD had definitely a comeback towards the end there, but ultimately there was too much momentum. North Texas really clutched that out, and they get to take a trip down south to Arlington.
claps all around. We will see you in Arlington, of course. The squad looking nice, real scary, poised to potentially do some damage at the LAN when they get in. So, I mean, honestly, it was a great series all in all, but, like, yeah, North Texas really rocked it today.
Yeah, North Texas, E01, all amazing play on all sides, but especially them. But with that, Smash is not the only game with a Texas qualifier. Rocket League is coming up next with Hail, Monkey Man, and Danger Taco. So don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. For now, I've been Kilo Miles. This has been Crow. Hope you all have a wonderful day. Take it easy out there, and congrats again to North Texas.
Ready and set and go. It's time for some CECC, especially, you can't just let me be. It's going to be Texas that gets to stay in Texas. I'm Hail Monkey Man in the booth alongside one of the greatest faces you've ever seen in the entirety of existence. It is the Danger Taco as we are getting ready for more Texas-sized qualifiers. Taco, it's been a minute since you and I have been back in the booth. We get to see these awesome students that are across this ginormous state that I know it takes anywhere from 12 to 13 hours to drive across. How have you been, man?
I'm doing pretty well, especially because we do have the qualifiers starting to wrap up. We have a more full picture of what CECC is going to look like in May, but most importantly, we get to see all of the different teams across all these qualifiers actually show up to these qualifiers. So naturally, we have to have Texas because there's about, I think, like 3,000 colleges just alone in the state. Probably give or take a couple, but it seems like an accurate count. So therefore, they do need their own region. It's like Midwest, we have East, we have West, and then we just have specifically Texas that gets a special one. And I think that's always a nice way to throw a bone to all those different schools that are usually in contention at the highest level of most of these collegiate esports anyway.
Yeah, there's at least as many universities as there are man-made lakes in Texas.
Yes.
You guys can fact check me. That is very true, though. So as we go into this, we go into our finals here for the Rocket League portion of this entire qualifier. And Taco, as we've been kind of seeing across the scene, you yourself especially, getting a kind of a flavor to it. Texas has not been its perennial self, its major legacy superpower, but yet they have brought a consistency, and that really in the form of LCU. The Westerners that'll be coming in for that Esports Blues squad, going in against University of North Texas. Been seeing them in different pockets of competition. LCU has been looking really strong.
Yes, LCU is very much, I would say, the new age type rosters coming in from CRL, whereas UNT is like the original powerhouse in the original Arlington, Texas CRL national championships. They were the teams on the main stage competing for those trophies, and I think only naturally they do have a legacy within Rocket League. They're getting really deep in a lot of qualifiers, although maybe not as far as LCU has. They have an incredibly talented team, so naturally it only makes sense that these two teams would meet in a grand final. LCU with a lot of competitive experience both in RLCS and CRL. UNT just playing together constantly. The chemistry of these boys is off the charts.
This is also a squad, I believe, that took down and took on what was the kind of the larger thorn in the side of LCU just a little bit ago in group stage play, because you had to deal with UTA that was coming out. So now that they're out of the way, Eagles will be taking on Westerners. We go to a best of 7 to figure out who will have that auto bid to represent their state. One of the largest, if you don't talk to Alaskans, but Schmacked will shut me up and get us up as we go 1-0.
And it's a solid read by Schmack, being able to get that first touch off and then just staying clear. Obviously, you have to avoid these demos. As you saw, Sai was trying to get on in and get a little tag on that back bumper, but as long as you just put it on target with the defense flailing, they're going to have to guess, and sometimes you're going to guess wrong. Just going to go flat on through without any contest, but that's exactly why kickoffs exist, to maybe kickstart your next attack. That's a nice bounce down, but no contact to be made.
Trying to be able to skid this one along, maybe one of those question mark style goals if it would have been, but no, the immediacy of Schmacked. And this is definitely one of those players that we've seen for a hot minute here, Taco. This immediate poke, it gets Electro Wave to turn, but because they did, they as the third man were the last bastion of hope, and everyone else was still retreating.
It's also a really good job to be able to follow through for the demo, because as you mentioned, it really does distract the defense. It pops it up, which is not necessarily an error, but the problem is that half-second delay leads to that player immediately challenging it, getting an open shot. Speaking of open, that's going to be a demo, but I don't think they realized that. They were so focused on the power, they didn't go for the accuracy. Schmack can't show him how it's done either, though, because he lacks the opposite trait. That one going to be too weak to get through the goal line and give him a 3-goal lead within the first minute. I think mercifully so for UNT.
Yeah, that would have been a D&D Barbarian swing, and all the D12 going massive power. Unfortunately, they want something between the bars, and that's still yet to be seen. It is still our opening game, a best of 7. The first couple, they can be a little bit loose. See that wombo combo between at least a couple players as they try to run the course up into greener grasses and territory against the Eagles. Look at the bullying that's been happening. They've been sweeping that goal line. They had that initial demo just a little bit before. They're trying to open things up, and they're chasing them again, but I feel like LCU has now become keen to it.
And the biggest thing from LCU that you have to watch out for is the dynamic duo, more or less, of Processed and Schmacked, as they are listed as Napoleon in this roster. And I just realized Process Love's changed up the roster name, but that is indeed him. And they are been at Lava Christian for a while. Used to have Dribs as their third. Nasirium is a newer recruit, I believe a sophomore this year, and he's looked phenomenal to be able to fit into this team, getting them into top 16 a couple times, even top 12 within the Rocket or CRL qualifiers. So definitely a dangerous team all around. I think UNT is kind of feeling that. You can sense that they're feeling a little catch up right now for a lot of these reads as they're chasing it across.
But they are forcing it to become at least a difficult read overall when they are dividing between them. So it's not exactly just clear traffic, expressways line and open. Nicerium hoping to follow what was a setup to their own backboard. So LCU, they got their first couple. And after we settle into a game, generally you start seeing what is the free flow, the regular pattern of effort and execution from his team. And UNT has kind of stabilized the bleeding. Now they are getting outright challenged, and some of those are dropping to the top of that third, trying to just get some, some bait and flick, a team bump, and now the Eagles begin to press forward as they look for their first goal. They come up short.
Yeah, man, they really have to hate this, and you have to wonder, maybe in the patch notes they thought the goal was a little bit wider. A couple times now they've hit it in the right side of the goal, just a bit wide, and they had the clear path, albeit maybe not with the most direct approach to the read, and all those misses are really going to add up, not obviously on the scoreline, but certainly in their thoughts as this game is getting further and further away from their control. Final 2 minutes, and might have another one if he had his way. Schmack not able to truly wrap around that.
Ooh, and then getting caught outside of their regular pickup. So, but everyone is actually pressed up. This is a chance for a counter if they can. No, gonna go for the flick pass. Have to get it around Schmack, but Schmack is all keyed in, locked in as well. And then you have one man respawning the other side of the pitch. They'll wait until they see the whites of the eyes through the windshield. Awkward moments here for the Eagles as they have to retreat and go back to the nest as they flock up and down this pitch. One solid challenge. It's gonna be Schmacked with a hat trick as that goes top shelf.
And it's a really solidly done hat trick because it is all just about positioning. He's lingering back. He notices Sai takes that light touch. And again, not a mistake by Sai. I know exactly what he's going for. He doesn't want to just hit it into the midfield. But Schmack is playing so far back that it looks safe to get the soft touch. As soon as it goes down, Schmack understands there's a brief window I can dive on in. He's a smart player. It's why he has these goals. And Electrowave, he's an alert player. It's why he has this kickoff.
Yeah, he's been actually kind of that third man position a time or two whenever some of these plays up for LCU have really been able to hit into better motions. But this time around, he knows that he's not just going to be left on that island. He has to take away the ability for LCU to execute first. That's definitely been kind of their modicum. Can they force this to happen early? They go as a three-man sweep. Is looking very rugby style out there. But that means everyone's also loose for boost. Can they be able to immediately get one the other direction? They keep it low, and Nicerium we'll get a fourth.
I mentioned Icerium, he's the younger lad on this roster, but this is a veteran move, being able to go up, threaten that flip reset. It freezes the defense just enough, and then even more so, messes with their mind by hitting it light and immediately diving past the read just specifically to block the only clear lane. Really well developed.
I mean, even when they hit, it's like 16, everyone's like, you're unk mode, you're about to get too old. So veteranship shows up in many forms, but I'm glad to see that there's also going to be a depth continuing here for LCU, especially with Schmacked leading the charge here in game number one, and then everyone else soon to follow. Double commit, and that actually gets in the way of the would-be shot. You're going to leave one man on an island. That is Sale trying to find something with it, a flip reset pass play. Icerium was hoping to get there. Napoleon be the process, or just trust in the process. Smacked was looming, but this one will stay just weird in that forward third and onward.
Process is going to try and slow things down, just hand one off to Schmacked again to be able to send that one high. More than dealt with by UNT, but the biggest thing is that, yes, they can get comfortable with the pacing, but this game one really slipped away for them. And I think at the end of this game, maybe, yeah, calm, get one more goal, get the confidence up going into game number two, but I think the bigger conversation really has to be, we can't just keep stretching our rotations around and trying desperately to leap at these balls. We have to get ahead of the play, and that's asking quite a lot out of a team like LCU. We mentioned their placements earlier, and right now they're trying to get the best placement of their season, a spot into Texas, and Nicerium, he just wants some more stats.
Yeah, they're going to turn this into a fifth and turn it into an exclamation point here for a very stellar game number one. And, I mean, as the Texas qualifier, if you don't make it to Texas, you get kicked out of Texas? Do they have to leave?
Yeah, it's the cutthroat nature of collegiate esports. I don't agree with it, but these teams all signed a waiver, and they have to deal with the consequences.
Well, you see the output as well with 15 shots across that. Wow, that's actually kind of bananas. So seeing LCU bring kind of that CRL form, they're kind of matching what we've seen across, what was those three openers that brought into the spring semester. And so now that's really kind of manifesting, at least in this first start. You have to match that pace. I did like, what was it, that second and third minute out of UNT. We got to see them actually neutralize a lot of the gameplay that looked like Schmacked was just capitalizing on a team that was a little bit less ready. That's kind of what game number one really is all about, though.
Yeah, I think game one is always something difficult. It's particularly because a lot of teams enter into qualifiers, different tournaments, but there's no guarantee that you'll ever really run into each other. A couple times you're not even in the same division sometimes, especially in these larger collegiate leagues that stretch across different months and weeks. You might just have to say, okay, we are playing in a tournament final against a team we have had no experience about. Maybe we haven't been able to track them down even in ranked. So because of that, I think UNT, like many other teams that play Lubbock Christian, saying, well, let's just see how it goes, and then they deal with a game much like that. They're an incredibly quick mechanical team, and I don't think UNT likes that going down too bitter, so they're going to try to sweeten things up, make a more saccharine game 2 for themselves. And I think part of that really has to come down to just keeping the rotation tight and making sure everybody is fully confident going for every read.
I do feel that if the Eagles are able to at least keep this one feisty and upfield against LCU, they're going to find it to be a much more difficult time to get some of the early attacks that just manifested with open space. Looking for an undercarriage, trying to collect all 4 tires to it and maybe force a dunk. No dice. This one, it does find its way forward with Pajama Lama and that extending follow. It seems like Sales hoping that one drops into the zone. He can just kind of catch it. Not really creating their own offense, and that allows this possession to go to LCU.
There's nothing wrong about necessarily waiting for a team to be able to make a mistake or get a weak touch, but it doesn't look like LCU is really that interested in doing that right now. They're hitting the ball, even if in open space, something that still requires UNT to be a bit more tactful for. That's a good setup and speed. In fact, a really difficult read, and yet Schmack makes it look so easy. Pass one on the sideline, or I spoke too soon, off the ceiling. That's a really awkward bounce for Process to deal with, so he's not going to. Hands it off to his teammate to deal with.
Nicerium actually taking a very smart play, wise decision. They go low again. Process he didn't realize how close that ball was, and Nicerium is just kind of wagging a finger like, hey man, pick this one up. Well, it goes right back to it. Schmack looking to add to the collection, and they know they've got to key up 2 defenders just to slow their roll. Sail hoping to sail away, and they do. This one comes back upfield, and we go back to Boomer Ball.
Schmack tried to take that one down, immediately pay for his insolence. How dare he think he can dribble out of his net like that? But again, not any harm done to the goal, especially with touches like that as well on UNT's side. And the setup, Pajama Llama, not out of boost, but they're not taking any chances. Look, the immediate challenge from LCU and the follow-up to be able to get it back to mid.
They also have a 2-1 that's going to be coming up from the ceiling. They have a flip reset, didn't quite get back to the ball. Napoleon's going to be looking for another way to get there. Nasirium is at the top of the box. He's going to try and collect this, go right back to it. This has happened twice. They bring it from the floor. Good collection, a fantastic dribble. It takes the narrowest of angles for that defender to be able to get a piece and at least keep them from completing the run. But look at Process stepping up again, and look how desperately, even though the hand goes up and they're getting the blocks, it feels like they're under the foot of LCU.
And that's the difficult part with LCU is that they're very patient to be able to say, okay, we're going to get a lot of shots, but we're going to back off just enough sometimes to make you feel like, oh, I finally have space for a clear. And then once the clear goes in, it goes right back into their clutches. Speaking of, that's another awkward angle for a shot, and so awkward they're not able to fully fit it between the posts. How about the next effort? Back post shot, 2 in the net, but neither can get a single pixel on that one.
It was crazy because they knew LCU was coming, and yet the speed of being able to just get this shot off was huge. Schmacked immediately getting it over to Nicerium, who has said, yo, you see me? I am going to sprint at this next one and put power towards the post. They were both there, just couldn't quite find the angle and the gap, and it was Nicerium that could. Schmack, though, will get one as they give their life from the kickoff.
Man, stuff like this hurts so much. You give up a goal after all that resistance, obviously going much better, at least based on goals per minute from UNT, but then right off the kickoff, it doubles up. You have to roll your eyes and say, all right, well, we started off really well, and now suddenly we're in this hole out of nowhere. 2 goals in practically 5 seconds, and now you have to wonder what UNT has in store. They have 1 goal so far this series, and maybe this is a second flip reset with a demo. Just not enough power to beat out that back post.
It looks like the Eagles are trying so much to be able to do off-ball play just to open those gaps, which is totally fine. If you can do that at that speed, you're expending a lot of boost to exert some of that extra effort. That curricular activity can be able to pay off in a big way. What a read to shut that one down. Schmack gets right in the way of the would-be shooter. A double commit. They bump their own teammate. He does recover from ceiling, and yet as you have an overextend now by Pajama Llama, everyone's going to be short on boost save 1. That's Sail, and they're starting to at least fly away between a couple of would-be attackers. But LCU has done some damage that may be irreparable for UNT to be able to return from, especially as they're looking for a third immediately.
And I like how every single play from LCU, even if it's not going on target or necessarily going to get past the defender, they're always near the ball. And you can see UNT hesitate for just a half second because they're saying, well, I might be able to hit this first, but I don't really know if that 50 is going to go my way. I don't really know exactly where I want to put this. And I think LCU know exactly where to put this one, right down the middle. All three players involved. The pass with a bump combo.
You know, when you're basically stuck and everyone's the opposite color of you, just off of the nose, Sail can't get away, and it's just a little kiss before everyone starts holding hands and the balloons get popped. So, LCU, I mean, it felt like the first couple of minutes of this game here, Taco, were the first couple after the 2-0 lead of game number 1, and then immediately, bang, bang, you had a couple back-to-back, and LCU's been playing this right from the deck that they brought to the table.
It's a difficult situation, especially for teams when you are playing fairly well and you're not really giving up too many shots, not too many goals, defense is holding, and then if you give up a goal, maybe you give up another off kickoff, and then suddenly you go from a psychology of, well, that was working earlier, let's just keep going and iterating on it. Instead, you start to get a little desperate, and I think that's why you see some more goals go in oftentimes against these lesser experienced squads, where I think the anxiety of the situation gets to you. You drive forward when you maybe have some time to kill, and suddenly you're giving away some easy goals. Meanwhile, LCU seem entirely unperturbed on their goal line, even when they're passing to each other.
Just getting it to catch it. They're like, hey, just don't move your car. Stay at that post. Chill out for a second. We've got less than 30 seconds to go. What a zinger, and yet that one still is easily found by Nicerium, and turning away is Schmacked. Not at all plus to have to deal with any of this, as the Eagles have come to roost, at least in more blue territory. Quick combination, they will clear, and that one should put the rest of this on ice. UNT has got some work to be done. The first couple, which are always the leniency games in the best of 7, have now gone to LCU. They're going to take this one and run with it as we play for a 0-second ball. Oh, okay, low corner. All right, eventually we touch down. LCU will be 2-0 in the series.
Tough one again from UNT, but ultimately LCU, only so much you can do about what they bring to offense. Able to plow right through the middle. They'll always go for bumps if they have them, but you also have the threat of not giving them too much space. It's just a lot to keep in mind. It's really a game of multitasking, it feels like, when you're trying to play in high-level Rocket League, where you're trying to cover your backboard, trying to cover the goal, but you also have to make sure you have the middle pass. Also, you have to make sure someone's able to jump early. If there's a solo play off the sidewall, there's like a trillion different things race through your mind. I think UNT is getting overwhelmed by that, but that is by design from LCU. They love to be able to bait in teams, use their speed and comfort with each other. That dynamic duo of Process and Schmacked are a lot to handle, but the way Nicerium is playing, I do not have any questions or concerns about why they're playing so well and why UNT is a bit behind. If only they can really find that coaching dig that UNT needs to be able to bring them up out of this trench and back onto the battlefield.
You can definitely tell that there's also a lot of great communication happening with them. I feel like so much of it has to obviously be Schmacked. To see across the team, there's just a sense of poise and a sense of calm. And Nicerium, when he sees both of his teammates kind of flying around, be able to get those quick combination passes and just kind of be able to find each other. Nicerium's like, okay, if that doesn't work out, if I see them, if Schmacked flying by and I didn't get that connection, I can catch the ball. I can settle down. I'll be able to get us a moment to recover. And that's really where LCU has had a lot less urgency and earnesty to have to score immediately, because everything's been kind of desperation mode for UNT. Haven't really found too much, save a single goal from game number 1. They've got to make up for it, and it's not like the numbers were barren there, Taco. We got to see that in scoreboard, and it was looking very competitive, but you have to make sure that happens at the beginning of the game as much as it was the end.
Yes, particularly when you do get put into awkward positions. You're getting contorted around, trying to beat out Schmack, but he's just that much faster over the top. Going to be a goal line save, and maybe a bit more from Electrowave, but he's going to rush that one. Look at the fake challenge from LCU, forcing him to go earlier than he might have wanted.
Trying to be able to set another one up. They get demoed. That's a good play. Recognizing that there was basically no one available. So you got to get rid of the man. But as Process is going to have to fake out having any extra boost, everyone here for LCU, they're getting very confident about pushing up, taking some of this extra floor space, back pass. And that's one thing that, for any given team, you don't exactly expect to directly back pass into your own goal line. And so you say, all right, what's happening? And so they run away from you, and then you never get to start your possession.
Oh, and all of that stuff just weighs down on you over and over. So when you do see LCU looking so comfortable, getting the fakes in, not the flick, but at the very least, breaking down defense one player at a time, one pass at a time. Look at the drop down over the top. Needs a third, and he's going to be far too late to beat at that UNT defender. But how about try number 2? Back post attempt again, UNT. Just that much quicker.
They separate immediately. They know they got to get some of the extra corner boost. They used up 2 big tries. This combination play ended up falling a bit wider than they wanted to. Sale just keeps it honest and in the back box, and LCU will send the numbers to answer. There should be someone bearing down upon it. They do. Now because of one-on-one, does Napoleon get ahead of it? They do, and they keep it on Moon's shoes. He gets trapped at the near side post, and that one ends up being a moment of reprieve, and yet no respite for the weary, especially as this LCU continues to attack.
UNT just trying to get these light flicks out. They don't want to get too much power because that's just a giveaway, but they also know that they need to get it somewhat out of their half, otherwise it might just get hammered right back in. This time, they have a bit of an advantage here. There's no one up for that one immediately. That deflection carries high, and that actually goes past the third. So again, UNT has those moments where they have to make a split-second decision. How do I want to approach this? And yet they choose incorrectly, which is tough because they don't really have too many chances as it is, especially fewer if they need to score one to just get back into this process. Able to go on a conquest like his name suggests.
Short King just turned this into some Louisiana territory that eventually he's going to sell out and give it right back to UNT, but not before getting a heck of a dunk from end to end, Taco. Wow. That's one way to do it. And UNT, again, it felt like they've been improving, slowing down this attack, or at minimum being able to answer to the call, but it is exhausting to have to basically play perfect Rocket League to be man-on-man the entire time.
Yeah, and it's obviously a game in which it's more accurate to say we're playing zone defense here, but the zone changes and shifts, and no one's playing positions because you have to all adjust for each other, and it's why Rocket League is so difficult because of the fast-paced nature and the fact that people can just do this on command, schmacked with a double reset, nearly going coast to coast.
Hey, I saw you do that on stream the other day, and don't be so bashful.
Yeah, I missed 2, though. He can actually,
just match it up against
do
LCU.
whatever.
Well, LCU, even with it being 1-0, it has to feel like 10-0. A nice kind of divide and try to conquer his Electro Wave, but it doesn't turn into much. They have a man that is trying to pin the dude back at the goal line, so as the goalie gets marked QB spy style, everyone eventually will break out. They're going to take it in a dangerous motion over the top archway. That's going to turn into a challenge. All of LCU has decided to pump upwards. They just go for a sumo drill, and now it's actually becoming such a weird, dicey moment in the box, and yet you cannot get through the numbers.
Well, that's a really dangerous flick, and I really do like that from LCU, not overcomplicating things. A lot of people try to turn every single foray forward into a direct shot, but sometimes it is just putting the ball forward into a dangerous position. That was UNT's attempt at that, but that's why you also have to have a good recovery. That is Pajama Llama getting back. Electrowave now is called into question. Out of nowhere, drop from the sky, backwards save. And after all that, UNT will survive, but they need to thrive in this final minute to be able to get back into this, at least to overtime.
They're desperate to refill their tanks. They finally do so what feels like forever, but less than a minute trying to get there. My goodness, Sail! They will go to that near side post, and they have been locked in. Can they do it one more time? An honest shot, a good follow-up. The third man will project himself forward. Pajama Llama, we're finally tied the first time since 0-0.
Oh, thank goodness. University funds do not cover contractors throwing the controller through the wall. And ultimately, when you do have situations like that, hitting the post for the third time this series on the right side, having an immediate follow with a goal does feel nice, particularly when it puts you right back in this game. But for how much longer? We've seen him do damage off kickoffs before. Maybe this is another one. Back post and saves with the rear. Pajama Llama, how about a second serving of defensive excellence?
Oh, they're going to have to do it maybe again. They will be the first one to the wall, and they will put that one at least to the outside tiles, looking for a double tap. That's a setup back over to Process, and every one of the UNT Eagles is answering the call, but they have to do so just long enough to give themselves a chance to counterplay. This one's going to be a pancake, or at least an attempt. Sale will interject, and Sale has honestly been everywhere that LCU does not want them to be. Process now with a teammate in his back pocket. Pajama Llama is going to be at midfield, and we will go over to overtime here, Taco. It's one that desperately is needed by the Eagles if they want to stay in this series. LCU wants match point.
Particularly if you do have these situations for UNT, you have to realize, okay, this isn't the same as the other games. We don't have to rush. Not every single moment we move forward has to be the one. You can take your time. Don't play overly cautious, but just be able to play with an abundance of awareness that LCU will definitely be able to get these quick counters, and maybe they're just going to demonstrate off the backboard. No one up immediately. Tried to spike that one down and saved off the goal line. North Texas finds a way to claw their way right back in.
Oh, but they still have another chance. They're going to try and bring a man in. The failure gong rings out, but that means that dinner time, as it rattles, could be just around the corner. Another man. Every one of the Eagles for UNT stepping up to the plate. The difficulty is that plate is becoming dirty and hard to see. And Napoleon, good old process. They'll throw extra balloons, and they will party it up as they go 3-0 in the series.
That's such a clean touch from Nasirium. You saw he gets the lightest of touch, and then right at the last second of his flip timer, uses the flick, gets past the backboard player. Second player doesn't know where to be. He backs up, and that opens up the gap for Process, a.k.a. Napoleon, to finish one home. His second of the day off 8 shots, so you can't say UNT didn't make him work for Game 3.
Definitely did, my God. Process going at least 25% out there. Roughly, that's actually just what, about 5 or so % short of like the pro level where you're hitting like 30 or otherwise. But man, the level that we've seen UNT, they were finding such just thin moments of time available to be able to get a hand out the window, just something around the bend. I love that we got Sale kind of heroically being that defensive savant, promoting from the back line and saying, everyone, we've got a chance to be able to keep this. Let's get it going. Unfortunately, those just short errors that you see all of UNT then get just plastered. They're posterized to that latter third, and there's so much more offensive availability for LCU. And now they're in quadruple match point. They can just kind of do what they want to for the next several games, but it looks like this is a team that's all business, especially from what you've seen in CRL. This team looks like they want to really be able to be that big Texas representative.
Yeah, I would say they're probably the biggest one. St. Edward's is taking a semester off, essentially. They were the other really big school that making deep runs. So right now, LCU is more or less the Texas representative throughout a lot of competitions, but it's not necessarily to say that UNT can't also be that team. Like I've been saying, they've been grinding a lot. I've seen their hard work, and they're trying to make sure it all pays off with a win here. Unfortunately, in order to get the win in this series, they have to pull off a vaunted reverse sweep against the Lubbock Christian that seemingly has no equal in Texas.
Well, this is a huge state overall. Lived there for at least 20 plus years. I earned my accent from my family that was able to do a whole lot of farming. So hopefully the seed of doubt can be planted by UNT, because they just got one off of a defense that they were able to finally pick something from the midfield from.
Excellent touch here as we see Electrowave get across this one, and it's so tempting to get a catch there, but I think he understands he's got no boost. There's not really anything he can do with that. Just get around it and give it a single jump, and that should be enough pace to get through, and it looks like his calculations were correct. Oh no, though, off the kickoff. We've seen it happen before. We do have a player in the back post. That's Process. He has it on target and just a little off, enough for the post to assist.
That's one of those where you have, the multiple the drag route plays here for some football knowers and lovers. That's going to be a soft one, and it goes hard up into the top corner. It felt like they were destined to just keep shooting at this near side post here, Taco.
I really like this play from Nasirium. And again, this is something that I talk about when you do have a younger player. Sometimes you think about them trying to fit in with players like Schmack, like Process, who have had pretty deep runs in RLCS. They've been rank X in the six-man's ecosystem for a while, and they try to overcomplicate things, but instead on that bounce down, instead of taking a really low percentage shot, he just lobs it lightly in the middle, trusts his teammates are going to be there, and honestly he had his picking. Turns out it was Process in the end, and just buried a shot. Really mature decision making from LCU, and something UNT is certainly trying to adopt as well.
3-part cocktail of how to play Rocket League: mechs, motions, and some good old trust, which I guess maybe goes in the second category. I don't know. I barely have any of the other. So as we get UNT through the first 80 seconds, trading blows, and they found first purchase against LCU, have to deal with the ramifications and the echoes that they will continue to fight, and they will continue to have these shots just be brought to their door. That's going to go out to midfield. They find a pass, not just one, but two. That's a freebie to be able to get that kind of extra. And yet, UNT still ends up upfield, and so we kind of go into neutral ball, both teams just trying to play with the push and pull.
Schmacked, really nice carry, and that's the one thing about LCU that I mentioned earlier. If you have any semblance of a chance to get a reset, they will find a way to get there. So UNT playing with fire when they wait a little bit longer to do that. Also, speaking of playing with fire, they threw that one right into the middle of the bonfire. On that attempt, he's going to be able to then set up the next play for Process, only enough for a lift, maybe trying to get a bump. It's actually going to go right on down, the perils of a slow read on defense, and LCU capitalizes.
For a moment, I thought the game had actually lagged. Everyone literally just stopped, and we saw everyone try to readjust, to tie up their laces in their shoes, and it went LCU jumping, realizing, oh, okay, they are dead in their tracks. Once you hit the brakes and you go complete pause as a player in Rocket League, you're in your worst state of mind possible. It's a free flow for a reason. Trying to be able to find one extra is Nasirium. This is 2-1, and we're about midway here in game number 4. UNT needs this game. They have to take that much necessary first step to get into this series.
And that was maybe a potential way. I think they were playing for 50, but I'm supposed to take a demo and a backboard, but you still need to be quick and you need to be faster, especially on the follow-through to the initial touch. Instead, it's going to go wide, and unfortunately, LCU seems to be just as quick on defense as offense. Now it's half about just clock management at this point. They have the series all wrapped up so long as they can survive the next 2 minutes.
This catch here from the backboard. LCU, they have everything in their hands. They don't really have to rush anything. Now, obviously, 2-goal lead is better than just the 1. Still, though, it's about the same no matter how you cut it. UNT, they will take this one as everyone goes aiming for some at least interjection between that possession. That one will fall away because it didn't have much boost to adjust. Sailing a one-on-one. Can he make this happen sooner? No. And that's exactly what Schmack will take advantage of. Third man will progress, and that'll be a killer. Pajama Llama. We'll be tied at 2.
It's one thing I really do like to see from UNT, just staying consistent, making sure you're near those reads. And sometimes plays like that from Electrowave are actually better than the initial assist. You get a whiff, it makes the defense go, wait, hold on, and pause for a half second, which then allows that third player to do his job as well as possible. Puts that top shelf exactly when they most need it here in Game 4. Verse sweep attempt needed, and the Journey of 1,000 Miles always does. We go with that initial step, but what a step it really has to feel again. And LCU I was a little confused who was challenging that. Apparently, no one.
Everyone just staying back. Okay, when's gonna be my time? When do I have this mistake? When does someone have at least that first motion that I can react to? Going 2-2 at this point, LCU is recognizing that this is kind of that animal stuck in a corner. They're not quite gonna go down without a fight. The Eagles at least been meeting into these zones and directly answering whenever LCU positions the challenge forward. You have Sail on an island versus 3. Doesn't take that corner boost, trying to leave it for a teammate. That's going to be a flip reset by Process, and that's, I mean, as automatic as you think it's going to be, Taco. Nasirium just comes cruising in.
And such a good first touch. Every air dribble depends on a solid first touch, and you cannot teach that much better than what Process just did. LCU sets it up in a situation in which UNT has to bite, and once the first domino falls, the rest usually follow suit. UNT digging deep in the final minute, and it's going to be a tough one, but this team got to this grand finals for a reason. It's just time to show it.
Show some depth here. North Texas got a lot of students, a lot of talent, a lot of great advocacy across all their programs. You've seen it for years now, and it's not going to go and die. But out in West Texas, LCU has been really posturing for success. What a save for Nasirium, as they're able to find some youthful vigor to move this team forward and out, and you're less than a half minute to go before this one is done and dusted in the 4-0.
Felt like the golden opportunity. Now they just have to manufacture another one. Double commit on offense, and maybe not the worst idea, but not the best outcome either. Sale has to wrap around this one, and I think he wanted to pop that one, but instead he'll get a deflection. Sidewall, redirect off the post again. LCU escapes and might even get rewarded with a counter. Low fake doesn't go through, but the follow-up certainly does. What a painful series of events.
You saw one little chance, and it had to be a degree or two to the left, just a little further, and we may be singing a different tune, but a 2-goal swing basically with 2 seconds remaining. LCU will do it as UNT put forward a great fight, but that one eventually will rest. LCU 4-0. They'll be your Texas representative going to CECC.
I think that is really well deserved, not just because if they even didn't win this one, if you were to elect a Texas team, it really would be them. A lot of other quality squads in Arlington, North Texas, University of Texas at Dallas, all those different squads have made different runs, but it's really been LCU that has been in the conversation for best Texas team. So only fitting that the qualifier meant for this region, or I guess suppose state alone, is going to be LCU. I do want to shout out UNT. A lot of improvement from that team. A lot of people are saying, their heydays are gone. A lot of their best players graduated. They're still very much in the contention. I want that 4-0 to be understood. Those were close games down the stretch. They were adjusting well, but unfortunately just could not adjust enough.
Just inches become miles, and they just continue to multiply. Also, there's a lot of love that goes over to the UNT program overall. Seeing it from the heyday into the nowadays, as I've seen them kind of win into the community votes as most love. Seen them with other groups like CCS, and they still fight. But LCU, they have been really putting in the grind. Can't wait to be able to find them at CECC. And you know what? That's it, at least for our Rocket League portion of things. Taco, it was great to be able to be back in the booth with you. But we're gonna be moving over into Valorant, as we'll have Visionary One taking your place. I can't replace you, dude. I mean, just magic all the time. So either way, we'll be moving into it in just a moment. We'll be taking a short break. More of the CECC Texas qualifiers right after this. Do you suffer from your producer hating you? So do we. Welcome back, everyone, to Esports U as we're getting into CECC Texas qualifiers. I'm Hail Monkey Man, but over there, that's not a taco. In case you were looking for another lovely dish, it is in fact Visionary 1 who just hit, what, the back 9, front 8? I don't know how the numbers work in golf, but you were able to hit a hole-in-one being back with us. Visionary, it has been way too long, a year and a half. They're trying to keep a separated baby, but we're back. How you been, man?
Yeah, they couldn't do it, brother. And yeah, it would technically be the back 9. Shot a much better back 9 than a front 9 today, but that doesn't really matter. We're going to talk about Teo, we're going to talk about Waylay, and we're going to see some interesting comps today here in Valorant. And I couldn't be more excited to be bringing that to you here today. So, Monkey Man, it's always great to be back with you, brother. I know we've done a couple of, CECC finals. We've done some NECC stuff here and there, but nothing is bigger than CECC, baby. This is it. This is the big one.
This is huge. And of course, we're going into what is just literally one school playing against itself, as we have the University of Texas in Dallas. Well, guess what? It's Dallas. They're doing it all over again. UTD versus Varsity versus their Eclipse team. It is the Comets versus the Comets. And you can see down in our lower third. Thank you so much to the production that totally doesn't hate me at least that much. We'll be starting with our first, basically, college classic as we go over into Haven with 3-site and then 3-site following and then a split decision if we make it that far. I'm not at all surprised to see these first couple maps. Feels like in this recent map pool, this is where so much comfort exists, especially for these two teams.
I'm just surprised to see Ascent banned, to be quite honest with you. I mean, how long have we been casting Collegiate Valorant together? We've seen Ascent how many times together? I'm just saying. I know they took wallbangs off of B main, so it's not as attractive as it used to be, but it is kind of what it is at this point. They could have made more changes to the map, but they didn't. So, I'm not surprised to see it banned. At the same time, I wish more people would love Fracture, but, it's leaving the map pool, so it is what it is. I mean, we can talk as much as we want in the green room, but if the players don't love it, the players don't love it. I know we both do.
Yeah, that's true. I personally, I have a lot of thoughts, a lot of ideas of where to move the doors for Ascent, but I'm not going to talk about that one right now. There's actually pathways that we've followed before our footsteps have tread, and we're going over into Haven, which has some recency between these two teams, a little bit of history within this bracket, as both these teams did face off on Haven just a little bit ago in some best of 3 style. They went into it yesterday. It came out 13-11, obviously not having dropped a map so far. The varsity squad moving into this map, it feels like it was very cutthroat until the very end. Some of the timeline kind of switches things up, but everything was relatively meta. You get some Yoru that's coming out, you get your Jets to pop off. Kind of boring whenever no one decides, hey, let's try out the new shiny Breach Teho combo. I didn't know, how much do you think at all that we should expect Waylay, not maybe this map, but just today?
Waylay, I feel like, is very situational and is also very second duelisty. And I feel like Yoru might give you a little bit more, in general, just utility, right? You have flashes on Yoru if you're going to run that second duelist. If you run Waylay, you don't have that ability, right? So I feel like they have their spots. Haven is not it, though. That's the biggest problem, is Haven is really not that map that you want to see. So I don't think we're going to be seeing Waylay. I love the Yoru being brought out. I was watching VCT a little bit earlier today, or yesterday, before I decided to go ahead and go to a concert, and I saw Phoenix being run by Loud. I'm loving the double duelist kind of being brought back into this meta, regardless of the map. We saw double duelist on Pearl. We've seen it on Haven. I'm ready to see it, and I'm ready for people to get more aggro and take those fights as a team together, because with Teo or with Breach here on Haven, you do have that ability to really set up your duelist to absolutely annihilate a site before you decide to hit it.
There's a lot of trust that comes in the lethality of presenting pressure and performance like that. So we get to see if that actually kind of promotes from the front. Also a keynote, shout out over to our main man in Clutch Key, as they are able to remind us, this will be UT Dallas's first ever bid to CECC in Valorant. So this is, it's guaranteed that the program will have someone marching forward. And this is also the first time Texas A&M will not automatically win Valorant in its 3 years of running it. So kind of huge. We're gonna see immediate pressure for one to kind of keep your main sentinel lurking. And ISO has been such a mainstay, but they are put to the floor big trades early.
Yeah, just a flood right out onto the site. Great Soviet utility, though, to break basically everything Cypher had set up here. You're going to get the plant down, and as we've seen so much in this meta currently in Valorant, we're going to see a retake coming on 4v4. Nothing too crazy. Shift sitting over here chilling. Actually has a TP right on himself, so this might be a little decent fake to try to fake that pressure towards long as the team is rolling in here for the retake.
Ooh, Glory catching Roman as Roman had actually been kind of that entry site. Oh, what a just dink! Quick, be able to get at least one. Third one on the way, no. So it becomes Omen v Omen getting a quick diff. Gonna actually put out the recon dart as quickly as they can. King will get scanned out, but it actually goes to the side. They have to just spam. Do they think they're gonna stick it or not? A shock dart going out, does that do enough damage? Oh, they get him just in the nick of time. A late term pistol. That one will go the way of the Varsity Gang.
Yeah, Varsity Gang is there for a reason. No, I mean, it got a little hairy towards the end there, Monkey Moon. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I'm sitting there, I'm looking at it. That bar keeps extending out just little bit by little bit, and I'm like, are they gonna be able to ninja this and just get in there? But fortunately enough, the shock dart is going to be able to do enough damage there just thanks to the spam. They were spamming the exact right spot. That's the beauty of planting on default sites, is you know where to hit, you know where to left click your mouse to maybe get some damage off to allow that utility to do its job.
Yeah, I know that you know where I'm stuck in terms of ranks. So like whenever the patch came through for everyone not being able to actually ping through the smokes anymore, you get to see some of that actually hit. And this one will actually be first purchased for at least a couple in favor of the Varsity. You're gonna have the double tap coming through as Viz will try to take immediate space. And that plant, he's actually got it in hand. He's gonna plant for window. Okay, this is up for that long position, so they're going to play very aggressive. You got to be able to take it away from them. Both their duelists are actually lagging behind from sewer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really mind it, right? You were able to take that space for free after the initial pick, and you know that the Eclipse team is sitting here with a little bit less guns, a little bit less util. They're probably going to be stacking and playing off each other's lives. Not really a bad call there. Little swing right there coming out from Roman. Are you going to be able to find one? The answer is yes. Kabo is going to be falling here. Viz going to be able to find one. One enemy remains, and they are dropped by Roma. Just a great job of playing all the angles on the site. You get the plant down, you hold it down, you're up 2-0.
Easy, quick cleanup as well. We saw the only kill be from that banana long of A after at least a swift deluge of some classic fire goes down. But so now it will be the Eclipse side of this comet. I guess what if there's this many comets from UTD, does that make it like a meteor shower? Is that our comets and meteors not the same, right? I'm not a galaxtician.
I'm not
I
either.
feel like that's not the
I
same.
studied accounting, unfortunately, so I couldn't really give you a great answer on that, but I feel like they're the same thing. At least close enough to being the same thing, you know what I mean? So,
Same family.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Like, I just saw Haley's comment. She waits. Said, why you always running in place? But we're going to see these couple of peaks here by the Omen lurking over on A. Are you going to be able to find anything out of that heavy default coming out here from the Varsity squad? And it's not really surprising, right? You know you're at a gun disadvantage. This is going to be the first buy round coming out for the Eclipse squad. We're going to see how they feel it out, right? But this is a pretty slow hit, but it's starting to feel like everybody's going towards A, and Kendrick is going to have the answer. The first blood on the Omen. Now, are you going to take advantage of that space, or are you going to fake this and push back to the other side?
And that was actually the one of the lone purchases that we got out of this group. They're going to use the contingency to get themselves at least a wall of separation. Their double tap shield not quite activated, and that means there's some damage. They try to use at least that decoy to get some fire from beyond that smoke. But with all the pressure and all the initial contact running towards A, you have the slightest rotation over. Though you still have the trip on, you still got a camera on C, and they know that call will probably be coming up as they see their counter spy moving from inside of a garage and now outwards, and we're right back to C again.
It's not really a surprise here. I love the rotation. I love the ability to go ahead and get that first blood and shift on over. Knowing that you have that gun advantage too, being able to get established on site is huge. But Shift is going to be sitting here with the Outlaw on long, holding down that angle. We're going to see if anybody, including nobody, can get anything going here. Double tap. Oh, you're blind, and you just domed him. Make it 2. Make it 3. Viz says what's up. Kendrick comes in and finishes out, and it's 3 for the Varsity squad.
Viz turning their B squad into an Aim Labs challenge. My goodness, Viz. Wow. Pure vision. Dude is looking great. 5-1, making it clean. And unfortunately for the Eclipse side of UT Dallas, they don't get to take advantage of their initial buy-up, so breaking down the economy, and that could have long-term ramifications to run against them. Varsity will force all the rest of their juniors to have to go into some sheriffs and some light shields and just look for better days.
Yeah, sheriffs are capable of that one tap though, so you might be able to get yourself a couple good shots and have a decent round, but getting this aggressive is not the choice. Is Kendrick going to be able to take out the Cypher? And that is immediately the go button after Shift especially gets that pick. We're rushing towards C. We're getting the plant down. Guess what? You're going to have to deal with it. The lurk here from Roman. Are you going to be able to find the frag? Yes, you are with the Guardian, and that is going to be a 5v2 coming into this. Glory on the flank here. Going to avoid the Cypher trip, but you still have so much work to do against this squad.
The one positive of them I come out of this is, do they expect him to come out of this window position? That timing might be there to see something in B, but none of that ever manifests. Shift is going to be right off of this door angle. They do at least get one. The next one will fall over to Gamble, so he'll pick up a weapon. Let's see if he can do any extra damage. That's at least a couple. Make it a handful. As we get a fourth. What in the heck? One extra shot could be forthcoming. They got that plant done a little while ago. Gamble is running with very light feet. They've got wheels, but they're also thrown to the side wall. Wow. Okay. You know what? That was looking pretty glitzy and glammy there for the Eclipse gang.
It was looking pretty bleak until Gamble decided to take everybody's head off. It's literally that simple. Get a couple with the Sheriff. Okay. Pick up the Vandal. See what kind of damage you can do. Great one taps coming in, and sometimes, you know, it may not be ideal, but you had the Blade Storm pulled up now, so you will be able to have at least a little bit of recursion on the economy here coming into the next round, which is kind of ideal. But it's looking like this is just going to be a rush down basically towards the A site. Hey, we have guns, we have a Blade Storm, let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be Gamble taking a couple pot shots. Not going to find much. The Blade's coming back out. That's going to be hit, but still going to be revealed. And now the ISO pool, only a Sheriff in hand. Are you going to be able to land 2 shots before they find your head? The answer is no. Viz and Maker are going to combine, and this is just a shredding right now on this A site.
What a good moment. So cerebral to recognize, okay, my teammate, they're going to rely onto that Blade Storm pop, and they've already shown their hand that they've only got a Sheriff, so great job to pressure them into it. Owl Drone will identify that at least tripwires nearby. Do they know that there's numbers? Looking to shock dart anyone that's on that wall, as they will scan them out. The Paranoia ready to go. So they want to try and re-enter, but do they? I feel like this is going to be a save overall. They can't get a pick from beyond that that vision just being narrowed down. So Eclipse will walk out. Glory will find at least Viz trying to get another. You know, they'll go 1 for 1. And even with the X-ray, well, it's just seeing what damage you can be done at the end of the round, and Roman did a lot. So hopefully that Blade Storm there, Visionary, is able to give them some extra weaponry, but this is feeling pretty rough going to round number 6.
And Gamble's going to be able to pick one up. It's looking like a force up, basically. We're going to see a couple Guardians, a Bulldog. This is kind of the point of no return, right? You're down 5 rounds. You don't want this to continue snowballing. You have to find a way to get around. So you force up, and if you lose here, you know you're probably dropping 1 to 2 of the next rounds as well, which is the hardest part of making these decisions. But we're going to see what ends up happening. The varsity team is showing by their varsity so far here. 5-0, a little ridiculous.
Yeah, this team has also not dropped a map yet through this competition. Unlike the group into double elim brackets that we have before. Oh my goodness, Shift is selling this. He's literally just selling straight into the wall. They never got to see it. It was great acting. Was thinking of an Oscar, but no! The Golden Man will go over to the King.
Look at the flank too. They haven't pinched.
Do they expect that? They're leaving the back wide open. Didn't see it at all. You got the Empress. They're gonna get a visual. They're be able to put out the Leer. Oh my goodness, good for a couple, and suddenly this has become a 4-1.
Viz, why is your knife out, buddy? Oh my god, the timing is atrocious.
No!
What is okay? He turned around. Thank God. I thought we were about to see some just absolute gobsmacking stuff happen there. I thought he was going to find at least 3 somehow by getting a backstab out of nowhere. But no, the King turns around. UTD is able to pull off that force. Gets the round. We're going to see what Glory is going to be able to pull here. They do have the ability to buy them, so I think Gamble is probably going to end up buying Glory here and getting them a rifle. We're seeing a ton of Vandals here and 1 Sheriff, or I'm sorry, one Phantom on each side. I'm kind of curious. Ever since the Phantom got that buff to do 140 at basically all ranges, I expected to see a little bit more of them. But if the Vandal's a comfort weapon, you might as well use it, right?
Yeah, you know, Phantom's also such a great mid-range. I use it all the time to be able to just feel a more even spread of fire. Kenrick is going to go right up into B. We have not seen a B execute in a while. You're going to have the Hunter's Fury also trying to at least force them to kind of relegate back. And this becomes a 3v4 opening seconds. A lot of bodies dropping out. Shock Dart to at least check corners before Roman just wants to get into this garage. It feels like more of C. Even though they don't really have a set way that they want to go, they have very limited information, and Kevbo is just going to take this deep intersection over towards C long, but that spike has moved nowhere.
And it really can, right? You don't really have any map control sitting there. Shift is going to go ahead and blow into this. Okay, spots one out, takes the teleport out, so kind of smart. We're able to spot one out. We know one's over towards the B site, but are we going to go ahead and decide to re-hit this after the teleport is the question, because you look at the defense setup right now, and everybody's basically collapsing on that, and you're going to have one on window pincering behind. This is going to be disgusting if that's the case.
That someone's right on side. King will have to back up, but only the King can wear this crown. He'll stay right around that doorway and wait for his teammate to get there. The paranoia is going to be casted outwards. They look to escape it, but they go bouncing, and Kevbo, that was the longest spin from down C long all the way through that entry from that mid position, and they were going to be the one that no one could get past the guardsmen thereof. So UT Dallas find a couple going the way of their Eclipse squad, and the eco it's starting to feel on both sides.
Yeah, it's starting to hurt a little bit. I'm kind of surprised to see the operator on the Reyna instead of the Jet here. I mean, like, by all means, like, Kevbo, if that's your gun, you trust yourself with it, you got to get the kill, though, because you have to be able to dismiss. You have to be able to play that angle. Jet can miss and get away. Oh. That's not the case here. Oh, my Kevbo. Okay, doesn't even need it. They walled it for him.
That's a good program, helping both sides. You know, and everyone feel great, especially Kevbo. Not the one that got a giant 50 cal through the old stomach. That's an extra belly button. And that is the tiniest angle. Are we playing Rainbow Six Siege? What's happening? Okay, Kevbo's... Oh, but they will get found out. Kendrick was waiting for anyone, and that's just bonus.
See if they're going to find an extra one. Nobody might have the best timing in the world right here. Kendrick looking to teleport over to the ace. This is genius. They've already taken that space on long as well. Going to cancel it as well. So you're going to have the lurking Omen just kind of sitting here. But I think they might have called this out. Are you going to be able to check it is the question. No. Kendrick's going to be able to find another one. Get plausible deniability. But he's in. No. He's in the smoke menu. He couldn't find it. Everybody now spotted on the A site. And this is going to be a 3v3 retake.
Oh my god, all my Astras know about how that feels. Well, apparently it happens to Ghosty Boys just the same. Viz will back up, he'll have Sewer covered, but everyone is just gonna hard enter from this position. They go fishing. That is Roman that takes out Gamble as we go into the infinite domain. It's all of one extra Glories by themselves. So, be a 1v2. They will scan him out with the neural theft, a very low player with an Omen. Oh, with an Omen. Can they make it happen? They do. Glory! Goes for glory, goes for gold, and is able to turn this 8th round into a big win.
Glory, glory, hallelujah. You're spotted. You got a dart on you, and you still hit 2 headshots. I don't even blame him for shooting bodies at that point. I'm sorry. We're going to see the replay here. Obviously, this first shot does swing right before the ISO wall pops up, too. That's ridiculous timing. And then one, guess what? We pre-fire, we reset. Doming a second. Glory, that is nuts.
In case you guys didn't know how the contingency wall forms, it's from the foot upwards. So, if you have a shot, you just gotta take it before those pixels become perfect and unbangable. So, wow. Great job there by Eclipse, keeping this one spicy. Remember, this went 13-11. Whenever they saw each other in the bracket earlier on, they're trying to track down Glory. He is playing the long game of having to dodge and dip and dive through all the obstacles. Double tap is online. Kevbo will find a kill. Shift to the floor.
I'm going to go ahead and rotate up to heaven as well. You're going to be able to get the plant down here, but you're already a man down. I mean, you got to dip, dive, dodge, duck, and dive if you really want to make this happen. Kempo has been disgusting, and there's just another operator shot. Easy enough. Going to drop out. Dismisses well. Madlad, what?
He just needed another one in the short. He wouldn't be able to do it himself. Roman's stuck in a corner. It's a 1v3, but making none. The defuse will be coming through, and that is just sick nasty with it from Kevbo. If you're learning how to be able to play the dang game, take your initial shots, have that little shorty in your back pocket, and apparently you can just dismiss and come out of it. And that honestly took me by surprise as much as them. They didn't think they would have anything to really pick up, but the shorty is such a spicy idea, and that forces the timeout. Varsity Squad's like, dang, they did what?
I mean, playing Reyna on a map like this, right? Like, I understand comfort picks. I understand going into it, but like, if you follow like the professional meta at all, you're not expecting to see a Reyna here. You're also not expecting to see the Reyna be the opper when you have a Jet on the same team, right? So like, that's two kind of curveballs that have already been thrown. The third one is the ability to get your pick, dive out of the window, and then hit the dismiss key. Like, the amount of galaxy brain that required actually blows my mind. I'm not gonna kid with you. Like, the ability to be like, I got that pick. Okay, we're gonna re-peek for half a second. We're gonna jump out of this window and hit dismiss before I hit the ground so I don't take any damage. And then I'm gonna shorty somebody from 15 feet away because for some reason the shorty still does that. Yeah, ridiculous play right there by Kevbo.
That's a huge energy moment for their team. You see what's on the other side now for the varsity team. They're going to have half shields. They're talking about what they really want to push into this with. It feels like they are going to run with at least kind of force buying into this, not trying to max out the creds because they know worst case scenario they'll be tied after this and they'll have extra time to be able to save. They'll also go to max loser creds on the other end of it. But Kevbo, there's something about non-jet, non-chamber style players that then go into the op. It's like you get a Raze that wants to op. You get a Reyna that wants to op. It almost feels like they have less movement than that, but Kevbo has been basically freewheeling across this, and look how confident they are. Ain't no one coming through that window because it's fully smoked off, and they're trying to completely cut this one off at mid.
I mean, the beautiful thing about that too is like the practices and protocols are in place, right? Like you had Glory sitting there actually covering that window pop out, and oh my Kevbo. Okay, like that's great. Good shot. Viz just dropping like a fly right there. You want to run ISO? I'll show you why Reyna's better apparently. I mean, just wild. Love to see it. The king. Oh, okay. Kevbo is rotated towards Garage. I found another pick. And guess what? He's lurking mid again. And look at the varsity team. They're like, nah, bro, we're going A. We're not dealing with that op. I don't want to be anywhere near that at this point.
It's the reposition that's so strong. You cannot just continue to be in one spot, especially if you're going to hard op into it. So knowing what they can be able to do, they get the flash that comes out, Gamble's able to clear out shift, and this has all just gone wrong. No one had a chance from the varsity side. Through 10 rounds, you would think that the Eclipse side of this Comet was the better of it. But UTD, in its entirety, we go to round number 11, we're all tied.
I mean, these teams are familiar and they probably scrim a lot together. Like, what is 5 up, 5 down here? Like, you can't counter strat effectively. You have to build the eco and just overwhelm them that way. Like, I'm so confused as to why we have 5 rounds going both ways. Just with how familiar these teams are. You know they scrim together. You know they're going to do everything else. Like, it's obviously 2 very good teams. That's why they're in the finals, right, Monkey Man? Like,
yeah. Oh, and this is also a moment to really kind of take advantage of not only that this is a qualifier into CECC, but imagine the absolute trash talk that can happen going into this into this next qualifier, or rather towards the end of this. Because if they're like, hey, why are you varsity? We were able to get this done. You have Kevbo that's gonna be pressured out. They get seen by the dimensional drift. Shift is covered by the cyber cage, but it actually helps them out. They're able to get one. A big trade. Glory will eventually fall. So because of 1v2, and maybe UTD varsity was able to catch themselves a break.
And just a little breathing room, right? I mean, we've seen them go up 5. It looked like they were basically unstoppable, and you come the other way, and you see this right now. Oh my God, nobody sees him though, Monkey Man. Is he gonna check the left? Oh,
Knifed. Oh, okay. Okay, operator. At such close distance.
it wasn't a no. I'm gonna bet. I know we didn't have like we didn't have the actual camera on it, but that was not a no scope. That was just, oh, he's gonna walk right into my scope. Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah, let's go ahead and hit that real quick. Let me left click.
I've missed at that distance before. Free scope.
Oh, I have too. A million times, dude. It is what it is at that point.
It's like you're trying to play Gears of War and you put the big piece of duct tape on your TV screen and you pray the shotgun's shooting off the hip right there. It doesn't work. Look, some of you guys know. You'll know when it comes back later this year. Trust me. We go to the last round here of the first half. UTD varsity stems the bleeding. They're going to throw out that Sidewinder blind. Looks like they want to be able to take over mid. Haven't had an easy campaign getting to B. Viz will get rid of at least nobody. and trying to at least poke and prod, get some X-ray damage. But that plan's still happening.
Man, I mean, it's just a really good flood here onto the B site. The problem is, and Monkey Man, we've talked so extensively about this in the matches we've casted, you have to have garage control if you're going to have a successful B plant. Right now, they do not. And if they're getting pressured from A and you have to focus there, it's the perfect opportunity to get that backstab. But now they may have that garage control, and Shift is going to just shut it down entirely. Said, oh, what A-Link pressure are you talking about? It's gone. I headshot both of them.
As long as you land your shot right there, it's just the same as having an op or otherwise. So easy, quick kills, even off of the peak. You don't peek together, and you just kind of line up one at a time. Didn't even have to move the cursor. So for all of the drama of going 5 and then 5, well, apparently 5 is the max out of the streak, as the varsity will go over into the defense. And I mean, the only key switch up that really you see between both these is the other duelists. So you got your ISO with your Yoru. You've got your Jet with your Reyna, feeling very 2021 style. Dallas feels like they have a chance to really start promoting from the front. Remember, this is a best of 3, so they want to find this first map if they can. They beat them on it last time. See if they can do it again.
We will certainly see here a little bit more. I want to say a little bit more subdued here. You remember off the pistol round for the varsity team, they were just rushing in like their lives depended on it.
Yeah.
We're going to see a little bit more. I like this jump spot coming out from Shift. However, I don't know if he knows that there's 2 there. Oh my. Okay, right clicks are there. And oh, we're using the buddy system. Kid is able to find one as well. Do you have your exit buddy? We might be able to go ahead, get this plant down, but it's going to be dangerous. You're going to have to plant for the backside to C, and are you going to have all that control is the real question.
No, they're going to get at least pushed in from a couple separate angles, and they know that there was immediate pressure when they had him over into spawn. My goodness, the paranoia and the shock dart at the same time. Horror movie and a thunderstorm. Maper's going to throw out at least a recon dart, see if that gets a scan or 2. Kenrick will go down. UTD, it's down to a 2 versus 3, 1 versus 2. At the very end of it all, they pick up a ghost, and they're going to get double swung, and that's just as easy and clean as you get, as everyone stays up. At least over onto C and gets that defused fourth. Another successful pistol. So the varsity, yeah, take that selfie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Put it on the gram.
Love that. Yeah, put it on the gram. Throw it on the TikTok. You know, maybe shoot a little short. What are you cooking up in the kitchen for? You know, Lotus that we're going to see next. That's the real question. But 8-5. So like Monkey Man, crazy prediction here, right? UTD obviously wins the anti-eco. I mean, because it's Valorant, right? And then they also win their bonus. And then 5 rounds go the other way, and we end up 10-10.
Wow.
Crazy prediction, right?
Subscribe.
Yep.
I'm here for it.
I'm here for it. Like, let's create storylines out of thin air.
What is... Hold on. Timeout. What was that tripwire? That was very high up.
It's anti-jet. It's anti-jet.
Ah, that makes a lot of sense if you're trying to dash in.
Yep.
Be able to get
Updraft
that.
dash.
Okay.
Yep.
I had to think that was the only reason. Oh my goodness. Okay. Leaping across, Shift recognizing that they got to get in and get out and get on with reloading that 2-shot gun. Maper's going to be chilling. They're trying to find contact, but they didn't want any CQC hands. They were like, oh, they are dangerous with some pistols.
I mean, I've seen, obviously, we saw a classic takedown on the previous bonus round here for the Eclipse squad. They were able to at least find one with a classic, 2 headshots from long range. Glory here, just kind of chilling. Oh, this is not going to spot him. This might be a great opportunity. Are you going to be able to push down? Are you going to do it is the question. There's 2 towards the long. There's free reign here, but do they know that there's a 3rd here? Maper, oh my god, the timing is ridiculous here, but Shift is going to be able to find the shot? Now knowing that the spike is down, this is easy money. Roman is just going to chill here. Oh, yeah, bye. Your head is getting clicked. Your gun barrel was spotted. Peace out. UTDE, Eclipse, I understand that this is an anti-eco, but this is not ideal. Shift basically dealing with an operator there, having, of course, that beautiful little 2-shot gun, and with the outlaw in hand, you're going to be able to do some work, and some work was accomplished here. 5-9 here in favor of the varsity squad.
And this will be our fattest bonus so far, even when the previous one was 1 body dropped last time. This time you got flawless, so you got a lot of extra weaponry that'll be just chilling. And then opposite of that, I'm seeing Guardians, I'm seeing a Bulldog, I'm seeing some weakness. UTD looks like the Eclipse gang kind of bought up into more of their eco, and especially with sheriffs, it puts you into a bad run of it. Still, those things can do the damage. Kenrick, though, with the Bulldog, goes barking out in mid. King and Kebbo going down. That's not cool. tool for their gang. They're going to at least get some information that they try to push out. They'll keep them at bay with some extra information from the owl drone.
Yeah, I mean, 2 guns dropped immediately by a bulldog. You can say, of course, the man's got the dog in him. His Glory's going to find another one here. So at least we're kind of flipping back the other way. That's always good to see, but I don't know if the B hit is really the move to take when you have quite literally no map control so far, but it's looking like where the pressure is going to be right now. We do have just the quiet little Cypher alert going to go ahead and take out a tripwire as well, but look how deep the opposite Cypher is, all the way A main right now. So if you decide to push through, that's great. They have the flank. Gamble? Oh my. Okay, I'm talking about pressure that they might have. That's one way to create map pressure. It's to just remove them from play by clicking their head.
Relieve some pressure and blood from the body. That's one way to be able to do it. So now can they handle the war on many fronts? A 3v3. Gonna try and traverse this from all the way back side. It's a cycle of ciphers. They're at either end in opposite points. They have to re-enter from an attacking position. Gloria's able to take the first, but they know that someone is outside of main. They're gonna reconvene from the back end. Then they hear the initial ping. Shock dart will be going out, so that's a quick 80 ping. They will not be able to protect them, and they're able to get the job done. Nobody will find those couple of kills. And it turns out that long spin over the defender side spawn really paid off.
Yeah, only 4 in a row this time. Crazy. It definitely paid off there, but also a lot of damage done, right? We already saw light shield being purchased on the side of UTD Eclipse. Well, now you have to reckon with another buy, try to scrap together whatever you possibly can, and obviously like an Omen can't sit there because you have to buy your smoke, right? You can't be on 3,300 and actually be successful in the round only having 1 smoke. So I'm thinking nobody's going to buy them, and it's basically going to be equal eco both ways, even though that round is won obviously by the purchasing team. It's not going to matter at the end of the day. They have to get another one and start stringing together just a little bit to bring that advantage, to bring them back.
Playing the mind game, they throw the cyber cage early to get the initial look, to think that they're going over to sewer, and that's exactly why you have at least ISO down there. Shift will catch Kevbo off angle as they were deep into Cubby just outside of B. This has been something that we've seen from both sides. They do push out of the initial site space, but still, you see these trades from across map. Eclipse looking for where in the world they're going to have to take this spike to. It's separated from them, and Shift is given a ton of information that everybody's just kind of chilling. They actually have to say, excuse me, as they move right by the man that was, I think he was looking at it from that owl drone.
And Viz has actually managed to pull him here as well. Oh my, that's a disgusting shot right there from Viz. Now a 2v4. Are we going to go ahead and push in, or are we going to wait for the person who is behind us? But wait. Person behind us is gone. They've TP'd to A main, and now you're running into a 3-stack already prepped for you on the site.
Good news is they won't have to deal with the tripwires. They just have to deal with the double stack. They're on the big boxes in the corner. It's King versus literally everyone else. Viz has been hot to whip a pixel through someone else's noggin. They don't know exactly where they are. They'll hear that one will go out, but it's just a spray. Oh yeah, right click. Yep, there it is. Yep. All right.
Yep, we found them. We take those. We take those. I gotta say, it's been nice hearing Viz in hit shots in the same lobby. I'm not trying to be biased here, but some
I was wondering how long it would take you to say that.
Some different than what I'm used to. I'm not gonna lie to you. Sometimes I'm on one, and sometimes I can't hit the broadside of a barn. But Viz has done a great job, especially in their ult, of just kind of securing the value that it brings. Right, being able to bring those people off of site. Not only that, also win those fights when you do have the shield installed. So great job there. We're gonna see what UTDE can do here. The Eclipse squad, we've seen a lot of good looks. At the same time, this is a lot of the same. We're defaulting. Bomb is outside of B. Are we going to actually put some pressure anywhere, or are we just going to let them take basically free space? This isn't Monopoly. You can't just have free parking available every single time.
It says you. I want free parking. Come on. Roman off this corner. They will get pressed. Trying to be able to get at least another big spam. That's going to be at least a trade, a weapon upgrade as well. Stinger will take care of the job. Everyone's here on C. Save one that's waiting for at least some of that rotation to go out towards window. They're going to try and get out of that sloping, ramping stack of boxes. Again, it's 1 for 1 each. That will be some vulnerability. They're going to be suppressed away from their abilities as well. So they have that 4-second timer. And his is always on one. And it's 2 for 2 as we go down to final mans and final pairings.
The real question is how much are you going to be able to do with that? Okay, we do have the initial Hunter's Fury being popped. Did they miss the spike? Oh no, it's planted back sight.
Weird. Yeah.
I love how my man jumped into that. Like, yeah, I deserve that. I missed the spike entirely. It wasn't planned to default. And that's just a communication error, Monkey Man. Nothing more, nothing less, right? You kind of throw off the Hunter's Fury. You think you're going to get a ping, but somebody actually tucked because they didn't know if they had. That's kind of what happens when you don't have a site planted fully, right? You're like, oh, I'm going to plant safe in the corner. But if you don't communicate that early, like the Sova can't really look at their map to recognize that post plant, right? Like, and be like, oh yeah, I need to aim at this specific spot because they planted behind box because we didn't know if we had sight. It's unfortunate, but it happens. A Shift is going to be able to find one here as well.
I feel like a Yoru with an operator is a step weirder than a Reyna with an operator. Just like a half step at least, baby steps.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I disagree. Yoru can still get out for free.
Well, no, but the timer on the
it's garbage. It's garbage. I
it's
understand
absolute
that, but
crap.
Yeah, but
I feel like it takes longer than the dismiss,
it
right?
does. It does.
So like,
but the difference is like on Pearl especially, we've seen a ton of Yoru operator, right? Where like if you're gonna go ahead and run that there, it makes sense to go ahead and kind of toss it over here. May not be as ideal on Haven when you're playing a little closer angles. But it still kind of makes sense, right? Whereas Reyna, you have to hit the shot. Yoru, you might be able to dodge behind some cover and still TP out, right?
it sounds like doubters that can't hit their shots. I don't know.
Possibly right.
Just
Possibly
better
right.
if you can win.
Yeah. Just be better. Just hit shots, bro. Easy.
Just
That's why we're
fire
pros,
the
Monkey
gun.
Man. That's why we, at both over 30 years old, play this game competitively. Absolutely.
Yeah, like against other 30-year-olds that are also struggling with how to do everything.
Facts.
But UTD, they only got 2 more before they're 1 up, and gonna be trying to do more into this series. You will go fishing, and they will try to go into the infinite domain, and they didn't have that shield. Well, he's actually gambled. They were able to find a couple. Nobody holding down lock and stock and a couple of smoking barrels. Gamble is able to get rid of Shift, and this is looking very promising for Eclipse.
It is, but Kendrick has something to say about it. Oh, and so does Roma. Oh my, what a shot right there. The King trying to stay here as a solo just gets flooded out, and yeah, there's no chance there. Triple double swings, right? Like, I mean, you're seeing it, or double triple swings. Trip dubs, whatever. But I mean, just wild right there, and great coordination, right? And knowing that the players are isolated. Hey, we're gonna play this together. We're gonna swing together. We're gonna win together. That simple.
It's both Gorilla and Penguin as they will drive those happy feet. And here's the unfortunate part is that, remember, we saw the 5-0, and then we saw a comeback. It was all 5-5s. Well, it's been a while since general success has been found here for Eclipse. They do have the Empress. I expect that to immediately get popped. That Blaze Storm will be much the same, so you got to find big value. There's going to be a lot of investment. A lot of information is available here to Eclipse. The Reliance won't have to be there. Shift can ruin the party with one good pop. I don't think that they're going to be challenged out, at least into this round, because they're on A. Looks like they're just trying to run it down C, and that Odin already finds Pater.
Oh, but the Paranoia is actually going to hit Gamble as well, so they can't take a ton of space. It doesn't matter. Roman going to be able to find one here as well with the Odin, though. There's a swing. Do you have the shots? The answer is no. The King going to be able to take one down. Hey, 3v2. Make that 2v2 as Shift is able to find another one relatively quickly. We do have the Omen ult. Are we going to bail?
Oh, no.
Who are you bailing into is the question. And it's going to be Maper immediately finding one there. The Neural Theft going to be popped. The plant going to be there for the back of C site. And now it's going to be either a flank or garage. And hey, if you have one agent left right now to try to figure out where somebody is, that camera is going to be so useful. But can nobody find the frag? The answer is no. UTD going to be able to take map number 1 here, Monkey Man.
Slightly larger Comet, slightly bigger brother, as the Varsity Gang will be able to win our first map. They'll be taking it like they did, but a little bit better since it was 13-11 in the previous side of the bracket over Eclipse. This one will be done with greater efficiency. Still, we got to have a very tight fight in the first half. The second one, though, I feel like you and I, Visionary, can agree. This one, the Varsity, especially, they had a very solid defense, which is generally tougher to pick up on Haven. They knew all the pathways that this Eclipse squad wanted to be able to travel, and they just basically cut them off at the pass every time.
Yeah, the hardest part for me kind of looking at everything, right, is we saw 2 double duelists, right? But if you're not going to use that Reyna to use that blind to entry and kind of have them lurking out, it kind of really stalls the kind of utility you can successfully use trying to actually gain sites, right? So we saw a lot of defaulting out of the Eclipse team, but it's kind of a result of the composition. Nothing more, nothing less, sadly. Whereas the Yoru ISO combo, right? Like if you have the Yoru ult, you can go ahead and swing that through, use the ISO ult to just grab somebody who's being spotted, and then you have a free site essentially, or you just have to take care of one person. When you have the Jet Reyna combo, you don't really have the access to that. You really have to play off each other better. And unfortunately for the Eclipse team, it was just harder on the attack side to do that.
Well, we're going to be going from this one as well, from this 3 side into another 3 side, as we'll be pushing straight along. No breaks, no rest as we go into Lotus. So after the most recent patch, we obviously had some kind of change ups, and I felt like, and apparently the devs felt like, there was a lot of strength that rested with Vise. Do you think Vise has been weakened enough to peel them off, kind of use that can opener to get them off of C site? Any kind of big projections before we go into our second map? Because I feel like there's been such a strength with maybe that's the tiniest bit of change ups we've seen. Obviously Raze be a mainstay, Vise was played up, but then they're like, you know what, that is way too much, let's key her down. What's your thoughts?
I think Vise is very useful just for the fact that even though Teo has been technically nerfed, you can still deal with a lot of the common spots of utility with Teo. And it makes it really hard to be successful with a KJ, especially on that C site, right? Whereas if somebody decides to enter and you have just a momentary lapse in comms when that wall is up, well, Vise has a free 1v1, and guess what? They also have a flash on site. So I don't see Vise really going away, especially on the 3 site maps that we're seeing right now. It's just my personal opinion. I don't see Vise going away on Pearl either, just because they basically do what Viper did, but a little bit better, to be quite honest with you, over on that B site on defense. So having the flash utility, being able to play off of that and just give yourself a little bit more chance for success versus what KJ does. I really, even with the nerfs, I don't really think it matters. I think what they do is that important to kind of locking down that site, especially C on Lotus.
Yeah, it doesn't feel as detrimental as we've seen some other sorts of nerfs be brought in. It's not like they just completely like trashed the cooldowns and stars of Astra like from a couple of years ago. This one feels a little, all right, we've narrowed down the time frame. We've been able to kind of chill out. We also apparently have been seeing a switch up that's happening here for UTD. Not only do they have both their teams that will be playing against each other, but we will see Kevbo leave, and apparently Renji will be coming in. With the way that Kevbo was playing, do you feel like that was all of a pocket situation? They know they play a solid Reyna, they want to be able to bring it to Haven, but now they're switching out Renji. I will be curious where they end up, but nobody immediately gets that vibe. They said, you know what, that nerf was no problem.
Yeah, no, I'm not really surprised by that. Again, like just the utility and the value that the wall brings is kind of worth it in my opinion. Like, and obviously I'm just, you know, one commentator. Like, somebody could correct me in chat if you want. Feel free to, like, I'm down to have a back and forth while we have this game, but I still think Vise is kind of important for this. Seeing Omen as a singular smoke instead of running the Viper on the 3 site map, I see value and strength in both. At the same time, Vise gives you half of that, right? But also gives you the offensive aggression to be able to flash if your breach dies, if other stuff happens. It just kind of makes sense to me that the Vise is going to continually be run on this map because they kind of are a tweener, right? You can technically initiate with Vise if you really need to.
Yeah, that's very true. Also, we will have a full mirror. So I didn't realize that Colombia and Sweden, Switzerland's not the same. Sweden were big friends, though, because we will have the Wombo combo of the Breach and the Tejo coming into this map. Everyone playing Raze, everyone playing Vise, everyone playing off of the smokes for Omen. So, can Eclipse be able to eclipse their varsity compatriots, or will UTD varsity make it as the Texas qualifier champions and represent their state while everyone else gets kicked out of the Lone Star State beyond the borders and all? So a lot of comments coming at you and at us here, Visionary, as we go into game number 2. I feel like this has to be a fat start here out of Eclipse.
They need to kind of start out hot and just kind of push it through afterwards, to be quite honest with you. Now, seeing Viz on ISO initially and then seeing him over here and trading over to the Vise, a little interesting. But I also kind of see ISO can kind of be a site anchor, especially on defense. It kind of clears, right? As we get just some poking and prodding here towards the B site. But this is going to be a heavy default coming out of the varsity squad to start off this Lotus map.
Not at all surprised we're also getting Renji kind of going over to the controller. If this is their first map, I don't know what their main kind is playing at least a little safe to get them into the groove and into basically that competition level. Roman is going to see everyone, and that is the safety of a good Teo, especially when they have their stealth drone. You can kind of give yourself a mark to move in, but they will be moving over towards C. So the Arc Rows will get a blind, some information. Yeah, they are in fact there. But I do like these deep positions. You have Viz that is all the way behind enemy lines as they poke and prod, and they find a kill.
Viz just can't miss at this point, and that's the first time that sentence has ever been said, at least like as far as within my earshot. But nobody's still going to try to go ahead and try to retake this site. Obviously 4v5 not ideal, especially with nobody still being so low as they are right now. Good right click, gonna find some damage here though. Gonna find some more. Actually, the Flood is doing a great job right now. It's now a 3v1. Roman has to be taken out. We still do have, of course, the util to delay the plant. There's one found. Are you gonna find the second? Yes, you are. Are you gonna be able to find the third? Can you get the headshot? Oh, Roman, are you kidding me? What a clutch.
They ended up separated via the mound and the blind. I don't know how in the world that actually caught them, but I think they might have moved out into their own flashpoint too soon. So they get separated and they're unable to get that one done. Let's check it out again. Viz was the first one, and you know what? Viz don't miss. Put it on a t-shirt. You should sell it for your own merch. And every one of the Flood, it felt like it was working out, but Roman turned into 3 separate fights and they won them all.
That's wild to me that the coordination isn't there to go ahead and double swing that off of mound though. Like that's just a little spots that may separate a varsity team from what we're seeing right now out of the Eclipse team, right? Because I feel like that's something, if you have 2 pushing out towards that mound, you know Teo is there. You have to take care of that. That's one of the things. And if you don't, well then guess what we're doing? We're watching people fall like flies. But Glory gonna do a good job here getting one, but Kendrick gonna answer right on back. That Bulldog has been disgusting for Kendrick.
Yeah, they did it over in mid on Haven. Now they're doing it straight up into tree as we work our way with A. And that door just is still spinning. It's like me when I was a little kid playing with the spinning entry way over into Macy's and during Christmas. You know, that really painted the 90s. Actually, throwback to all my Richie Rich fans.
Yes, sir.
UTD, though, they're chilling. They're actually waiting for further contact, and they're trying to make Eclipse think that maybe they left. Well, until that happened.
Oh, I mean, Roman's still here. Actually, a little low as well. Going to go ahead and stun the other side. Swing this. Going to be taken out by Roman, who's just been deadly as far as this goes. We're going to see the Teo Satchels go ahead and come out as well. We get the little pops running through. It's going to be Maper finding Renji. Unfortunately, bro, that's not the way you want to start out, being subbed in, but not like really much you can do there. You have a Classic versus a Spectre. You're going to get run and gunned. We're going to see what happens, and nobody's still, unfortunately, not able to land any shots. It's going to be 2-0. Great anti-eco once again, and I think that's one of the things that kind of separates as well why we see these streaks. We continue to see the varsity team just dismantle and destroy anti-ecos. Like, they're doing so good on those rounds, only losing one person twice and losing nobody the second time. So, I mean, they're doing a great job of being able to hold on to the weaponry that they're buying in the first place.
Yeah, it's one of those where you know that you could either keep that for the now or for the later. It's such a macro kind of mental moment of knowing that you don't want to have to consistently resell. It always puts you onto the back foot when you have to reset, and you don't get all your creds back for free. So UTD, the varsity, they definitely have posted up that they're pretty measured about how they go into these third rounds, especially with pretty much extra guns for the long term. Now, nobody is on an island off of this turn. They will have that Arc Rose for a blind. Then they have Renji and Composite Cohort. Now, in opposite of that, you do have this spread between every lane here for Lotus. So no one immediately pressing in to see, even though the spike is presented here.
Good blind going to come out though. Shift is going to be blinded up. Going to go ahead and take out that Arc Rose as well. Has a Judge in hand, so you can blast trap. The question is, are you going to be able to hit the shot on the crossfire here? It's going to be up to Renji, who is, again, the sub coming in fresh, and it's going to be a great blind right there. Nobody still actually has a Judge of their own, so Judge v Judge warfare. And this is, oh my, are you going to make it out alive? Nobody was able to land the shots, and now Renji's just going to be able to do work here on the entrance?
Wow, okay. Nobody's literally just traversing C from down on turn all the way back site and then towards waterfall. It is just a challenge as to whether or not you can even kind of hit their body. Viz eventually will back off. And I'm not surprised to see Viz, I mean, you had mentioned it before, shift over to the Vise. Viz and Vise, first off, It's alliteration.
V squared.
Second, yeah, V squared. V2. Not quite your V6, but it's also a very it's such a controlling force for whenever they get sights. It feels like it's such a tough sort of agent to unwedge, and everyone looks like they're going to be going top site. Maper chilling. Arcros get some information, but where are they?
Well, you know where a couple are. You're going to be able to get the utility out of the rest is the question. Here's Renji going to take a fight versus Spectre. That's just an early shot right there. Spots the elbow, lands the headshot. Oh my Viz. Okay. Put down after finding one. That was a nasty flick on a jumping enemy. But when you have 3 people looking at you, it's a little hard to stay alive. It is going to be UTD Eclipse. Honestly, doing a good job. This is, I think, the least amount of guns they've lost on that bonus round for UTD. They only lost 2 guns. You're going to be able to bring a lot more utility into this round.
And it's great to see Renji get their first 3 kills. All 3 of them into that round of these 3 rounds. So, fantastic. You know that you were asked to basically sub in for this gang, one reason or another, and now you're up to fighting form, which is a difficult thing to kind of do in the moment. I like that you see some of that support, and I like that they now have at least an ode of confidence. Moving into round number 4, it's not the cleanest for either side in terms of the buy. Shift knows that they are kind of the one that has to promote from the front. That bomb left behind, they get that early peek. Minimap will give it away, and they're like, you know what, that's a down in distance a bit too far, but they're kind of planning to push in with that. They have the flashpoint, and they've got that guided salvo. Might be able to just kind of take over from this position, especially with them leading with those blast shells.
Yeah, Paint Shell's going to do some work. Okay, Glory just decides, hey, I'm going to spam through a smoke and watch this. Oh, okay, ×2. Renji's going to be able to find one through a smoke as well. We just know exactly where they are. Somebody check their PC. This doesn't happen normally, and nobody going to be able to find a third. And this 4th round buy from UTD is going to hurt just a little bit here. You mean you might be able to get some thorns, you might be able to get some damage. You're not going to get much else the swing there. Maybe get a plant down. Maybe you're able to make it through. They don't know. Oh, King. That's disgusting. Oh, and we're going to get the trimmer. Stunned up. Blinded up. Oh, Viz, I'm so sorry. This is peak Valorant right here. You're just getting bullied. But nobody swung off of all that utility.
I don't think they knew that Viz was there. They just kind of threw it out into that corner. And so even with Viz going full Helen Killer for a moment, Glory comes in and they will teach him how to read. And it's going to be the defense that comes out 4-1. That is a very successful round considering the first couple got dropped. This will put UTD into one of the worst eco bins they've been in a while. Still have at least a couple weapons that'll be coming through. Armageddons. I want to talk on the macro with you about Armageddons because I feel like they're just kind of this fragile threat, so slow moving. I don't really see people die to them. It's mostly just like, hey, move out of this hallway, please. That is online now.
It is vital, but also if you want to call a bluff and call just a quick rush, well, guess what? We have salvos on top of you, and we have everything else. There's paint shells. Look at all the chip damage done off the rip here. And now if you really want to remove them, you can just go ahead and hit the nuke. And there it is. So we're going to force you forward. How are you going to be able to respond? The answer is you're not, because Gamble and Glory are going to shut down too, but we have answers immediately from Roma and Kendrick once again. These two have just been goated with the sauce. Every single time they need an important frag, it's somehow found by one of these two.
And you also have the Armageddon that's now online for this attack. Wait. Okay, I was wondering. I was looking between 2 separate people. I thought this was Roman. It was actually Maper. They will get that plant off as a 3v2. TDE. They're going to swing together, but great crosshair placement. Kendrick will receive at least a special delivery because a 1v2. Glory is separated on, it's a tale of 2 separate lengths from high and from low. Glory nearly backing up that jacket straight into Maper. They are unawares. They will be caught. So Maper will be able to grab Glory, and the varsity gang will keep this lead.
A great job on an eco round as well. Honestly, I'm kind of surprised with how much they were able to get, and especially with the ult being used, the 2 frags being found instantly. They were able to pull that back and kind of rein it in, right? And that's why you're seeing that varsity squad, just the composure to be down 2 men on an eco round and be like, you know what? Let's just pull it together. Let's go ahead. Let's use some utility together. Let's find ourselves on site and play post plant and see what happens. And it works out in their favor once again. I love seeing teams that are that coordinated, that can actually pull back, just take a small breath, and then be able to explode back onto the site.
That's exactly why this team in particular is their varsity form. Really posting up here for University of Texas and Dallas. Use those immediate Guided salvos to try and clear out everything. The shear will only be assisted over as Kenrick will TP in, but they really haven't had anyone that's played a cheeky corner into those into the boxes upon entry, so they don't have to worry too often. You'd be basically on a platter for anyone that wants to take you, but they know so much of this content is going to be going into waterfall. They immediately clear out nobody, and they basically can walk away from C. But look at this triple flank that's coming down from C long.
Look at what?
Oh, it was.
Yep. Vince said, I see your flank and I raise you 3 headshots. God. I mean, does this man miss heads? Like, I've either seen this man completely whiff every single shot or click ahead in one try every single time we've seen him on screen tonight.
Yeah, just kind of automatic. You know what? I feel like you're actually just playing right now. You know what? You are Viz, right? I hear the clicks in the background. Yeah.
Technically, I am. And I would argue if this gentleman is in fact in college, obviously, I would probably have the gamer tag just about as long as they've been alive. But
that's
something. That's something.
Yeah.
It's a little bit of pain and a little bit of pleasure, and we're seeing. Oh my! Love that.
Well, you got nothing else better to do. You can't move through the thorns. Might as well play with the Tacta-Bear. So they throw out the showstopper as they're, about to land with their moon boots deep into some tough metal. Kenrick has their paranoia out. May tag shift in this angle, depending on how that works. They will tell them to back away, and King actually grabs them with an aftershock.
Showstopper right on back, but actually doesn't find any value. There's one. Gamble somehow gonna. I just don't understand that. Coming back. Oh, Roman gets one with the salvos, and there is Viz once again getting another headshot. Pretty sure it's 100% headshot accuracy at this point. Just continuing to do work. QTD. I mean, throwing everything in the kitchen sink at it and doing a great job on offense. However, Monkey Man, like kind of been going back and forth about macro, right? I kind of want to talk to you about this now. Is the fact that like if you find 4 on Lotus defense, you're not really panicking, right?
Find 4
rounds on defense. You find 4 rounds on defense. It's like you're not hitting the panic button at all.
Yeah, no. Because this one in particular has the greatest swing of scoreboard that I've ever seen, especially between pro, collegiate, and just amateur play. Everyone knows about the DRX and Billy Gaming 10-2. I keep bringing it up because it's real. Gamble. It's an actual thing. Wallbang headshot. You've had the raised differential. So if you are Eclipse, not at all sweating. You are still trying to be able to find some success. Gamble caught in corner, and they do the one thing that I've been asking about for the previous round. Everyone's just finding doppelgangers right now.
I guess it's just agent on agent violence at this point. Nothing more, nothing less. We're going to go ahead. We're going to get that ultimate popped out as well. And the Reckoning is not going to find anybody. So you did clear out some space, but did you really do much else is the question. The answer is no. Are we still going to flood through the smoke? It's looking like the varsity squad is just deciding for it. Oh my. Oh, no. Just, get wasted. Go ahead and spam that smoke. Throw another paint shell. Oh, by the way, that's right on your feet. Yeah, that's going to pop out, and that's going to be done and dusted. It's going to be the Eclipse squad. Finding their third. We're seeing them kind of bring it back and claw it back. We see that eco just dwindling slightly for the varsity team. This is kind of what I talked about. You get 5 here on defense. I think you're feeling very confident about your chances to win the map.
Yeah, I feel like this is also a couple teams that we had mentioned that obviously as being the same program, they probably scrimmed together. They definitely all got recruited and play into this because there's a lot of trust that they can bring value to UTD. So to that measure, what one team might do for this first half might be done unto them because we are playing a mirror comp. So I'm expecting similar execution. You do have the Steel Garden ready to go to try and get the retake for both of these, maybe upon entry as well. Shift has been basically tested about their entryway, save the previous round whenever they were bettered by their opposing rays. They throw that boom bot, everyone stays alive, and it's gonna get pretty frisky here on this retake.
5v5 retake, double Visolts as well, so we might be seeing people. Oh my, okay, Gamble, that's one way to do it, and now your guns are disabled, so gonna be coming into this. Finds one with the paint shells? What is this, chaos?
Oh, showstopper. That's one way to get around having a primary. Whip the stick, bang in the corner. That's going to be at least another drive. As they can't do nothing with it, they're going to get the defuse off. One man still exists behind, and they use that with the salvo, and they will clear the board.
not only clear the board, but clear the economy. We're going to see some light shields coming out. Kendrick's not going to be able to really buy much. Doesn't have a teammate to buy them either. This is going to be a sheriff. And I mean, right now, at this point, the Eclipse team is just bankrolling. And you're finding 4 already on defense. You have the economy advantage. You're feeling extremely good about this. And the coordination that we've seen from them so far on defense. We've seen some misses, but we've seen some huge hits, Monkey Man.
Yeah, we have. And I think this is looking eerily similar to the kind of buy-in, the kind of situation we saw in round number 11 when we were on Haven. Very similar eco, and even though the varsity team is at this massive disadvantage, they have decided to buy up into a 4 big rifle, so they're not letting the power differential get away from them too much. You have this upward angle. They expect when they enter into C for that to be a thing. Glory finds at least a first pick, but you have that counter of their fellow Tejo. Roman and Glory on contact with each other, and Shift is keeping them honest, but that spike is all the way towards A. Now they have to get away from that because that's actually where nobody is posted up with their thorns, and that's why they're moving from secret, and Viz is hoping to sandwich through this. And again, trade for trade as we go 3-3, and they will plant those thorns just in the nick of time.
They will get the thorns down. You're going to be able to get the plant down through the paint shells. The answer is no so far. Also, the salvos were popped for that as well, so you don't have to worry about that. But nobody still. Oh, my. There's your back, and there you are gone. Go ahead. Hold it down. You know somebody's going to be swinging here. But Viz has the timing of a lifetime. If they're able to find it, there's 1. Can you find 2? The answer is yes. Nobody's going to be able to find another. It's already halved as well. It's going to be up to Shift right now. Throwing some satchels, trying to get them off. Nobody's still holding the angle. Going to be able to pull it off. We're going to be tied up at 5-5.
All tied up again. This time it wasn't 5 rounds up and 5 rounds down streaking, but still we come back to the same outcome. Now here's the situation, is that we have not seen a lead for Eclipse. Not yet. Not between the previous game and going into this one. Last time we got to this measurement, it was the varsity side of UTD that got the lead. It's going to be a interesting buy, to say the least. A judge in the hands of both Maper and Shift. Shift has consistently been conditioning that C position, but it looks like we are just full-on bumbling into mid to try and make this one much faster. No ultimates to rely on, so they're just going to try and take this one with some immediate pace, and they find first purchase.
That is one way to do it for sure. Glory is going to be here, though, and I'm wondering if somebody's going to go ahead and decide to push that angle, if they're going to try to take the space or not, is nobody. Just going to chill out in heaven right now. Glory, are you going to be able to find the kill? The answer is no, and now Viz has collapsed that. This is going to be an easy round for UTD. We were talking about the buy not looking ideal. Well, guess what? 5v1 says otherwise. This is a good shot from Renji. Are you going to be able to find a second? The answer is no. Viz is going to take you out. First time I've seen his name on the leaderboard without a headshot, but it doesn't matter. UTD not going to give the Eclipse team a lead just yet.
Look, 87% body shot gang, rise up. That's all I'm saying. All right, I think I'm in like the 2 percentile, and that's on the worst end for headshots. But
yeah, you just op an Odin, so you know what? Your headshot percentage is gonna be bad, right? Like whatever.
That's true.
Hashtag
Dual wielding. One under each armpit, just carrying them in. That's but for all the arguments and for all the flair, you have what? An Armageddon online, some from the shadows from Renji, who's really fit into this composition very well, replacing Kevbo just a little bit ago. But Eclipse would love to go 6-6, which really would give us no clue how is to the consistency as to the other side, the other half of this mirror fight between both of these this forced teams. So Showstopper comes in, they at least get 1, but no, they don't have the Showstopper. Gamble does have to be traded by Maper.
And the trade is found. Maper's going to be able, and this is just going to be an entire site take at this point. We're going to get the From the Shadows being burned as well. Where is it? Is it on top? I'm curious as to where this actually is right now. No, it's just to regroup with the team. We're going to get the Armageddon, but nobody's actually there. This is going to be just a complete T-side and just on-site hold. There's one. There's 2. Kendrick, you were disgusting, brother.
It's not Viz. It's Kendrick. They just continue to get it done. They don't want to die to their teammates. Oh, they're going to use the Steel Garden as well. All right, so if you missed the first half of this one, I hope you saw the first half of the previous one. And if you missed the first half of map 1 on Haven, well, guess what? It's the same as this one now. A+. That's everyone's got 4.0 GPAs across this team, I will assume. So we go into the attacking half. But you had mentioned before that if you get 5, you feel like you're pretty alive. They just got to execute this time, right?
That's the big thing, is it does the communication gap that we've kind of seen on executes and just like small little nitpicky details, right? But that's the thing that separates the team from being varsity versus being, you know, the second in command, the Eclipse squad here. They may have the firepower, but if you're not playing off the utility as well, if you're not communicating as well, it is going to be kind of a struggle bus ahead going against a team that has coordinated their util as well as we've seen the UTD varsity squad do their shift. And kind of just an example right there, not able to find nobody. Are you kidding me? Gets 2.5 just lurking C, and now it's just going to be a bum rush towards A. Are you going to be able to find the Vice here behind the box? It's a good flash, but you're going to be taken out by Glory immediately. This should be a plant. Theoretically, this should be a win here for UTDE. You're going to find one. You're not going to find much more than that. 3v1 coming into the post plant.
So much massive value from nobody being able to get those two and then some extra damage onto that C, because now Maper is caught in a tough position to say the least. 1v3 spin. Love the laser sights. Thank you so much to Prod. Knowing that they've at least poked them or looked at them from around this tree position. Call out is there. Maper is in a corner. They just don't want to be caught from off angle. They want to take these fights honestly, and Gamble will tell them honestly to sit down for now. That's going to be the first, I think, pistol that we've seen at all out of Eclipse. That's huge for motivation.
That is correct. That's a good call as well. It's going to be the first time we're going to see them on an anti-eco as well. And we've seen UTD kind of bring scuffed buys just back from the brink of existence, right? We saw them win a scuffed by 3v5 earlier. Like, this isn't something that's out of the realm of possibility for the varsity squad. However, Eclipse have a lot of weaponry that they're choosing not to buy. We're seeing a lot of ghosts here, and okay, they're going to start purchasing up a little bit. We're probably going to see a hard default here with those two ghosts to allow, hey, if you get a pick, guess what? You're only getting a pistol. We're going to see what happens after that to allow them a little bit more firepower coming in to this third round, and it doesn't matter. Gamble just lost that to a classic. That is not ideal.
You got to win that fight. I mean, easily.
It's what you got to have.
Yeah, especially when you have the greater auto weapon. Unfortunate. 2 paranoias being used immediately, by the way. One to try and clear over to this rubble, and another by Maper's teammate to at least keep them honest from that A position. So you go from deep out in B. Kenrick has been so sortedly sweet for their snapshots, especially for that classic. They use a guided salvo to try and gain some space. They do not trust that anyone has not moved upwards. They're going to eventually get some information that no one's there, but utility is starting to become kind of an idea. They haven't upgraded any weapons. Still 4v5. Eclipse playing from a deficit.
They are playing from a deficit. They haven't been able to recover that Vandal either. I think that's the biggest thing, is they haven't been able to grab that in mid. They haven't trusted it just yet. This is going to be a big stun right here. Or you're going to be able to get anything. The timing just a pixel off, unfortunately. And now you're just given that ability to reshuffle the defense and allow them to kind of take more space. His shift just going to push through this. Oh my, is the classic going to be able to get enough damage? The answer is no, sadly. The timing not there. 17 seconds though. You got to get the plant down at some point.
Yeah, we talk about timing. There's just not a lot of clock left. Maper finds a kill. They don't have a surety that they can be able to get this done, so they are going for maybe the TDM. They have just enough time, but no! Maper continues to play cat and mouse, and there is free weapons on the ground for the last couple that are surviving, so even when they won the pistol, Visionary, we see the one thing that definitely doesn't want to go against them. That's trying to be able to win off of the buy. So now you're in an eco break for Eclipse, and the varsity squad is feeling pretty darn confident.
Dude, I don't want to be that guy, but I just literally spoke that into existence.
Yeah, you did.
Yeah, I really did. Like, I'd love to see Eclipse push this to a map 3, but I was like, you know, they've been super coordinated on scuffed buys before. We've seen them be able to do it. And yeah, you got a Guardian, you got some stuff to work with here, but the question is, how effective is it going to be versus the full buy versus UTD? Renji here just kind of jiggle peeking, not going to get taken out just yet. We're going to get the boombot coming through as well. Little Roomba, high-low action, not going to be found. Shot's going to be found, however. Are we going to burn that paranoia early is the question. Are we going to try to get aggressive and find those picks? Because this is a heavy default. If Renji falls here, they have visual on Spike and this round is over.
Oh, all eyes going into the old pistol, as they will now have an extra weapon. Gonna TP away just as they are spotted. So that Spike will traverse. Nobody knows that there is a lot of thorns in the way between themselves and some extra water getting into their shoes. Better fight by Viz as he finds a couple. Oh my, they have been so sure-handed in their shots, but it's now gonna be up to Eclipse. They have been letting this timer run down, and mean, that's not to their greater benefit. They will have to move.
They will definitely have to boot scoot boogie all the way down. The only reason I say that is because we're all in Texas right now, right? So we get down, turn around, go to town, and we do some boot scoot boogie. You're not going to be able to get through this, however. Glory going to go ahead and pop into tree. The king is going to be able to find one. So, hey, 2v3, got an opportunity to maybe get a plant down, play some posty, but you gotta speed it up. Right now, I'm feeling like Eclipse are losing in terms of the process right now. They're taking a little bit too long to go ahead and try to clear everything out. Yes, you're successful. You're getting spammed through a box. Now you got to pop the salvos early because you're getting flooded. You could have gotten the plant down earlier. However, you didn't. Now you got to deal with this.
Now everything comes down to the mechanics of the moment. Glory is going to be right inside of this dark cover. They're going to try and come out. That is good coverage. Maper has been just a shredder, and everyone else has been paper. King can't do much of nothing. They're caught in a crossfire, and you have to plant away from yourself from that position. They did not know where they were going to move in from, and as soon as they were repelled off the three-man swing coming in from Secret Visionary, they were basically completely isolated on the other side of that hut. It was kind of the worst situation for them if they want to be able to take advantage of that round. But we go to 6-9 so fine, and Rifles online.
Rifles online for everybody. Another Guardian coming out for nobody. I'm kind of not surprised to see it. Obviously, we saw him clicking heads with a Ghost earlier. So, hey, Guardian, what's the difference, right? We're going to see, obviously, this space. And this is what I love about, like, this map just in general is the fact that you are instantly able to deny at least some form of entry. It's a lot like Fracture in that sense, right? Which is why I feel like Lotus is kind of liked, because you have ways to pivot off of it that aren't just the other site or take a rope across and hope you don't die to somebody flanking. But it's kind of why I feel like this map is so beloved, is because defenders can fight for space and be successful and kind of shut down some of the map just off the utility that they have.
I actually saw a lot of high school esports last week, and we played Fracture like twice. And there was a lot of people getting found on the ropes. Ooh, Gamble finding Roman after he was deep in the pit. Didn't think that would actually happen, but you know, it becomes 2-2 the other way. So 3v3 Aftershock will force them out into that connector hallway. So now they're again separated from their own spike. Viz is trying to be able to get themselves through this fight. They get stunned on a special delivery. Glory will have to come up in support. Renji just caught in the corner, and Shift has an operator, and they cannot land it through the bricks.
Renji just doing a good job teleporting, being like, oh, you got an operator? Oh, you picked up a gun? Well, you got to still pull it out. So I'm just going to TP in front of you and say, what's up? Click some heads, and we're going to finish up this round. The UTDE going to be able to pick one back up. So obviously after the bonus round, you're able to go ahead, buy up. Love to see it coming out from UTDE. We're seeing a little bit of just back and forth. We saw a lot of this on Haven, though, and it's really going to come down to this kind of stretch, right? Who's going to be able to extend their economy far enough to be successful as this game gets deeper?
Yeah, I don't have a consistency that I can rely on, because it feels just as scrappy as it was on Haven, and yet this one has been even more so. Kind of just barroom brawl. How do you take space? What do you do with it? UTD Varsity, they definitely had a deficit for the overall just kind of general economy after losing out from that previous. Ooh, nobody getting caught trying to creep around that dark cover. There's an extra weapon right on the other side of it. Shift is going to try and hop up and grab it. They use the guided salvo to cover for them. And look at this advanced defensive line spread across this map. They have stolen so much space from Eclipse.
They really have, and Kendrick's able to find another one as well. Are you going to be expecting this? The answer is no. Glory says, my crosshair is just planted here, so it kind of just is what it is at this point. Oh, my Glory. Okay. Yeah, we're rotating back. We're going to take that space. That is phenomenal right there. Good work from Glory, just playing patient and allowing basically UTD to just walk into their own deaths.
Key thing that did get popped up earlier is that they already had the immediate teleport from the shadows came through. Viz is trying to take on everyone, but a triple swing is just a little bit too much for one man to handle unless you're able to get all those extra shots. The guided salvos wanted to stop the plant, and they did so. Gamble knows that they had someone lurking from behind, and eventually the plant will be coming through here into the pit of Roman. They are one versus the world. One very hurt Swede and an Armageddon in their back pocket. I'm pretty sure Eclipse has this one sealed up, but Roman has some crispy shots maybe to deliver sooner.
You don't have confirmation off of that flash, so yes, you throw it, but nobody's swinging right now, especially with Queen being the way they are, so low. Gonna go ahead and take to the low side as well. Able to grab a gun here. Guided salvo is gonna be popped. Are you gonna use the Armageddon? You are!
Oh.
Oh no. But Gamble able to get the swing early. take care of that and get out of dodge. And that's a wasted ult as well. So that's really big for Eclipse. 5 ults online right now. Only have to deal with, of course, that big ol' AoE breach ult. But I mean, on the other side, you can just go ahead and pop it right on back. It doesn't really matter. You got an Armageddon. You can take their guns out of their hands now that they finally have them, and looking at shift, especially with an operator, that might be something you want to pop a Visol on.
Yeah, this is possibly one of the loudest ultimate compositions, save if instead of having omens from the shadows, we had an orbital strike. Like, this is as loud screaming as you're gonna get, except for Reyna, but you have to pay for that later. So Eclipse can be just bully their way into any site they want to go to right now. They're holding down and waiting for some of that advanced defense to kind of come to them, so that everyone's staying a little bit further back. And I'm pretty sure the Varsity gang knows that this is coming to their doorstep at C. No immediate rotations, but I mean, they've got the idea right around this corner that maybe wait for the 1 minute mark before they burst onto the scene.
Maybe they do, maybe they don't. It's going to be up to Gamble to really enter on site, and I fully expect to see the showstopper here. The problem is, if you see the Vise wall, is this somewhere where you really want to try to coordinate a hit? Because you have to kind of have that delay, right? Unless you're going to just bait the wall. No shot's going to be found right there. Roman deciding to use the salvos, deciding not to use the salvos, really wants to wait for this push. It's kind of darned if you do, darned if you don't in this scenario right now. Guardian is there in hand, and there's the explosion. We're going to go ahead. We're going to push on out, and oh my gosh, the utility is just crazy right now.
They knew they had to get someone. They got massive value off the initial utility push. They know someone running around the corner, but Gamble gets caught. A quick trade, able to get at least another. They use the Rolling Thunder to clear out even more space, trying to delay them, but that's just to get back onto site. That's going to be Maper that comes in. Kendrick is going to be off angle from this waterfall. They find one as easy as that. They have that flashpoint off in their back corner, and Kendrick was a man on a mission, but Renji stands their ground on top of boxes, and it was somewhat expensive as you had 3 ults invested, but we are back to 9-9, and we are still looking for Eclipse to get that lead. Time out by Varsity before round number 19.
So Varsity did bait out 3 ults, right? It was a little bit of a delay by Eclipse. They went ahead, they used their utility advantage to secure themselves around. That's totally fine and well. But we're going to be coming into this right now. UTD calling the timeout on basically what essentially is a save round again, right? So are they going to be forcing up? Are we going to see the Marshal coming out? Are they kind of planning for next round after Eclipse, theoretically? I mean, just on paper, right? They have the gun advantage, win this round. And are they taking this time to kind of talk about their next plans? Or are they going to take the time to swing back the other way, try to win this one?
They've done this before, though, comfortably, where we've seen weird buys. I mean, at this point, I don't believe any weapon doesn't do its job in Valorant, even though they're like tactical game, and then spreads are kind of, insane. Yeah. But this is definitely a team, and you're gonna see Kendrick with a Bulldog, so I feel like that's at least 2 kills right there. Uh-huh. So they're like, all right, we're gonna at least go mid compositional buy. Have a light shield, maybe a regen shield. See if you have some sheriffs. They thought better. They're all right, Kendrick. No, we're gonna max out. We're gonna maximize. That may end up giving this one over. And the key thing they could actually do to make this completely the same on either side, the majority of people getting those sheriffs. You have 2 Steel Gardens out there. This could become a pistol round in a moment.
You're not even wrong about that. And the stun going to be used. Oh, the fault line going to catch 4. Are they even aware that this is going to be a giant push out? This is going to be deadly. If Gamble can't land shots, the blind is there. Are you going to be able to get out of dodge? The answer is no. Well, hello. There is 4 of them there. I'm sure that popped up on the minimap and the instant rush over towards the A site. And all there is a Marshal there and some breach utility to try to slow you down.
It's the same as an operator. If it lands its headshot, that's going about chesticle level. We'll see if that does in fact land. No, they're gonna regroup with their squad mates. So they come out from at least tree. Gonna chill into these close quiet quarters. Viz will not get sighted out by the stealth drone, and it's time to turn into a pistol round. Here we go.
And we're turning it right on back, but there's no buys really out of the other team, so primary jam doesn't really matter. Viz gonna get stunned up though. Are you gonna be able to make it out alive? The answer is yes. And here's the showstopper coming out from shift. Do you have the shot? The answer is yes. King's gonna be able to find 2, make it 3, but can't find 2 more. Doesn't matter what UTD buys, they just win.
That's some extra weapons for at least a couple of them. They knew that that was the game plan. The winning factor of that round was to, at minimum, see if they can get a plant, see if they can get an initial pick, deny the immediate plant, and then get everyone collectively together, use the Steel Garden, and in so doing, they did, like you mentioned, they made them bite. There was only one extra Vandal that was out there from their fallen teammate from Gamble. So they kind of like panic clicked that X. It was kind of strange to see that happen, but they're like, you know what? Let's just turn this into a pistol. And the majority of pistols so far today have been won by Varsity.
And not only have they been won by Varsity, also you have to factor in that it was a full buy, right? So you're looking at Classics versus Sheriffs because it was a light buy. So it's kind of like you're honestly hurting yourself in that scenario more so than anything else. Like, you might as well just not use it, save the utility. And does he have walls?
You got walls.
Yeah. Check his PC. That doesn't happen normally.
Except to us. That's why we're where we are.
Yeah, the facts.
Oh my god. Shift right around the corner. And Eclipse not in a great mental spot initially. There, alright. Every single time we nip at the heels of Big Brother, we get swatted down. Not having had a lead so far of any kind of rounds across these games. Stealth drone will suppress. Roman's stuck in a corner. They have to swing through the Aftershock or else they face imminent death. King will be able to get rid of the first, and so we go to a 4-4. Haven't quite chosen where they want to go, but it looks like we are navigating to C, but that's where all the utilities still stood up here with Viz.
Let's see if Viz can actually hold on to this properly. Gonna get blinded out. Has to reposition. Where they spotted is the question here. And they were not. And there is the blind. There's a shot right there. Renji does a great job at TPing, taking some room, but this rotation has already come through as well. This is gonna be a 3v3 bloodbath onto site, and Kendrick finds a shot right there as well. Gonna blind up their own rays, unfortunately. Gonna be able to make up for it at least once. Renji gonna find a shot with a classic. Now 10 seconds remain. Not a lot able to do. Oh my, 5 seconds left. Are you gonna be able to get the plant down? Here's the blind. Are you gonna be able to swing in time? The answer is no. 1v1. It's gonna be Renji taking it. 10-10. We're going into more Valorant, baby.
No one puts baby in a corner and comes out alive. Renji! Oh my gosh. Instead of tears, no fears. As they take on everyone, having to play delay with Maper consistently harassing them. The fault lines, the flashpoints, just blinded up, stunned up, but they're the ones that were gunning up all of that defense out of Varsity. So we go to round 21, none the wiser as to whomst is going to either have series points or map 2 point unlocked first. Still, can't quite land that initial shot, initial trades galore.
It's a good job on the trade. Are we going to put that pressure on C is really the question. As Shift is here. Not going to be pushed off their angle, though. So they're holding this Marshall. Now they're staring through a smoke. Going to fire a pot shot. And, oh, Viz, buddy, if you're going to be able to push a site, you might want to have more than your knife out. This is going to be a rotation over to the C site. It's going to be wide open spaces, to quote Leanne Rhymes. And we're going to get a plant down and have a post plant in a 4v3.
And they got a Rolling Thunder online. So they're able to protect everyone that comes in through this. Renji's, well, I mean, they're basically dusted, but no, the paint shells do at least some extra chip damage. This also spills over, and the party foul has occurred. And for the first time, this entire series, through 2 maps, through so many rounds, we have Eclipse on top. Dallas, or rather, the varsity squad out of UT Dallas, they knew that one was going to be tough. They played much more close quarters. But a visionary. This is new ground that they have to tread.
This is new ground. You have to deal with an operator on the defensive side as well. Going to be shutting down one of those sites. It's looking like it's going to be A again. Common, obviously. Fault line, paint shells. See what happens. See if you can find a pick somewhere. Actually, it's just going to be a hard push-up. This is going to be such an aggressive angle on this operator.
See, this is what I'm talking about when I was mentioning Yoru's and Reyna's with this. I see a lot of raises, and Shift definitely was the one that was on that Yoru playing into some up. So they are confident in their ability to immediately blast pack out of danger if they've gotta land that first shot. Kenrick, great placement. They're gonna use that Rolling Thunder, and as Gamble dies, it basically nullifies everything. Kenrick is just gonna full spam. The Armageddon's gonna come through, and they're gonna be able to escape from this. But to what cost? What measure? Varsity. They immediately ruined the B rush. Nobody. Oh, can they even get him? No. Oh, that's so bad, Viz! Oh, body shots. That's deserved. Oh.
Oh, that's just pain. Yeah, just all I know is pain. You see them, they start jumping around like crazy, and hey, maybe I can get into a site. The wall's not going to be triggered, thanks, of course, to the shrouded step. Are you going to be able to get the plant down? It's looking like yes for now, but all the utility going to be dumped out. Renji has to bail out of this, and now, I mean, 2v5. Obviously, you should be able to buy next round, but right now it's looking like Renji not going to be able to. Only 550 on the docket for them. This is going to be a struggle bus right now, and Renji's going to fall after the plant goes, and there goes Kendrick once again with a solid little 4K from the Omen. I don't want to be that guy. Like, if you play your role well, I mean, keep doing it. But like Kendrick on Omen almost seems like a crime, right? Like, why isn't this man just playing? Why isn't this man playing? You know, the Raze here, or playing a chamber on defense instead of running that Vise? You know, like if they're gonna click heads that efficiently, might as well give them a headhunter and watch what they do.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, okay, let's harken back to some Rocket League. Sometimes your greatest player is the third man. That doesn't always mean that they're the front, of the star, they're the highlight. They can get those. And controller as well as sentinel between Viz and Kendrick, considering that we've seen from what we saw in that previous map to this one, it feels like they were like, you know what, I make this shine with the way that I play. I don't have to have the util weaponry to make that happen. They can just get it done, especially when you can make some cool plays out of some good old TPs anyway. Shift will be in, let's talk about like very aggressive angles. They were all the way at the front step of A.
That was the same exact angle that they played last time as well. Yeah, just go ahead and try to beat that with the wand and see what happens. Gonna get out of dodge here. Thanks for a teammate breaking down the door at least. This is gonna be really tough sliding ahead, but another shot missed. Now some space gonna be taken here by Glory. Are you gonna be able to find the frag is the question. Shift repositioning here. Looks like a full send over towards the A site here for the Eclipse squad. You're already indoor as well. There's a good blind, and the salvos, are you gonna be able to shut them down? There's a tiny little gap, but Glory's gonna be able to find it. We got one pick over on the side of B. Some space taken, but not a ton. Viz, you got to stay alive. So calm, so cool, so collected, so dropped by King.
There is so many fights. Everyone is sandwiched between one another. They send some over into B. You don't want to be too segmented, but you have a couple that are here into the secret position. You have at least a couple that are towards that top side of Hut. Roman is segmented between them. They're actually going to get spun on by Kenrick, and they know at least one is here in the secret. Glory finds the third. Had to think if they weren't coming north side, they were coming south side. So first time we've seen Eclipse unlock map point. This is important. If they're able to get this one done before we go overtime, we are going into a game number 3. And if not, then, I mean, Varsity has a chance to bounce back, maybe finish this 1 and 2.
They do have the weaponry to do it. We lose the operator, but it's not like we found much value out of it last round anyway. Unfortunately, Shift not really able to do anything with it, so we'll see. I like what Eclipse is bringing right now. They also, at least, I mean, the alt economy is kind of busted on the same sides, right? You have like a slight macro play of being able to clear out some space to maybe get a plant down, but we really haven't seen many people dying to the Armageddon if you don't have the Fade Seas on top of it. Here's a big swing, and Kendrick says, what's up? I'm also getting out of dodge. I'm free, and they have no idea that Viz is here as well. So if they want to go ahead, decide to push this spot, it's going to be extremely dangerous.
Does the smoke, I saw them, maybe it just wasn't all the way over the mound. Does that suppression persist through the dark cover?
I believe it does.
Okay, so then that must have been just short of the extension of mound and domain. Okay, all right. I was like, why didn't they get suppressed? Well, okay, apparently it was the pixels. So they spin open the door. They want to see if anyone's on the other side, if they'd moved up too far. Still have 5 men standing here for the varsity squad. You have 50 seconds approaching. They are checking over towards A main. Dark cover is giving them some room to move. This spike still, though, is lent towards C, so you're on geographically very separated, and the varsity would rather take their time than having to deal with too much more.
But the TP might be just right in the line of the fault line. Fortunately, going to get out of dodge with their life. And this poking and prodding is just being hard red right now. There's one in, going to be blinded out by the arc rose. Do you have much more? Viz going to have to get out of dodge as well. Paint shell's right on top of them. But Kendrick able to find one frag. Glory's going to be able to get the refrag immediately. King running out, not even realizing how many people are here. Guess what? Only 12 seconds left. You can't really do anything at this point. You have to be able to get the plant down, and I don't know if that's going to be possible. There's the swing, a little crouch swing. It doesn't matter. Roman is going to finish it off, and we're going to overtime here. here in map number 2.
All right, so we flip right back from whence we came and started. It was a very early successful campaign out of the varsity side of this UT Dallas incursion. They won 5 out of the first 7 before there was a lot of footing still gained by Eclipse. And, I mean, indifference, very scattered defensively. Still, though, we go 12-12. Eclipse was finding their move and their groove. And I don't exactly know where you find kind of a consistency here, but I know who you look to. It's definitely going to be Viz. It's going to be Kenrick, as this team, I mean, they've been moving right behind their Sentinel and their controller. Like you mentioned, maybe it's a quote-unquote waste of agency. I feel like they're playing it very well, and they're executing just so perfect. But they're going to wait to see if this util dump happens. Oh, tech pause.
And
that'll also be a way.
Yeah, love that. So, I mean, all right, I'm gonna go there just because it's funsies, and obviously these are 2 teams from the exact same university, right? So why are we tech pausing when all these people obviously currently attend the same uni? Oh no, we're just resuming. All right, we're just going off the rip. All right, it wasn't that big of a deal. Maybe it was a quick restroom break, but it's gonna be some pressure out of A right now. For UTD, they're just going to go ahead and run it down. It's going to be up to Gamble right now to at least get 1 or 2 and try to hold it off. Unfortunately, going to find 1 and shoot the field goal. King's going to be able to find 1 here. Flash going to come out, going to catch it, but Kendrick kills him blind?
Wow.
That's a way to open it up.
At Flash, maybe, because he was around the hut, and it was off of that corner, so maybe it was just a little bit of sunlight. I know that. I needed my glasses yesterday when I was in DC, and I didn't want to squint, so... Kendrick proving that he can see everything from beyond the cowl. It's a 3v3. Ultimates, just gunplay. Nobody gets rid of their doppelganger as Viz will hit the dirt. And this is looking a bit dirigible here for Dallas. Can Varsity hold true and be able to win this first round?
They're going to have to survive the onslaught. Here's the TP in. 1's going to be found. Kendrick has done so much work, but has to do more. You have to get 2, but also the plant has to go down. Going to be able to find 1. Nobody still. Renji just holding on to this one. Are you going to be able to get it half? The swing, the kill. It's Kendrick once again able to bring the varsity squad to 13 and put them on match point.
Taking that sweet lead that was so briefly led by Eclipse out of their hands and slapping across the cheek. They will go to series point Texas CECC May Madness qualification point online and unlocked. We go to opposite halves. General success as well found by this squad out of Eclipse. Not a lot of time. They're going to try and take it, and they actually bleed this clock down to the final seconds here, Visionaries. So I wouldn't be surprised if it will be done the same here.
We'll see what they do. Nice little default coming out here, but are you going to be able to deal with Viz at all? Obviously spotted on the C site. Are you going to be able to aggress? Are you going to decide to fall back? Because Viz has been able to find frags in that kind of timing. We have nobody just kind of chilling out here behind B. Just kind of poking and prodding. We've seen this where Eclipse has kind of run out of time. They need to just be decisive with your decision here. Like if you're going to rotate A, go ahead and throw everything in the kitchen sink at it. Be sure to try to get yourself this round, because if you leave yourself 10 seconds left, I mean, your varsity squad's going to be able to prey on that insecurity.
This is the least supported site, but Maper has been mollywopping players, especially their fellow UTD Comets. They see 1 pixel, they can't quite do much with it. They try to escape, and Gamble will steal space. So Maper hits the floor, does not find their team. This plant will come through. They're going to plant for tree, going to have several angles covered. They're going to spin open that door. And you also had nobody that's coming in from B. This could be ruinous. Viz is trying to do the same thing from behind, but it's all about timing. And they're going to find Kendrick. No, they're just going to give them some information, but they got to still go get him.
One's coming through door right now. This might be the opportunity, but there's the call out, right? That's what makes it so important, and the call out as well. But Shift already come in. Just loses that one to the King, and Viz now 1v2. You were able to clutch a 1v2 last round. Are you able to do it to close out the map with the timer ticking down? Is the question. Fault line going to hit Viz. You're gonna have a tough time ahead, brother. He gets 1, not able to find 2. It's gonna be nobody still. That lurk was peak, and we're gonna go to rounds 27 and 28.
Double OT right around the corner. Any good sentinel, and that's also why I don't at all kind of debate seeing Viz and what they did on Haven on the ISO, moving into that Sentinel position, because that lurk is so key and clutch for any great push, because you basically take a moment of patience. You can set up a great kind of anti-lurk system off of your shear. Doesn't get a supreme amount of info all the time. You know that at least someone's there if you hit them with the arc rows, but everyone had set up initially for C defense out of Varsity, not thinking at all that they would have Maper kind of upended from that A position. But we go to the opposite side as Eclipse set to receive, and I mean, nobody's kid is not on C, so this is going to be much tougher for Renji to deal with.
It's going to be very difficult. One's already busted in as well, some blast packs, but nobody still has been here, has been fragging out, not able to find the spray transfer, however. So we open up, 1-for-1 trade. You're going to be able to find Renji is the question. Oh my, I don't know if that was lag or what that was, but it didn't look like they were shooting in the right direction, unfortunately for them. Now, 3v4 coming into the retake.
Let's be ready to take on two separate points of contact. The fault line actually just hit someone. They have at least another moment. Shift and Kenrick finding huge value, and it's a 1 versus 4. I mean, Eclipse, if you can do it, it's not going to be with the util in hand. So again, Varsity gets to match point and all that again before their younger brothers. Eclipse is going to have their own moment here, Visionary, to try and even things up. This is tough. They were ahead and they had some momentum at the end of that second half, but they've been nipping at the heels and they've just been kept at arm's reach.
It's like, yeah, I always harken back to like if you are an older brother, like if your little brother gets mad at you and you just hold the arm out so they can't punch you because their arms are too short. Kind of what it feels like right now. Like you can hit me a couple times, but eventually I'm just gonna go ahead and say no. And I mean, look at this aggression coming out though from the Varsity squad. 3 over here.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my question is, like, how do you make it out of that alive at this point? It's just a rundown. Hey, we're going into A, but you're going to be propping into the 2 that probably offer the most utility. And Maper's already taken out Renji, so your smokes are gone for the round as well.
Oh no. You have to. Well, it's not just pure raw entry. It depends on what the flashes can do. They definitely have looked at B. B is going to be detrimental if they cannot hold down this side, and that's exactly why nobody's been holding off of this, at least this angle. Planting for Pit. And I'm praying that nobody's still there. That it just looks so still. It's like an oil painting set to dry. They actually have an off-angle position here. Viz is going to try and enter from Secret, but you have King as well as their teammates in support with Gamble away from Rubble. I don't know if they're going to expect that. Glory's able to clear Maper, and now they actually find a couple. Nobody gets 2, and that puts it down to a 3v2.
It's a great job by Nobody, just kind of holding the space that they were given. And here's a great job also. Visewall going to swing together. King's going to be able to find 1. Nobody's going to find their 3rd. And guess what? It's not just double overtime. It's triple, and bring me the arsenal, by the way. We're going to go ahead and just drop that. Let everybody know on your team know that, hey, I got 3 kills that round.
Bring me the arse. Bring it as they find them in the midst of all their thorns. So we go over to what is these 2 programs literally just taking, you know, haymakers at one another. Key thing is we've not seen Eclipse get that first round. It is so tough. I almost feel, you know, maybe with alterations, overtime rules in the future, if they ever decide to it, you know, you flip-flop, I would love to have OTs as you go like double OT and forward. Switch the starting sides. Able to find at least a couple big kills. Kenrick is always good for a couple. Glory and trade. Wow, what a fast start.
That is one way to do it for certain. Just trades abound. 2v2 both ways out of 1 member of each team, and now we're just running through tree. Nobody has been on fire here in the second half, and they continue to do so right there. Good headshot. You have the utility advantage. You have the man advantage. You have to be able to win this one.
Toss the old stealth drone. Eclipse in a great position, at least with 1 man, but you do have wombo combo between this Tejo and between this breach. Feels like Maper, oh, they such fantastic timing. They can't quite get the angle, and Glory's good for 4. Eclipse will get to map point. The second time they'll have ever had it in triple overtime. What a way to be able to find a steal if possible here, Visionary. Varsity's got to be looking across the table. I don't know if all these players are in the same, like, you know, like utilities setup across from each other, and a timeout's being called as well. This has got to be rocking their minds. Like, all right, we got to get through these guys. Come on, we're supposed to be better.
We're supposed to be better. Not only that, but we're also supposed to like have our coordinated and our protocols like in place, right? You push out 3C, you get glory, basically like dead to rights, right? But they're able to get out alive and they get a 4K on the round. It's one of those things that you can't really let slide, right? Like you have the advantage. You're not able, you take that space, you funnel everybody where you want to funnel them to, you still lose a round. I think that's why the timeout's being called.
They also may just be throwing actual hands with each other. I have no idea. If they're all in the same like room and like, come on, man, one guy's just slap boxing the other guy. So that's how, you know what? If it ends up going like what, octuple overtime, that's how you should settle it. Rap battle
Slapbox.
between the comments.
Rap battle, slapbox, or, you know, I mean, 4v4 on the same split screen TV, Halo 2 match, right? Like,
no screen watching. You have to put on your hoodie like real tight.
No, you have both teams, but you have 4 individual members on the team on one TV themselves. So like you can't screen cheat when you're all together. You know what I'm saying?
That's true. Okay, yeah, and you put them in like opposite rooms.
Yeah,
and
just,
only 19-inch TVs, by the way.
Yeah,
So
19 to 32 inches tops. Because other than that, we can't pick it up. The front glass is too heavy, bro.
Well, Glory actually, oh, they will see him at the last second. Not at all, I think, surprised that they will find Viz chilling here on C, and they're actually going to be waiting to put down the Razor Thorn here in a moment. And that's actually very smart. This is something that Cyphers have had to deal with for a time or two. Everyone trying to use shock darts and more to break through early utility. They will use the Thorns, but a couple go down. The Shear goes up. There will be at least 2 on site. The Arc Rose will tell them everything they know, but will create that delay and delay and delay. When do you rotate the players that are over towards A? Because you have actually one deep planted into attacker side spawn, and eventually, yeah, here comes the call.
And we have 3 on site. We're also, I mean, that I love that spawn position as well. Knowing that that wall has been tripped to go ahead. You have the late lurk as well. So
They're leaving.
Oh my, did they fake the plant too?
You go back? This is weird. Okay. Duelist is out. You have the ability off of the 40-second timer for the cooldown to be able to re-hit. You're double stacked on site. You waited for people to peel away. That was such a mental moment. They don't get the good to go call out of nobody. That Boombot trying to give its life for its master, but both will fall. Renji's going to try and TP to safety, and it's a 3 versus 3 for a map 3, possibly on the other side.
It's a great job of just actually playing the patient game as Roman. They're gonna be able to enter site here. This is basically going to be free on the retake, knowing that some post plan is going to be played. Renji just falls. I mean, the man is blind. He's stunned. He can't really do much about it. There's going to be a fault line coming out. Actually, it's going to be a blind. Going to be able to find one. Can you find the second is the question. Nobody on the spike just yet. They're going to go ahead. I think they're going to decide to push this out. It's going to be dangerous. I love that plant spot. And there it is. It is halved. Jesus, Monkey Man, we're going the extended route. Round 31 incoming.
We are gifted by the Professor Layton curse all the way from GameStop. So, everyone say thank you, Professor Layton, for having quadruple overtime in this same program versus same program matchup to be the Texas representative for CECC. So, you can't script these this way at all. But so far, both these teams really throwing hands, and Eclipse giving everything they got. Great measure, even when they were both very low on health, for the varsity squad to not let that mound position err them. This will be their attack. They're going to try and key up at least having a showstopper. It'll probably be the nearest ultimate they can get easiest. Still playing this cool and calm. You have that 3 kind of positioned out there towards A as they're waiting for this default and someone to step a foot too far.
All right, we see the wall. A couple shots fired. Okay, we spotted that Vise is actually on B this round. Is this going to be a cue to try to aggro towards C? The answer is no. We're actually going to be aggroing towards A. Look at this, though. The positioning, again, the ability to take that space is so big. Gamble just clutched up here. Are you able to get one? The answer is yes. Maper's going to get the trade, and King has one right on back. Viz, this is just a trade fest right now.
Looking like global scale that we have chosen to run away from. UTD. Oh, goodness. Kenrick is going to ruin nobody. Or no? Moving the... They're going to get caught. Looking over to... Yep, there it is. Nobody finds him with a wallbang headshot just as he's about to mosey on in. His plant still has to happen. And they have Viz taking care of business against their doppel. 1v2, make it 1. Where does Glory find Viz? They know they just got killed, and they get him from around that box. Viz will clean things up. 3 out of the 4 in terms of match points. Rest with the varsity, and this one most recent.
We've seen overtime go both ways at this point, so I'm not gonna say anything. There's no predictions here. What there is a love of good Valorant, and both these teams are putting it down and giving us just the ability to watch it. And look at this, Gamble actually calling a timeout. This is gonna be the first time Eclipse has called a timeout in the entire match so far.
More hand fighting. Yeah, this time they've added, instead of just slap boxing, they're throwing Pokemon cards. So,
did they bring out the Rock'em Sock'em robots and the Sock'em Boppers?
Ooh, do you use one hand for the Rock'em Sock'ems and the other hand, and then you're just like beating each other up, and it's like
each other up while trying to get your robots
stamina
to
game.
win? Oh, dude, that sounds like fun. I'm even though like literally Rock'em Sock'em robots is like a concussion waiting to happen here, because like it still hurts when you punch somebody with those things. I'll die on this hill. It is not.
I mean,
exactly,
you will because of the concussion. Yeah. You die on the couch.
Yeah, later when you fall asleep on accident.
All 90s toys were built for murder. I'm gonna stand. That's the hill I die on.
Yeah.
You tell me that Nintendo Game Boy brick wasn't also supposed to double as a home defense mechanism, and I will argue with you.
I mean, also just like 4 AA batteries in general are a home defense mechanism. So like, I digress.
You're like, oh, I've got ammo. Cool.
God, ammo is ridiculous, bro. All right, we're gonna get in here. UTDE trying to stay alive here. 15 to 16. Are we gonna get a spot out? Not quite yet. We're gonna get just a dry swing here from nobody. Gonna be able to shoulder peek. It actually stays alive. Are you gonna be able to find the second? The answer is yes. The king gonna be able to find the opening frag here. GTD Eclipse trying to do work to stay alive here in this quadruple overtime.
Someone let me know if the king got his not just doing like some blase royalty thing, or if they actually did it from all my weeb knowers from Danmachi. So I really need to know. Someone in the chat, I bet one of you has to know. You're in college. Either way.
I would put money on weeb stuff over Elvis, I'm just saying.
Well, hold on. That'd be a cool throwback. That'd be, when he wins, he goes, thank you very much. Just very Texan.
Yeah.
I think his toilet's over there. So, have full site control. Varsity, gonna try and move in. They know there's several angles that have to cover. Gamble on the initial. They will find another one with nobody. This rush now is nothing about this is with finesse or being a genius at the game. It's just about being able to win out. They're gonna use the guided salvo. You have to basically undo. The arc rose goes down. They want to have that blind dry peeking into it, and it's a 1 versus many as they force them to have to swing. They do so compositely, and we go to quintuple OT.
Yeah, it's a big word. I'm glad these are college students because not a lot of people may not know what quintuple means, but we have Monkey Man here.
Worth? Yeah,
dude, in Scrabble probably like 46, depending on what block you're able to put it on. You got to get your bonuses. You know what I mean?
Tuple, point value, Scrabble. Hold on. It is. Oh, there's a Scrabble score calculator. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna figure that out by the end of the broadcast. So.
Sounds like a plan. This is a rushdown W key right onto C. Who cares? We're better. We believe in our gunplay. We're rocking it out. And Thorn's going down. Shift has made it on site. It's been a little bit damaged, a little chip damage done by the Thorns, but really hasn't found much else. This might actually work out in their favor. Pre-fire around the corner, trying to use that running gun, that precise gunplay to their advantage. Not going to be able to find it, and this is going to be a plant. We're talking 5v5 retake right now.
This is about to get so massively loud. Gamble wins a kill onto Roman from the paint shells as they force them to move. Don't let them plant off of that turn, waiting for the spin of the doors to find something, but no one's coming. And because they did at least get that delay, the plant will be at least off in the corner. They do get rid of one. Gamble is cleared. It's a 3v3. No one's going to have ultimates again. just coming down to whoever can be able to hit the sticks a little bit faster, and they've decided C ain't it. I would not be surprised if they decide to just traverse away from B, but they are going to plant tight corner.
Tight corner is there. It's going to be a good spot here, and 2 are suppressed as well, so you're not going to be able to get that util online if you're going to push quick, but it looks like Eclipse is going to take their time, kind of regroup and plan out this retake. The King obviously coming alongside with their Omen. We're going to see what they can find. Kendrick here has been so clutch. You're going to be able to find the timing. Oh my gosh, the shoulder peak is there. All right, we got the guided salvos coming in. One good shot coming out from Kendrick right now. The swing going to be taken down. Viz has a refrag. Viz has another one. It's going to be UTD able to find the 3v3 on match point once again.
Also, for anyone that was curious and was here maybe 2 minutes ago, quintuple as a base score value is 20. That's pretty big. So,
and how long that word is, you can probably get what about? I'm guessing about 120 points out of that, depending on where you're able to drop it on bonus tiles.
yeah, that's what, nine separate tiles.
Yeah, that's wild.
Oh, Professor Light knew my Don Machi. He knew. All right, we go into round. What in the world is this? 34. We're gonna be here a minute. What ends up happening? At this point, they've cycled through basically the entire playbook, and we're just down to power eye and goal line stands the whole time.
I was about to say, we're running the school. We're running the schoolyard BS right now. The annexation of Puerto Rico is about to come out as nobody still lands a great headshot on the shift to open this up. And hey, whenever your Vise gets a first blood, you're feeling pretty good about that because the utility from your duelist hasn't been able to been burned yet. So you have still entry potential on top of that.
Yeah, they just slow dragged their feet to be able to get fun that one. They did not use anything to give away their position. They know the shear is can at least be there. They will pop it early, and you have 2 points of contact. You had B, you have C, and you have a varsity group that doesn't exactly know where they should rotate to. They have one long into rubble. The majority will be partying it up here for Eclipse on C, and now that they've at least cleared the sheer wall, they can all gangbuster together, regardless of what might follow. Since Viz is away, the Thorns will not play, and they will be able to get this plant.
This plant is going to be dropped. There's so much space taken. They're holding onto the fault line. They're trying to just secure this, knowing that it's a 5v4. They want to get a little bit more advantage, but that fault line is going to be burned. We're going to hang out. Now we're going to get the plant down. Looking, of course, for the mound plant. The guided salvo is going to come out. Not going to hit anything. Actually going to take a little chip damage off the King, but not enough to really make it that dangerous. Is Viz just slowly progressing up the site right now? What are they going to be able to find? The answer is not much. Is nobody going to be there? Oh, your head gone, sir. This is Valorant. It's an FPS. I don't care about the utility you have. If you get shot in the head, you die. Now here's the turnaround. The blind, but Viz able to bring it back because it was behind them. Luckily enough. Now the spam. Are you going to be able to fight through this? Here is the question. On time, it's going to be Kendrick and Mapper. Able to get that out. The King has one. Are you going to be able to find more?
Have this done up from the fault line. They're actually just going to full send it. That's it! Oh, the pressure! They stood in the way of it. They stood with the head held high. Varsity will take it over the little brothers of Eclipse. It took quintuple overtime and a heck of a bonus on that big word as we go through 2-0. They didn't drop a map, but man, did their fellow programmers over with the comments make it tough. 34 rounds, 18-16 visionary. They will be able to be the Texas qualifiers going to CECC.
Well, the really good news about that is whichever team won, UT Dallas was still going to CECC, but cannot begin to mention how big this is for just UTD in general. Obviously, they've had a great esports program for a while, but to be able to finally bust through those Texas A&Ms, those other big programs that exist here, especially UNT, right? Another one that had a showing in the Rocket League final earlier that unfortunately dropped. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. They've had like storied programs, and UTD finally starting to make their way here in Valorant as well. To do that, their varsity team looking great. Not only that, their B squad looking great as well. Like to be able to push them to the brink like that. We're seeing executes on both sides. We're seeing a lot of mind games. We're seeing the utility and the playing together being shown. I'm really excited to see what they can do when CECC finally rolls around.
Yeah, and that's going to be the, I think, the first weekend of May. So if you guys haven't already bought your tickets, maybe been able to set yourself up to go to North Texas, there's going to be some representation in the form of the comments. And of course, if you didn't see some Rocket League a little bit ago, I got to witness it. You get some West Texas representation with Lubbock Christian. They're going to be moving over there. But congrats again, goes over to the University of Texas in Dallas as they bring their varsity squad. I know it probably feels tough and probably feels almost inevitable that Eclipse, they just didn't get it done. They know that they were kind of the JV to their varsity, but still, that's something they can truly build upon. And I love what we're going to be seeing from them in the future. But up next, you thought this one was over? No, not at all. We've got some Overwatch 2, as we've got Clutch Key and Nerdy Bird that will be coming on in to give you the goods. But for this one, final thoughts, Visionary, as we get more of the Texas quals rolling. I know you over in Texas, you're probably super excited to see all these awesome students.
I do love seeing, obviously, the Texas schools coming out, but I'm just happy to see CECC rolling back around again. College esports obviously is here to stay, and I'm excited to see these programs continue to develop and continue to put an emphasis on these games that obviously, like, we both enjoy, right? There's a reason why we comment on them, right? Like, it's the reason why we're here. So love seeing the scene grow. Love what Esports U is doing with CECC, and we'll always love it. And just happy to be here once again, Monkey Man, casting with you, because it's always a riot.
That's always going to be awesome. Hey, you know what? I always have a great time. And of course, if you guys want to see more, Overwatch will be up next. Blinn College versus UTD. You want to see more comments? Stick with us. Esports U will be back in just a little bit.
With 27 days left to go before CECC May Madness, the 3 teams from Texas have punched their ticket between North Texas, Lubbock Christian, and the University of Texas at Dallas. One more game still to go tonight, and that's one more team to send in Arlington in Overwatch. On the road to May Madness, we say aloha, friends, and welcome to the grand finals of the CECC Special Texas Qualifiers between the University of Texas at Dallas one more time and Blinn College. Alongside my good friend and partner, Nerdy Bird, Clutchkey here in the booth with you to bring you the grand finals to see which of these 2 teams will be traveling not too far away in their own state, but more importantly, traveling to the largest collegiate LAN event. Artie, it's been a little while since you and I have casted together, going back all the way to the West Regional. We got a great game there, but we saw Arizona State win that all in Sacramento. But we get to do another game here that sends off a team to the dance next month. So since then, we've seen a new season come in. We've introduced bands here into CECC as well. This should be a wild series, considering both of these teams come out of a 3-2 series in the semifinals.
Yes, and I'm super excited to see just what exactly these teams are going to be bringing out for us today, just specifically because, you know, there's some takes that have been receiving a lot of love in gameplay, and then all of a sudden the devs come through and say, no, you are going to get nerfed, which I totally understand with the perk system that came in place. Some tanks just felt over-tuned, and I get it. You want that over-tunedness as a player. It's great, it's awesome, but it makes the game kind of boring, and it can make it really unbalanced. So, you know, unfortunately, 2 hearts pumping is not going to be enough anymore. Maga has been nerfed into the ground, and then it seems like Lucio is just not getting the best treatment in the world, but Ashe, when it comes to DPS, is just absolutely powerful right now. I love how she currently plays. We probably won't see her today because she is so fine-tuned.
Yeah, and we might not see that as well, considering that some of the bans that we have seen so far, well, otherwise within the Texas qualifiers, Blinn has not banned out Ashe yet, but UT Dallas very familiar in doing so in the 2 matches that they have played. 2 times they have banned out Ashe. This time around, they won't ban it out, but we will see what bans are. Moments, but we are underway to Lijiang Tower starting map for these 2 teams. A classical, if you will, of all of these maps. Not well, so already starting off a little bit of different sides. Orisa versus Ramantra to try to take this one out. Torbjorn turret already out of play. And bans, by the way, Echo banned out by UT Dallas. That will be the first time they banned out Echo in this case. And Blinn banning out Ana, also the first time banning them out, banning Ana out in this entire series as well. So both new bans to either team in the Texas qualifiers this weekend. But it looks like Blinn is going to start off with the first point.
Very interesting to see that we have phone rolling out on this Pharah. We ended up using that TP from the Symmetra that's swapping back. I do think that the Raheem and Hutch, this wombo combo, is a lot more powerful for the long sustained fights here. Case in point, Kashir, phone, both fall over, and the Orisa powering forward is going to get a lot of support between these 2. And the one thing is that if that Brigitte gets that Inspire up, or, you know, is able to power creep as we get these levels, Brig sustain becomes atrocious in the best way possible, and I just don't think Lucio is capable of keeping up at this point in time.
Yeah, by the way, coming into this game, UT Dallas, the #1 seed, Blinn College, the #2 seed. Okra rankings have UT Dallas, the Comets, at number 12, and Blinn and the Buccaneers at number 17. So let's see what Blinn can do off of advantage to them as well. Deadeye also available for Sky Sniper. Somebody almost falling off the map. That's the Lucio that has to try to creep his way all the way back up into the top of the map, which should be able to let him out now, but halfway home, Sky Sniper, again, Deadeye available. We'll have an Orbital Ray available, but you might not even need to use the Deadeye considering you get rid of the Lucio, but the Deadeye will come out in counteraction with the Kitsune Rush, considering you can keep teams at bay for a moment, though you will use it to no avail, to no kills whatsoever. Orbital Ray looking to be used here. Uber8 does not have a sound barrier to retaliate if they decide to. They're just kind of staying outside of this room. They don't want to take any pressure here.
The patience actually being shown there from Sky Sniper to just stay in one spot, hold it down because that Kitsune Rush being popped out was, I think, advantageous. Thankfully, I mean, if you were counting, that Genji's deflect was almost online. We could have lost one of our players, so we're coming in with that Orbital Ray now, allowing our Orisa once again to push forward, hit the Terra Surge, cannot charge it up too long, the fear of getting eliminated by the enemy team. Raheem waiting on the opportunity also to pop this rally, likely to use it for sustain, seeing if more than one person hits critical, then we'll likely see it this fight. But right now, Phone, I'm watching you. You have the Rocket Barrage online, and if you're UTD, we need to find a way to get the elimination. Will it be the Orisa? It will not.
Won't be, but the barrage doesn't find anything. UT Dallas, though, able to find at least the point momentarily. Sky Sniper, though, getting out. Eric is a big pick for you in trade, so they'll keep this going. And Regime whip shot at the door. You might just about do it as well, because that means that both or the supports are now out of play. The only one you have left to touch is Phone, and Phone's just going to get speared away and hit by Sky Sniper at the same time. Good start for the Buccaneers, 113 on the Gardens.
Look at that patience shown from Blinn College, though. Despite the fact that they were trying to wait and bait out a couple more of those ultimates, they even were willing to give up almost 20% of the objective just so that they could force those ults, re-engage with the rally, and have better and stronger sustain inside the objective. Force Farah into a disadvantaged state by making her go back outside. That type of patience does pay off in the long run, especially I feel like when you're running a comp centered around this Brigitte and the amount of cleave that they're able to get in those moments of time. So let's see, will they keep up that same type of discipline as we roll into control center here? We're swapping. Kashir is going to go away from the Ramatra and instead going over to this JQ. So we're playing for the Jotes and the sustain. I'm curious, Phone, are you going to stick with the Farah after you get your team teleported? No, we're going Sombra.
Yeah, we're going Sombra, and Blinn going off of the Torbjorn as well, meaning you got no counteraction to a Sombra lurking behind you if needed as well. Map-type records, by the way, here on Control for Blinn. They are 2-1 with their only loss happening on Helios. They have not played Lijiang Tower this weekend. UT Dallas, though, complete 2-0 both on Antarctic and Helios. Going 2-1 on the record, but Sky Sniper out of play. Jotes working out so far, so good. You're able to get Regime and Sky Sniper out. Sky Sniper basically your biggest threat on that Cassidy so far, but they're able to take care of them very, very easily.
Also, the fact that we're swapping over to this Ramatra, I get the mentality of doing that here over the Orisa, but I will say the fact that Phone got away with as much as Phone did just now in that previous fight, when you're literally playing Brigitte, one of the best counters, I believe, personally, to the Sombra, is kind of insane. But Phone also is forced to play at a very long range, a little bit uncomfortable for the lethality of the weapon that you have from Sombra. But Kashir goes in, hits the shout, manages to get an axe, I think, on 2, is walled off, sustains nonetheless, is going to pull the Ramatra closer and closer to their team, but it looks like we'll sustain just a little bit longer. Ram getting dangerously low, so is our tank, and in comes the rally. I told you how deadly the Brig is in the long fights, and this is exactly why.
Yeah, it kind of feels like Haluk doesn't really have an opportunity to make any impact whatsoever. Deadeye hacked out as well, or I should say, Cassidy was hacked, so Deadeye wasn't available to you, even if you wanted to turn that fight. Eric, Doye, and Phone finding their picks, and UT Dallas holds on. And for the fact, too, that for Blinn, at the very least, Haluk's at 60%, 20% down in Kashir, and UT Dallas has 3 check marks on the board. They won that with 1 Kitsune Rush already. Regime popping rally didn't make a difference either, so feels like Blinn's on the back foot right now. Haluk not making as big of a difference as he did back on the Gardens, so it's got to be a really big Deadeye, maybe even combo that alongside our Orbital Ray, but 1 EMP can make the difference.
I think EMP might be hung on to. Never mind, as I say that, I will eat my own words. 4 caught in the EMP, 1 immediately eviscerated. That's the May. I feel like that was a little targeted, but Kashir, Uber Eats, both are going to fall. Eric, thereafter. This is going to be a turnaround opportunity for Blinn. They finally get the point locked down. But honestly, for how many people were caught in that EMP, the collapse, the crunch that should have taken place at the choke point just did not come to fruition. UT Dallas losing an ult that ultimately I think is what they should have saved for Annihilation.
Well, I said EMP was going to make the difference. It did. Unfortunately, it didn't go the right way you would think. Blinn is able to push past an EMP altogether, and it works out in their favor, and now they're going to have Deadeye to work out for it. Blade's also going to get pulled out here from Eric. There's the Rampage in return, fighting at least 2 people in it, but there is going to be a little bit of a kite away, but now they're going to use the Annihilation to counter out everything, so Blinn going to use 2 on the board here. Regime does not pop the rally, but Uber Eats and Phone getting it in return means that there is still a chance that UT Dallas can turn this one around. They're still going to contest the point at the very least. Phone is on the point momentarily, trying to hack it out, but gets punched a little bit by Haluk instead. They're trying to get this Ramatra at bay, trying to kite him all the way back. It might just work, but Riley's going to come back in return. Sound Barrier to pop at the same time, too. UT Dallas gets the flip, but meanwhile, this rally is just a kite away, if anything.
Kashir has also made the swap over to this Doomfist as we're hitting that 95 percentile mark. This is last fight. It's Joey. I'm staring at you in this blizzard because there is only a Kitsune, well, a Suzu that is going to be able to save anyone from the enemy team. Never mind. You have taken care of your main op and Kashir. We're holding on to this blizzard. We don't quite need it yet. We actually, I think, are trying to make sure that this Sombra is not able to EMP our poor little snowball, but unfortunately, I think we're miscalculating where EMP is at. Hanging on to that ultimate a little bit longer, though, could be safe considering we're also having Sky Snapper almost having this Deadeye.
Yeah, and also getting that win while also pulling out a Kitsune Rush from UT Dallas' side. Comets are in a little bit of trouble. They have the EMP available. They'll have a Blizzard in return from Blinn, too. Also an Orbital Ray. EMP can make the difference. Phone is all the way in the back here. EMP immediately could work out. That's 4-8 caught him inside of it. An Orbital Ray in response, but it might be too little too late. Blizzard comes out from Joey, but is this going to make any of a difference? Because everybody from Dallas kited away, minus Uber Eats, who dies by the hands of Hutch. But Final Fight territory still inbound. At least the kite away from Blinn wasn't too bad, but as I say that, Dallas comes in. Eric and Phone finding their picks mainly on the Hutch, which is your main thing. You do not have any more support off to stay alive here, and the Comets are going to be the one to hang on to this 100-88 from the looks of it. And again, no more ultimates on the board. Comets tie this one up in one apiece.
And we did end up throwing our character model on the objective of your Sky Sniper. Hutch didn't get the opportunity to touch. And then it's Joey is just unfortunately not able to make it. Yeah, I mean, May is pretty slow. You're not able to make it from spawn all the way to the objective. But now we're going to map number 3. The namesake of this one, we're going to Lijon Night Market. I'm excited to see any adaptations being made. It's Joey swapping back over to the Torbjorn. Haluk swapping back over to the Orisa. Everything else for Blinn College looking identical. Now, UT Dallas, my question here is, are we going to swap back over to that Pharah, which we didn't find a lot of success with on Garden? Or instead, on the flip side, are we going to go to the Sombra, which we found a lot of success with earlier? I think, honestly, perhaps we stick with the Sombra.
Maybe, because that Sombra is very, very good against Hutch at the very least. Regime's got to do a lot to cover the Sombra in the meanwhile, so the Sombra is going to get stayed on here. UT Dallas, don't fix it's not broken. Even if it was 12% of a difference, UT Dallas is able to at least keep themselves in a good position to win that one out. They'll take the all the way around. Blinn will go in the main, or rather I should say UT Dallas will go main. Blinn College will go all the way around. See if they can get a side pick. Luckily enough, you weren't booped away by a Lucio. But still, it's just a matter of they're not able to get inside of the point whatsoever. You see Haluk right there. Uber Eats finds 2 off the map. That's both Regime and Sky Sniper. A double boop and a win for UT Dallas here on the night market to start.
Now, can we sustain through that? Any adaptations coming out from Blinn College? Likely not. Uber Eats, though, feeling the groove right now, on fire for their squad after that multiplayer boost. 60% counting on Sound Barrier also is great to see. We might be able to have an aggressive use of Sound Barrier early in this. Well, late in a second fight would be absolutely massive because there's really nothing you got to look out for from Blinn College. On the flip side, just be aware that it's Joey. Will third fight have Blizzard as we hit our ring to go forward, looking to wall some people off. Shout is used by Kashir. Brigitte is our target. Sky Sniper, Brig, both falling. That is a fight lost for Blinn College and a fight win for UTD.
Yeah, but Haluk does get phone, which means if Blinn's able to recover fast enough here, then they might be able to have a go button without worrying about hacks or whatever as well. But as I say that too, Haluk almost on the way to a Terror Surge, 5% above Kashir so far. Uber Eats and Doyu, though, having their ultimates first is really going to be big, so long as they don't stack it all together unless very absolutely necessary. UT Dallas is going to have a fight win to work off of and put this in final fight territory. Orbital Ray, or rather Hyper Ring will come out. Orbital Ray right on the point as well. Keaton Rush to counter. Also alongside of the Sound Mirror, which will counteract each other. It's going to be a hacked out Terror Surge for right now. Not even needing EMP, but finally using it to get everybody down. A lot of assists coming down the line of the Comets and UTD holding on to this point.
Okay, so we had Rally in conjunction with, I believe, Orbital Ray and Rampage, all pop from Blinn. And what turned that on its head? Both support ults responding from UTD. I think they saw that Haluk was going to be looking to use that Terror Surge, so they better have used both rather than not. And then that EMP was just devastational to the backline for UTD. Now, we only have for Blinn. Now with this Rampage online, we go through, but I've not positively hit anybody with it. It's Joey falls, but Sky Sniper falls to Eric, who comes in with the blade and is hunting this Juno down.
The one left to go is the Junker Queen and just wiping out the entire team. UT Dallas coming all the way back down 113 on the Gardens to a perfect night market at the end of it. It is 1-0 for the Comets, 2 away from booking their ticket not too far away into Esports Stadium Arlington. But man, oh man, what a turnaround that was as well. I mean, they were playing they were playing an entirely different comp, and once we were playing Control Center and Night Market, when they went to Jotes instead with the Junker Queen and all, let's not forget Sombra Genji at the same time doing absolute work on the DPS, and it suddenly came all together. It felt like a switch had been flipped or something when they switched to the Junker Queen instead.
Yeah, the Junker Queen in conjunction with just the amount of attention that Phone was able to pull, and plus Phone made it so I feel like both Brigitte and Cassidy were forced to hang on to a lot of cooldowns that they wanted specifically to use to push forward, but they're like, as soon as I use this, Sombra's going to come after me, or is going to go after one of my teammates, so I can't use, my flash, my stun, I cannot use I can't use my shield bash. I can't use my flail because I need those to protect someone from getting hacked. So unfortunately, with 2 people on Sombra watching duty, I think Phone got a lot of value just existing and being alive.
Yeah, I mean, just the Sombra just having so much of a threat to you is just insane to think about that one EMP can turn a fight entirely. Let's not look at the EMP back on Control Center, the one that Blinn was able to flip on, but minus that one, I mean, you still had an EMP that made the biggest difference. It didn't feel like, I mean, I know Blade is usually the one to make the biggest difference, but it felt like instead of watching for Blade, you were watching for an EMP or even a Rampage at the same time too, and also to the fact that on the other side for Blinn, if I remember this correctly, not until at the end they finally had a Kiriko to even counteract the Rampage at the same token too, and Juno's a lot harder to protect without a Brigitte either way, so the fact that they're able to find all these different angles and how quick they were able to play shows that UT Dallas can make one composition swap, and they're not in the top 12 of Ochre for nothing. They're able to at least be a little bit more flexible. So it looks like next map we're going to be playing here for at least picked by Blinn College will be UT Dallas, and good news for, or will be New Junk City, I should say. So New Junk City will get played next. Artie, you and I know that we love Ana, so Ana's no longer bannable, at least by Blinn, so Ana will not be banned out. Zarya will be banned out by Blinn College. UT Dallas will go ahead and ban out Juno instead. So no more type of play there. And by the way, UT Dallas, in all of the maps that we have played so far for them, in 3 matches here in a total of, I believe if I'm going off my head correctly, 10 total maps now so far, they have not banned the tank yet. So UT Dallas is not prone to banning tanks, but they are prone to banning Juno. They have banned Juno twice this weekend so far.
I think it might just be because of the way their support line likes to operate. Juno, in regards of many Overwatch players, people do believe Juno is just a more powerful version and a less musically inclined version of Lucio. So with that in mind, if you have an enemy team that likes to play Juno and you yourself don't feel comfortable on it, and I'm not trying to call out Uber Eats here, being a Lucio player is nothing to be ashamed of, but you have to compensate for that. And the way you can do that, ban the hero out, so then you're on equal playing field. Force them to play Lucio and play your own game. It's great.
Well, I mean, Lucio's been a very, very high target for Blinn so far. 3 times this weekend, all of their matches minus this one so far, they've banned Lucio at least once. So, yeah, this is the fact that they haven't done so far means that Uber Eats hasn't been much of a threat to them. But so far, this Sombra is. I'm surprised Blinn hasn't banned out the Sombra just yet, considering what that did to them last round. They are able to trade out 1 for 1, but Phone's still alive, Kashir's still alive, and UT Dallas with complete control of the point so far.
I understand what Blinn might be trying to do here with It's Joey back on this Torbjorn, anticipating using an off-angled, well-placed off-angled turret to deal with Phone, but Phone is coming in very aggressively, quickly, trying to catch people in rotation. Even Hutch swapping over to the Moira. This is another character that's utilized to try and get rid of a Sombra. Phone is undeterred by your presence, but unfortunately can't get the hack out from that phase. Well, before the phase goes off, forced to use Shout. Kashir is going to back off, doesn't want to be too close to quarters, but with the Fortify already being burned and Sky Sniper getting eliminated, this is an opportunity for UTD to once again hit that W key if we can get a nice hack onto the back line.
Well, they've already got a good hack onto the front line. They've already got a look to kite away, and that's going to allow so much more space to be built up by Blinn College, or by UT Dallas. In the meanwhile, Phone finding 2 and finding a turret as well means that this Torbjorn doesn't feel like it's as effective, and look at the ultimate percentage as well. Phone's already almost up to an EMP, Eric up to 70%. Meanwhile, Joey's still trying to find a way to 60% and counting. If I'm Blinn here, is the call here to just give up this point, considering that it's almost at 99 and it looks like they're not even going to try?
I think so, and try to take this mid fight here in your team's favor, build those ultimates up. I mean, we do also have this Kitsune Rush, which if we get it fully instigated, cannot get hacked out by Phone. One thing I have to throw out there, though, is Uber Eats has been doing a fabulous job of taking care of It's Joey's turret. So has Eric. So that's what's allowing Phone to succeed so much, despite the fact that there is a Moira who should be countering you, and It's Joey also trying to counter you. Phone is getting support in the way they need to, and we're early Kitsune rushing, going into this small space. This could be where Kashir could thrive, but no, they force out the Coalescence, and they say, heck no, we're going to disengage.
Yeah, they're going to trade a Coalescence for a Keeping the Rush. Not too bad to start that one off at the very least, but now Sky Sniper's got to hit a couple of shots. 150 charge on this overclock as well, thanks to the perk. on the 50 additional charge, but nothing there either. So now it's going to be Keaton and Rush to trade. Regime is there. Blinn will take first cap at this. Phone's trying to get rid of the turret early on, but as Phone is trying to get rid of it, Regime's also landing kunais onto the head of Phone. On trade, a 2-for-1 so far, but it looks like Buccaneers will have at least first advantage to this.
Giving up the attempted third fight on first objective was advantageous for them, and also only spending the coalescence in response to the initial Kitsune rush and then the delayed Kitsune rush from Raheem worked out in their favor. Now they're coming up on Terra Surge in conjunction with the Molten Core. We could see those stacked on top of each other, or we could see Molten Core just used to make sure we can sustain on the objective and keep the enemy team off as a spear goes through and a disruption sphere. EMP is going to land onto just Haluk, but Phone will perish. Sky Sniper falls beat in response to the Terra Surge.
A big response at the very least for UT Dallas to try to turn their fortunes around here, at least on the Duck side. Getting pushed away though. Now the Molten Core spread out all over the point, and nobody from UT Dallas wants to touch this right now until they have some stabilization. They do get Haluk, but is that enough for the go button? Kashir does have a Rampage. Eric with the blade available. They might not even need to use it to at least hold on to this point, at least to flip in the meanwhile. Comments start off, but they're going to have at least 2 fights to work off of.
Waiting to use that Molten Core until the fight was actually on the objective was well timed from Blinn College. Specifically, it's Joey. It helped them get to that 99% mark, but the re-engagement here is going to be a little bit tough. We're coming up on Kitsune Rush, and we have a locked-in Coalescence, but UTD can respond with their own, and they're going to instantly drop in with this blade. We hit the Coalescence in response. Genji's so low, we do manage to beam him down. Now, Kitsune Rush and Rampage coming through. Rampage is hit. We lose Uber Eats, so we have Kitsune Rush from Raheem come through, but Doi is opting to hang on to this Kitsune, probably thinking we need it for the next fight instead, which is advantageous. We're tied one aside. Now we move on to the third objective.
And it feels so weird to say that both sides have had a 100-0 thus far in this game, and obviously Regime using Keaton and Rush. If you're UT Dallas, you take that any day of the week, considering, yes, they won the point, but they may not win the war at the end of this next fight here. So Doyu will have it. Uber Eats will also have a sound barrier to work off of as well. Sky Sniper also coming up with an overclock to boot here very, very soon. And Phone with an EMP can make all of the difference. Also, Suzuki's very early on. I mean, if I'm UT Dallas, I'm kind of pushing the pressure here already, and they absolutely will. Keaton and Rush will come out already, trying to push the green light, making sure that Suzu doesn't come up online, which it does in the next 1 second. Doesn't matter anyways. When you can't save your tank, you can't save yourself. Kashir finds 2, and it's going to be a point flip. Comments to start.
Ooh, and the bleed comes through. It's Joey will fall, Kashir falls, it's Sniper gone. Eric says, Moira, you're not getting away. Gets a nice little fan spray into the back of Hutch's head. So with that, we're coming up on a possible Coalescence in conjunction with the Terra Surge. If Haluk can hold on to the charge long enough to actually pull the team deeply into that ultimate, because we've seen it popped and not finding as much value as I think it has in days gone by. But Uber Eats likely to respond with that beat, hanging on to it, waiting for their opportunity to respond rather than be aggressive with it. Much of what we've seen from them this entire series so far.
Yeah, but the EMP comes out. Joey and Haluk both EMP'd momentarily before getting Suzu'd out. Haluk is still hacked for the moment, but that allows his team from UT Dallas to go on in and punch everybody down there. Terra Surge has got to work a miracle. It only finds Eric. It might find a little bit more as well. The Lucio also low health. Blinn looking like they can turn this fight all the way around thanks to a Terra Surge. And Haluk, by the way, still alive on it, finds 3 final blows. Maybe even a Lucio after a charged spear here. But Lucio, I mean, you either get back to your team or you're just falling off the map.
Yep, opting to fall off the map rather than trying to wall ride to freedom. Completely understandable. Plus, we're only at 12% for Blinn College right now. Uber Eats just waiting to reconvene with their team. We just gotta hope that no one from UTD gets overzealous here and gets caught out early. And as I say that, I might have cast a cursed phone off screen. Apologies.
No, that's just Regime, just being Regime on the clicks away on the head of the kunais. So, by the way, map record for these two teams on Flashpoint, they have only played New Junk City when they have played Flash 5 times combined. Flashpoint for Blinn College 2-1, and for UT Dallas 2-0. So either Blinn College hands UTD their first loss on Flash, or it's going to be a good record for UT Dallas, a 3-0 undefeated record here this weekend on Flashpoint. And turret form, hey, why not? Why not? The turret's going to be sticking on walls here for the rest of the map unless Joey says otherwise. So, I mean, that's a pretty fun perk. I think that's one of my favorite perks when it first got listed, even from April Fool's time. It was so much fun. Hutch, though, able to find phone. Kitchen Rush used by Regime. Coalescence not used just yet in return. Rampage will not be used. They're going to save this, knowing that there was no shot at it, and it will be Blinn taking the second point.
Oh. And we have Hutch getting very greedy, pushing forward. There's 4 people here. Genji's going to try and dash away. Will not be able to survive. I don't know if we'll be able to get the last person. Oh, we will, because we end up using the virus. Hutch is saying, nah, not worth it. I know you have cooldowns. I'm going to disengage. Still have that Coalescence online, almost another Terror Surge. And we have that Molten Core, that pivotal Molten Core that bought Blinn College so much time on that second objective. If they use that again wisely here, it can be an ultimate point saver for them. But the question is, how is there going to be a response from UTD? Because they haven't been able to thus far, but an early blade might be in their favor. We hit the Molten Core, actually try and stave off Genji. It does not work. It's Joey will fall. The Coalescence is going to also not be enough to keep Haluk from passing away. Same with the Kiriko, going to get eliminated too.
Dallas makes that fight very expensive, though. That's 3 ultimates to use. Kitsune Rush, Rampage, and Blade all used at the same time, and that's only in trade for Coalescence plus Molten Core. So 3-2 trade. Blinn's going to take that any day right now, though they will have a Terror Surge, and Haluk last time on a Terror Surge popped off, getting 3 final blows for you, and Bone's going to try to stave off pressure at the very least. Kiriko, he's going to use the Suzers, so that means that they're going to have to wait until that cooldown's down if they even want to have a chance to press the go button. Bone does have an EMP to, at the very least, try to maybe stave off the pressure, especially on a Terror Surge that Haluk could use too. So this is going to be very, very dicey for Blinn College unless they run into the blender. That is Blinn College's composition, but going off so far, there will be a Terror Surge EMP used immediately, but not before the drop down. Anyways, Haluk is still going to fall because Sound Barrier was also available for Uber Eats right as that Terror Surge was happening. Hutch, though, in the meanwhile, fighting 2 thanks to 1 on the orb, and they're going to be able to trade this one out.
I wonder, did Hutch actually opt to go with the DPS-esque Moira, the one that, you know, you hit the orb and it gives the passive of old where, you know, you get 25% reduced healing. Hutch actually went with the 50% burst heal orb, and they're still finding these kills? Insane.
That's insane to me because obviously the other it's 50 heal immediately on the healing orb, or if it's on the damage orb. If you went to that instead, it would kind of be like the Grievous Wounds, kind of be like just less healing amplified to you, which is really, really much so that I thought Hutch was going for, considering all of the picks that you had. But instead, it's the Fade counter up plus the damage. Yep, just being a good support. But Hutch is still not healed anything from the looks of it within the last 5 seconds, and finally throwing out a healing orb. Doing so, having a Coalescence available. Kitsune Rush comes out at the same time from Regime as well. This Moira still staying alive, and Blinn's getting a lot of impact on this. Coalescence comes out at the same time to final fight territory. Blinn or UT Dallas has to make a move if they even want to win this, but Hutch is going to find 2 on the Coalescence, and we are going to see at least 4 maps, 166 final on the Refinery, and it will be a 3-1 final score here on New Junk City, and for the first time this weekend, UT Dallas losing on Flashpoint.
Look, all I gotta say is that Moira had the mentality of, if you want healing, get in the beam. Especially during like that last 2 fights-ish. You pointed out, we have not seen a healing orb. It was damage orb after damage orb after damage orb. And it kind of feels like the old Moira meme of, guys, I have 4 gold medals. But honestly, I do think that when you have a Kiriko that is more than capable of getting the healing out and has built their own character using those perks to be a super healer, especially if they get like urgent care early on, it's absolutely huge for your team, and that Kiriko has so much sustain that you can get away with being a little bit more DPS-y on Moira.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I'm unashamed to say more is fun to play, right? Especially when you get the damage. I always pick the damage orb one just for funsies to see if I can, and I still out heal the team. But even with getting Hutch doing all those things with the healing orb and still doing that much damage means that I'm assuming here very, very soon that UT Dallas might ban out of Moira. We will see if they decide to go for it. But the next map up, we are going to play. We like to call this Gibby. Watch Point Gibraltar will go next here for this next for the pick on the side of UT Dallas, and they will also ban out D.Va to start. Meanwhile, Blinn will ban out Tracer. So actually, for UT Dallas, this is the first time this weekend they have banned out a tank. D.Va will be the first ever tank ban this weekend for UT Dallas, and Tracer will be banned out, and Blinn will also have their 5th different DPS ban out.
Well, to that I say, what we had earlier from Blinn was they banned Zarya, correct?
Yes, Blinn did ban
In
up
the
Zarya
previous-
early
yeah.
on, yes.
Blinn banned Zarya, so Zarya is not able to be banned here. So then if you're really trying to think about if you want to run Winston on Watchpoint Gibraltar, which here on Gibby, a lot of teams do run Winston, you got to think, I can't ban Zarya. I mean, yes, you can run JQ. You could, theoretically, you can run Maga, not in his current state. I don't think a lot of people want to run Maga right now. But if you're trying to play the rock, paper, scissors game, it's like, okay, Orisa, yeah, if Javelin hits you at the perfect time, you're not going to have a good time on Winston. But then you really get down to nitty-gritty. The character that mirrors your movements the most is going to be D.Va. So trying to prevent a D.Va from being able to boop you off of high ground as much as they want, because let's be honest, boosters are overpowered, I think calling out and banning the D.Va is a good play here from UTD.
I'm also very surprised as well for UT Dallas, too, because for UTD, they are 0-1 here. The fact that they picked this map is something interesting in itself. This weekend, they're 0-1 on Gibraltar. Blinn won here on Gibraltar, and in fact, on Escort, they are 2-0 here. So we will get to see very, very quickly what happens here.
All right, so I love how I mentioned, hey, I don't know if we're going to run Mauga because of the nerfs that went through, and Kashir says, nah, Artie, we're going Mauga. So here's why I also mentioned, we got Sky Sniper on arguably my favorite DPS in the game to play, and that is Ashe. Once we get to that second level and we're able to get that dynamite range increase, Ashe is so deadly, and you're going to be forcing out Suzu's left and right if it's landing on enough people, but we're going for this 3-point defense right now. Oh, hello, googly eyes on the payload, which is first corner underneath by the Mega Pack and then third corner over here. This buys a lot of time if you're playing a composition that allows for a lot of cleave to come forward, but the fact that UTD is doing this with a dive-esque comp in conjunction with the Maga to replace the Brigida using that shout and the burn is kind of insane.
And so far in the defensive end right now, Blinn's going to hold on momentarily. And Sky Sniper, man, I mean, Sky Sniper's got uncontested here for a little while now. 75% on the way to a bomb. No one else even close to an ultimate minus support on Hutch, which means those dynamites have been so good and just landing everywhere. First time I don't think I've seen a dynamite land there, but 2.5 minutes left to go. Dive is on, trying to get their coach gun away. We'll go to Winston so that you get a little bit more space to work with. Can work up on that very high level that everybody for Blinn is up there so far. But now Haluk getting it down Eric means that they're going to have a lot less dive pressure on to Sky Sniper, who has a Bob available, but already Genji gone means that maybe a kite-off situation is already here. Instead, though, another coach gun out. They finally find Sky Sniper, who activates Bob, but Bob is also going to land up on that second level, meaning there is pressure on the high ground, and still UT Dallas can't find an answer.
Well, the thing is, we let Ashe do what Ashe wanted to do, so now we're going to theoretically say that Sky Sniper went with the coach gun upgrade, so we're going to be able to boop ourselves pretty far away to safety if we get dove. The amount of dedicated pressure and presence you have to give to Sky Sniper after failing to address them early on is too much now, so your only option is to do it now, but we're not going to be able to do that. We've already lost our Winston yet again.
Winston's gone out of play, and Haluk almost was up to a Primal Rage as well. So what does Blinn do here? They're going to wait for Haluk to do that, but UT Dallas is like, you're not waiting. There is no red light for us. There is only green lights, and they're going to go in. There is going to be a contest. Nano Boost will land from Hutch onto Regime, but that's also EMP'd out. Hutch taking the Nano Boost and putting it on Regime to no avail whatsoever. UT Dallas getting themselves a win. They make it expensive, yes, on 3 ultimates to work with compared to 2, but that's both support ults down for Blinn.
And we have Sky Sniper opting to swap over to the Cassidy. I believe this will give them a little bit more, probably opportunities to protect Hutch, because Ana, early game, yeah, kind of stinky to have to deal with to deal with your upgrades. But once you start getting those upgrades, again, Ana is just over too. But fail to recognize the enemy Ana, the nade goes through. And we managed to sustain despite everyone getting antied here inside a spaceship.
The one thing my friend always told me is that if they have a dive composition and you're playing Ana, the one thing you always want to hold on to is a Bionade. And
Yes.
You always want to make sure that that Bionade is in the right pocket at the right time, and Hutch finds the answer to why you do and gets the kill early on, meaning that dive can go in anyways. I think it landed on either 1 or 2, getting the kill onto Kashir anyways. So now Primal Rage available. Phone is still moving payload, which is still around the corner. Not too bad of a situation, but Kashir has a Primal Rage available. Eric does have a blade too. Blinn in return will have a multi core to try to cover payload if needed. You might not even need to. Good nade.
My
Doesn't
goodness.
find the last hit. Oh, Sky Sniper is just going to go ahead and point at the Somber, and yeah, just really nothing here for Blinn to do other than take care of a turret.
So, Doi and Hutch, I'm watching both of these Anas because you said it best, and it's not getting caught without one of your two cooldowns. If you don't have nade, you better have sleep. If you don't have sleep, you better have nades. So that means they have to play very patiently, and sometimes that means sacrificing people for the greater good, i.e. it's Joey ending up getting eliminated, but Hutch follows through with the sleep. However, Eric and Doi were doing a lot of damage in that moment, so Hutch, Regime, both going to fall thereafter.
Yeah, no Primal Rage either for Haluk, so it is a Molten Core available plus a Deadeye. Do they try to contest this, or do they look to just swap spawns and pull back here? And the answer probably here with 2 meters left, there's nowhere near. They're probably just going to switch spawns in the meanwhile, and everybody goes back. So UT Dallas holding on to Eric's Blade. Phone will have an EMP very, very soon. UT Dallas is going to have 4 check marks on the board. So is Blinn. Well, we love Overwatch, but how about Overwatch? Probably in the next fight, probably in this next fight.
We'll have to see what goes down. We've got an EMP available. Are we going to have a double on a Nano? There's the Nano on to Hutch and to Haluk. I love seeing the double Nano, but then Eric comes in with the Blade. There's a Deadeye going after you, but this is the game you have to play. Oh boy, my voice. Anyway, the game you have to play as a Cassidy player is, will you be able to, well, the Genji and the Cassidy, is that Deflect going to time out before I hit the end of my Deadeye and get a portion of it refunded, or am I going to live and you're going to pass away, Genji? Unfortunately, Genji clicked it too early.
Yeah, a little bit too early, and the Deadeye finds it, so Blinn College will have 3 ultimates on the board, including using one of them right now. EMP in return, Regime, Haluk falling also low. Haluk cannot even use the Primal Rage to stay up, and UT Dallas finds a 2-for-1 trade. Phone gets caught out for that EMP, but you're able to take this around the corner at the very least. Home stretch possibility, and they're not going to try to let them regroup as much as they can, but they back off already into the respawn. So here we go, 2 minutes left to go on the clock for UT Dallas to push this up. Sky Sniper getting Uber Eats, though, very, very early on, signals a back off, wouldn't it?
Speaking of back off, Sombra barely makes it out with their life, having a sliver of health left. Sky Sniper 77% on another Deadeye. I don't know if we'll have another interaction between Sky Sniper and Eric like we did earlier. If we do, Eric, I hope you time your deflect prop. Uber Eats coming up on a rally. Will we have a raid boss happening with Ana getting a Nano onto Uber Eats and themselves? Hutch also with that Nano. Haluk ready to come in with a Primal Rage. Sky Sniper, Deadeye is nearly ready. Can we catch them in rotation? We see the Winston diving in onto Hutch. Hutch is begging for someone to come help us. We find our teammate, hit the Nano. One of our teammates is also taking a good night's sleep as we find the first elimination onto Uber Eats.
Yeah, that's one of the crazy moments if you're on just be like, somebody, please, anybody. I don't want to rally the Regime because he doesn't have a rally either. Eric Kashir both finding their picks in the trade. Primal Rage finding 2 in the process. That's in the final 5 meters. And finally, you have the Winston touching point momentarily. You do have a Primal Rage in return for it. Haluk does have it, not looking to use it just yet because there's not a lot of people there to use it for to hold on. And you also have your bubble shield back to this googly eyes on the payload's kind of distracting me a little from what's going on here, but you still have to look on the Primal Rage. Eric will have the Blade, and just momentarily, UT Dallas backs off. 40 seconds left, though, final fight.
Sky Sniper's done the diabolical thing and is Mantle playing the Bastion. Sombra comes through, goes after the Kiriko, forces the Swiss Step and the Suzu back to back. So if that Kiriko gets found, that Kiriko gets eliminated, but Phone instead gets eliminated. Eric gets dangerously low. This goes to the deflect. Hutch trying to get a little supportal combat action going through. Bastion in our entire turret forward, rounds the corner, supporting our Winston. Our Winston's deep in there, forced to hit that Primal Rage, gets slept, but instantly woken back up.
And that's a big ultimate gone as well. That means you don't have it here in the final push. So if UT Dallas wants to pull out something here, they need to pull Driver. They need to pull Nano Blade right away here. Blade's going to come out. Doi doesn't Nano Boost Eric. Instead, Nano Boost Kashir onto the point. Phone is able to find Hutch. EMP in response gets at least 3. Sky Sniper, Joey, Regime all falling oh so low. And they pull out all the stomps minus a rally at the end of it. And UT Dallas will go uno, dos, adios, completing the entire map on Gibraltar. Blinn College to respond. And they have some time to do it, but UT Dallas lands up with no time left.
All right, I think when we see Phone go onto Sombra, we need to get a Hutch back onto that Moira, and we need to just say, Moira, go get him. because Phone is just too much right now. This Sombra is getting away with many things, and one of them is getting massive EMPs, not getting taken care of, is able to just poke from long range, and honestly, I think Hutch is disciplined enough to know when to not engage on this Sombra. We saw it on New Junk City, and I know we'd see it here on Gibby. The Winston gameplay that came out a little late, I did enjoy seeing. Also, I love the healing bubble myself, so we'll have to see. Are we going to stick with the Battle of the Winstons? We are, at least to start, and Phone is actually swapping things up a little bit, going with this Hanzo, which on defense makes a little bit of sense, but the Sombra was so powerful. If it ain't broken, why fix it? Yes! Thank you, Phone.
I was about to say, Phone's standing there a little too long for me to think that that Hanzo pick is real. Wait, are you... What's going on?
Are you going
here?
back and going Hanzo?
Are you going
Was
back,
the
or are
call?
you going somewhere else? So Echo is being played instead for Phone. This is interesting because Echo was banned out by UTD to start, but Phone instead now going to the Echo. Sky Sniper on the Ashe. I mean, this might be a little harder to go into here.
Sky Sniper, let's see how this Ashe works out, because I think if we have a Winston and a Genji and an Echo all trying to deal with you, your life's going to become a little more complicated than you thought. As we have Kashir already forced off that back high ground. Phone dangerously low, is going to get healed
big
back
violate.
up. Winston disengaging, and Kashir gets antied. It's going to buy us a little extra time here.
Big anti-nade onto Hutch and Haluk, so that means they have to back up momentarily. They are playing all grouped up. A couple of stickies would be really, really good news for you as they try to move all the way around. Good bio-nade onto the Ashe as well. Doyu finds final blood there onto Sky Sniper, and a good sleep dart as well, but Phone's not completely off the map. Nearly on the edge there. Hutch does find final blow onto Phone, but it's not going to matter when Eric is in the back already, taking care of both your Ana and your Torbjorn and yourself, Regime. So UT Dallas starts off on the defense pretty well, though the cart has moved up very, very well.
Eric hanging on to a little sliver of life, could not sustain through that. Haluk also is going to be eliminated. Speaking of a sliver, we have a sliver of space before that payload hits that first objective, and we have just under 3 minutes on the clock. Right now, for UT Dallas, they need to burn off at least, I say, 90 seconds to make this look like it's not going to be just the payload being unstoppable.
So far, they made it to the point where it's a minute and 20 left. Phone moving on over from one flyer to another. Moves on over from the Echo into the far instead. Kashir, 60% to an ult. Differential of plus 20 onto Haluk so far. Hutch and Regime getting close to theirs, but Doyu will have Nano Boost first before anything else. If Doyu wants to pull that out right away, now would be the time. Unless Hutch can respond in turn. 2 minutes and 20 left to go. It will be the Nano Boost onto Kashir, doing a lot of damage, but not too much considering everybody's already kited out. There's level 2 also for Kashir as well, but just nothing doing yet so far. Big bio-nade onto Regime, and Haluk would force them all the way around. Hutch will go ahead and Nano Boost out Sky Sniper as he were being dove on by Kashir. Sleep Dart lands up on top of Haluk momentarily. They will trade that out though. Good shot in between the eyes of Phone from Sky Sniper. Bob will land up on top level, doing some damage and raining down damage from above. And now Sky Sniper is brought down below thanks to a Primal Rage. In return, Regime will use the rally to see if there's anything left for Blinn College in the tank. So far, so good. I mean, if you're looking in terms of damage, Blinn is totally winning this, and Itch Joey will do so at the same time. Eric pulling out Driver, Eric pulling out the plate, finds 3, 2 in one swing. Eric's going to find a fourth, looking to clean up the entire team, and UT Dallas holds on.
Okay, I said a sliver of before the objective earlier. No, that is a sliver. We were sub 2 meters from hitting that doorway. That was a Hail Mary hero play coming out from Eric, getting a 4K, kind of a 5K with the assistance from Phone on that final kill. Sky Sniper, I really thought that Bob play was going to have it in the bag. It just wasn't quite enough. Eric played patiently and waited for the perfect opportunity to strike with that blade. Let's see, do we have Phone coming in with a clutch raining justice from above later in this fight as we disengage and go to the back high ground and take care of Joey's turret for our Pharah, so our Pharah has more time to live.
Well, the Pharah's got to live too, because you also have the Barrage available, and the Barrage is going to be used immediately. That forces out Proper Rage nearly immediately. Haluk heard the Barrage is like, no, I ain't taking any chances. Pulling out the Q already. And pulling out the Primal Range very, very early on, so a lot of health bars falling oh so low. Kashir is slept, also Nano Boosted too, and the UI is having a little trouble concerning it, so it's just going back between a Sleep Dart and a Nano Boost at the same time. Big bio-nade landing off to its Joy, but they're into the server room right away to kite that off, and Kashir goes down on the hands of it, so finally Blinn College able to respond, and they'll have 2:47 to push it up to second.
not the time bank I was anticipating them having here, considering their first performance with... I mean, that first fight was very strong for them. They got the payload so heckin' far, but they could not follow through. Time was just burned a lot by UT Dallas. Now, as we're coming up into this fight, the first one here, we're going to have this Nano Boost online from Hutch. Do we have the Duo Nano available yet, Clutch Key?
Maybe. I mean, Hutch. Let's see if Hutch has it. No, Hutch still has Bionade. Or Bouncing Nade. Very, very close to level 3 on the double Nano Boost. Probably doesn't hold on to it until reaching level 3. Instead, uses it to pull out the Winston. I mean, that's a kite-away situation as well that UC Dallas handles kind of well if you think about it before this next fight.
Truly, I think the using it early to gain this mid-zone space was probably advantageous rather than trying to buy that extra time and wait for the tertiary boost to come through with that double nano. But now the question is, can we keep Hutch alive without the nano boost available?
Oh.
And yeah, Kashir landing down on Raheem, Haluk, and Hutch all getting eliminated in this tiny room. And just a quick little sleepy fest here for It's Joey before they get sliced and diced by Eric. Sky Sniper kind of staggering themselves out by going for that final kill on the phone and letting themselves live as long as they did.
You know, Doyu's been landing a lot of good bio nades. You have to respect the nades that are just coming out from this auto player so far, and we'll pick up the Nano Boost perk as well. Why not, right? Still plenty of time, minute 20, and you also have a Nano Boost to work with as well in case anybody dives in. Hutch doesn't have one either, so Regime's rally is going to be very, very key if Blinn wants to survive what should be the onslaught of a blade from Eric too. But Kashir already taking care of Haluk means that there's really no way to dive in. You got to wait a couple of more seconds for this to respond. If you're diving in now, it's probably suicide.
Waiting, we have 4, almost 5 ults available and ready to go. Now on the flip side of that from Blinn, the team that has the under 60 seconds to push this payload a little bit further. Getting a little concerned. I think we're trying to get Haluk this Primal Rage before we full commit. We're gonna throw Bob to the high ground. The counter charge from the Brigida to prevent Bob from going exactly where they wanted it to was huge. So we send Eric in full force, hits a double kill. Sky Sniper, Raheem both falling down. I gotta give my shout out though to Uber Eats for that stun onto Bob.
Yeah, not only Uber Eats counteracting a charge on a shield bash, doesn't even need to use Rally for it. Plus pulls out Nanoblade, pulls it out, and it's a big fight win for UT Dallas. And now that Bob is also gone, Sky Sniper, by the way, first time we're going to see Genji here for Sky Sniper regardless. So now Blinn has 3 ultimates on the board. Bigger problem is UT Dallas is going to press the go button right away. They already used the Barrage out. Eric gets that kill on the Hutch. That's a bigger one considering Phone also using Barrage to keep them at bay. Primal Rage used now by Haluk, and Regime using the Rally means that the only ultimate left on the board for Blinn will be a Nano Boost coming up, but they're in overtime. They have to stay on card for the remainder of this period unless they can get into the second strike point. Kashir will back away with the last second of Primal Rage. They get a fight win, but how much longer will this last?
I mean, if you're Blinn College right now, we have Raheem also swapping over to Moira, trying to get in as quickly as possible. Going for the Lucio, which is the better option. But yes, It's Joey having this Molten Core will buy them extra stall time to wait for their last teammate to make it in. Bubble goes up. We have that Nano, but we don't land it on Haluk in time due to line of sight issues. We're trying to keep our Torbjorn alive. Our Torb falls. Eric is managing to find 2 with the dash, and that is going to be the end of the map.
A quick end to that map as well. I thought that overtime was going to last a little bit longer, but man, it's just not staying alive. Haluk just fell down entirely, so it's a good start here for UT Dallas, 1 point away from CECC Main Madness, and you knew the fact that, yes, they got all 3 points, but, I mean, Blinn was having their own highlights on their own, just maybe not on the attacking side. It felt like Sky Sniper didn't really get all too much value on their attacking side. Defensive-wise, he had a lot of pressure on that Ashe, but instead, it just didn't work out, and you even saw it at the end, right? Even after that Bob and the counter charge and the sleep on the Bob as well, swapping right on over to the Genji, you felt like you needed to dive, you needed to touch card and get anything possible, but instead, Blinn panics, and UT Dallas is able to take advantage and win that one out, and now this is match point for them. This is UT Dallas on the cusp of making Main Madness, so what's their next map pick? And it will be Blinn heading on over to Esperanza. And if I'm Blinn right now, I'm a little worried that Flash is what's left too, because they played, or rather I should say Push. They're 1-1 on Push. They lost Esperanza as well. They decided to pick Esperanza, the one map that they lost this weekend. And for Push, UTD is 2-0.
Okay, so that's a bold move for sure. But I do think that our plan here might be to go with the JQ and just hoping possibly right now that we don't see the JQ get banned out. Because if you're UTD, we've demonstrated that we have a very a large depth pool of tanks we're comfortable with playing. However, I also say we've seen a Mauga, so we might see a Mauga again. And for some reason, Mauga works decently on Esperanza for some teams. So if they decide to go with that for UTD, best of luck, Blinn.
So yeah, also on the board as well for bans, Sombra is now banned out from Blinn. Some would say finally after what has transpired in the last couple of maps, but Blinn will ban out the Sombra in return. UTD banning out the Orisa. And by the way, again, I'll point this out that throughout the entire weekend, even if it was only 2 matches, UTD didn't ban a single tank, and now they banned twice out. They banned out tanks here. Finally, UTD banning out both Diva and Orisa in the last 2 maps on Gibraltar and Esperanza. So that means they're very, very scared of what Haluk can do, especially on the Orisa, especially on the Zarya as well, or especially on the Diva too to dive. So we go to Esperanza, and again for this entire weekend here, 2-0 for UT Dallas on push on Runasabi and Esperanza, and the only map Blinn has played the entire weekend. Or rather, I should say the 2 maps they had played on push. Runasapi was their 1 win, but their 1 loss was on Esperanza. So this is a very, like you said earlier, this is a bold move here from Blinn, thinking that they can win off of it. But Hutch is on the Moira, and we all know what the Moira can do.
Hutch's Moira is very devastational in the best way possible for Hutch, but worst way possible for the enemy team. Now, as we look, we've got the mirrored tanks. We have the Ram v Ram, but we've got that Lucio amp speed, which is, I think, a pivotal thing for Amatra in that Nemesis form. So when you go in for those punches, especially if you get what I'll refer to as the shotgun perk, it's insane how much it can do. But Sky Sniper is going to take care of that advantage rather quick, eliminating Uber Eats first and foremost.
And it also feels like this is an easier map for Sky Sniper to handle, especially with a Cassidy and maybe not an Ashe to dive on, in which case UT Dallas isn't even diving onto you, minus the Genji, minus even the Lucio with you and Phone on the Pharah, but still, you have a better shot with the Cassidy to take down this Pharah very, very quickly, and you can already see the ultimate building up. Sky Sniper the closest to anything in the first fight alone, in the first 20, going over to Blinn. So Sky Sniper having a little bit of fun, and as long as you're able to protect the Cassidy, this Pharah shouldn't be a problem, and Phone's trying to dance around the rooftops here. Sky Sniper at full health, and Phone down to 48 heals, or 48 health before going back, and they will get this in turn, but man, it just feels like Blinn College's pressure is way too much on the board right now.
Right now, Blinn opting to stay on this high ground when we almost get the bot to that first objective was the right play personally, but I think they got a little caught off guard by allowing this pinch to occur, so they have to give up that space again, and now we're moving into the neutral zone. Sky Sniper coming up on this Deadeye is probably looking for an opportunity to hit it. Is going to use it to actually get some reprieve for our tank. Haluk able to then go in with the punches and gain space back. Almost gets the full elimination onto the Pharah, but can't quite get that skull zeroed in. Now we're back in this neutral fight territory. I'm looking at these support ults that are about to come online. I think the first one to get popped is going to be the one that wins this fight out.
Gets an air rush alongside of a nano boost on either end here. So nano boost is going to get pulled out first. Gets an air rush in return. Is the nano boost going to make the biggest difference? It might. Barrage is out. Barrage finds both of the support lines. So you're right. The first one that got pulled out was the win. The nano boost plus the barrage up in the skies, and a moving barrage as well is the scariest thing to watch when it's nano boosted. Blinn also forced out to change a little bit, and Haluk for the first time we will see Wrecking Ball in play for the Buccaneers.
Truly, there's only ever one support ultimate that you want to use to be reactionary with, and anyone that plays him knows him. It's Sound Barrier from Lucio. If you are stuck responding to an ultimate from an enemy team as a support, you are most likely having a poorer experience in that moment than the one who ulted first, as we have Haluk come in, use that slam, take down both the supports for UTD, and find Phone! The Wrecking Ball swap coming in strong, accidentally giving ourselves a lot of damage though, letting that Genji get a decent chunk of full charge, but it's okay. Eric already has it.
Yeah, I mean, Haluk switching on over to a curveball, almost quite literally to a Wrecking Ball instead, makes things a little bit harder for UT Dallas to react off of him. Now there's a lot more angles to try and look for. Unfortunately, though, Haluk doesn't really have anything to dive off of besides himself. So you have Sky Sniper, you have Joey. That's not really a dive composition you're working off of. The only maybe thing you have is a Moira to help and a Kiriko to TP if needed, but Sound Barrier is going to be the one to start us off, and no other ultimates used. Blinn's able to kite off pretty well, and now it's going to be a Coalescence trying to heal up the top and also using that as kind of a 50-50 to do damage plus the heal, but Hutch able to find one onto Uber Eats. This is going to be a checkpoint here unless UT Dallas can come up with some miracle play, but miracles don't exist in this one.
Let us proceed.
All right, Sky Sniper with the Deadeye. We also have Kitsune Rush. I'm just going to say Haluk and Regime also have their ults online. Hutch not having Coalescence is going to be okay when your team has that many check marks available, but Doi, I'm looking at you with this Blade. If we can get the Blade and post Kashir up in the perfect spot to be able to facilitate Eric, I could definitely see this being a Ravenous Vortex type of situation. Eric getting multi-kills yet again, but Haluk coming in and take down Phone early could be devastational. We're going to follow that up quickly with the Kitsune Rush. There's the Blade, there's the Ravenous Vortex. We're trying to respond with the Molten Core. It's not enough.
Yeah, it's not nowhere near enough, and Haluk is going to stall this as long as possible, just spinning around the robot, and somebody's got to finally take care of it with the Ravenous Vortex too, but that's not a bad stall either. That means that everybody is in time going to have a spawn forward, but Blinn College, that was expensive. That was 3 ultimates. Mines as well. Coalescence isn't close to being up either, even though used in the last fight, but the Nano Blade pulls out, and now UT Dallas is going to have an Annihilation to work with, considering that there is nothing that Blinn can do but either kite away and hope you have maybe some kind of good plan to run away and a fire escape, but instead just waiting for all of this pressure. Now they do have that forward spawn, meaning that they are going to be able to contest this before the checkpoint. It's still enough because there's still a lot of damage that is coming from a lot of different angles, and Kashir holding on to an Annihilation. They will contest this with 4 meters left, finally flipping it around, but now the Annihilation comes out, has to drop, now has to use the Suzu, is also stunned momentarily, but the Annihilation finding one, may even find a little bit more. Torbjorn and Cassidy cannot run away. No check marks, no wins. Dallas takes it and will get the first checkpoint for them.
All right, now the expensive fight was not parlayed, I think, properly by Blinn. Just the timing was unfortunate, and oh my goodness, even the turret looks silly. Now, Uber Eats coming up on this rally. Doi coming up on another Nano, and there's nothing. I mean, we've got Haluk with the landmines coming in, almost, if we can get enough poke damage done early on. That slam got us a significant amount of percentile, and we're starting to take the bot. We're taking the TS1 and saying bye-bye, as we also get Kashir eliminated. Uber Eats, Doi, Eric, all gone. I think the ball coming through, taking the attention in conjunction with Hutch, was well planned out by Blinn College.
Yeah, because the main thing there too was, what are you looking at? Are you looking at the ball or are you looking at the robot? Well, which one? And you can't exactly have 2 phases to look at. You got to look in one direction. So fortunately for Blinn, unfortunately for UT Dallas, they're going to give up a checkpoint, even though they got the checkpoint in return. Not everybody's going to have these forward spawns either, meaning Blinn's going to have a lot more space to work off of, and Diva will come into play for Kashir now. So UT Dallas trying to respond in turn, having 3 check marks on the board. Nano Boost alongside Molten Core and Rally, which Nano Boost will land up on top of Uber Eats. Maybe not using the Rally right away here, but using it to at least make some space and putting the pressure on that, yes, we have a Rally. Do you think we're going to pop this right now? That answer is no. Phone finds 2 in the process, and the Comets at least keep this close.
We cannot let our Diva lose Toki, though. If Toki is lost during early fight stage, that's diabolical and a death sentence for our squad. Thankfully, we will be able to keep Diva in mech. One thing I will also point out here is that Phone's turret is getting a lot of value, especially now that we've swapped over to Diva. It's going to be even more irksome to try and deal with. You saw Break try to deal with it, Uber Eats to no avail. Same with Kashir. But we have no choice now but to play around its existence and hope that our team's aware of it. We're going to respond to the carpet bomb that comes through with one of our own coming in through Molten Core, but we respond too late. We lost Uber Eats. Sky Sniper will fall. Will we be able to find another one as we're desperately trying to protect our Ana? The Wrecking Ball will escape and play the front line just a little bit longer. Coalescence comes through for Blinn College. Will this be enough for them to come out on top? They find Phone. They find the extra player that is the turret. They're trying to pierce damage through in towards this Mega, and they're able to get a little bit of extra healing onto their Wrecking Ball. Diva, overzealous, comes in with no shields available, and that's a death sentence for Toki. Oh, the plan of escape was to use self-destruct.
Self-destruct does get the turn at the very least, letting them advance right on in. Now it's a Molten Core that kind of just goes for nothing. It's Joey using that as kind of Joey using that as a kite-away situation. Eric's now going to get a Blade in return here, and because they have 4 checkpoint, Robot's still going to keep moving away into midfield. Blinn College, if they stagger here, they're not going to have forward spawns. Regime's out for a little while now, and UT Dallas gives themselves a chance. They have a Kitsune Rush too to work with alongside of an overclock, but this is getting dire here. Blinn might fall down a little.
Look, this is the exact same spot that we had Blinn earlier immediately turn things back in their favor. I think if we get around this corner truly, right next towards that bus, we put ourselves in advantage state. If we are UTD, we're going to kite that Kitsune rush. We managed to, at least, because I think it was used just a little bit too far back in comparison to where bot was. If we just give it a little bit more time, like I said, find the advantage state, which is let it swing all the way around towards this bus. We didn't have it just yet. Now we have to find a way to get a little bit more room here, even without our tank, and it's gonna be a little bit harder considering you're down one. D.Va is going hunting.
D.Va goes hunting, but for the Sojourn instead doesn't land it. 10 meters left to go, down to the final 8 now, as it will be an overclock being popped up from Sky Sniper. 5 meters to differential. Fight win here for UT Dallas, gives them lead with less than a minute left to go. Sky Sniper gets rid of the turret at the very least, but that's a nano boosted D.Va trying to dive right on into the Sojourn. Can't find it momentarily, but Noyu finding Hunt is a big one for you too. They find 3 more picks, and all of the process that's going on next to them open for help. 1 meter left to go. Sky Sniper trying to touch. They take the lead with 35 seconds left.
Nah, Nano Boosted D.Va, that is a missile coming flying at you. Haluk is going to go for the last second Zarya swap. We saw Zarya get banned earlier, and Blinn never used her app even before that ban, so now we forced out an early Suzu. Uber Eats, well executed, come through, hits that rally. Maywall is not going to sustain very long. These are late swaps coming from Blinn College. I mean, the Zarya as well as the Mei. Hutch does have Coalescence, but it's not going to be enough. I mean, Moira's a one-man army, but a one-man army can only do so much when you're on the back foot.
Coalescence, or rather, it's going to be one more touch left to go. The Doomfist is on. Hutch is down. Regime's down. Hutch isn't even going to be able to use the Coalescence. And Dallas will go dancing. They will win the last chance qualifiers, and they will be advancing on to CECC Meme Madness and deny Blinn of 2 straight years of it, of the last chance qualifiers win, but UT Dallas winning it for the first time since 2023. So congratulations to the Comets. They were in earlier thanks to an all-UTD final in Valorant. Had to sweat a little bit more here for your program in Overwatch, but the Comets are going into May Madness one more time already. But that was a fun series overall, even if the score was 3-1.
Oh yeah, and I'm just excited to see what UTD brings to the table when they make it to CCC at the LAN, because we haven't seen them in a little bit. It's time for them to show us exactly what they're capable of doing when they make it there. Unfortunately, Blinn, we won't get to see you this season, but there's always next year.
Yeah, indeed. There's always next year as well, and still they may be able to get for Blinn. They may still be able to get the bid through NJCAA as well. So that's also something to be watching out for. But number 12 beating number 17, no changes, at least if it's in terms of Ochre of who wins that game on paper. But Blinn showing up some stuff as well. They took some risks. They were able to force UTD to make 2 tank bans in this game as well, which is kind of crazy to think about, that Dallas hadn't banned an entire tank the entire weekend up until this point. 2 maps in a row, but at the end of the day, UT Dallas wins it. So quick recap for you throughout the entire day here. Great series for everything, really. Super Smash Brothers with a very similar score to us, 3-1 in favor of North Texas. Rocket League 4-0 sweep for Lubbock Christian to send themselves to the dance as well. And for Valorant, the varsity team winning over Eclipse in a 2-0 series, albeit very close in that second map in quintuple overtime back on Lotus.
Yeah.
But man, that finale, very, very good for UT Dallas. And again, the Comets go into Texas with 2 teams to CECC May Madness at the end of the day. So congratulations to all of the teams. And again, thank you very much to everybody here throughout the entire day, including all of our casters and of course our production team back in the Esports U studios, Colton 2000 Colton, I should say, with the production, as well as our observer Cole Scoot throughout the day as well. For my partner Nerdy Bird, we say so long and aloha for now. As one more time, our final score 3-1, UT Dallas goes in to May Madness once again. You've been watching the grand finals of the CECC Texas Qualifiers in Overwatch 2 and CECC Special Texas Qualifiers right here on Esports U.